Chapter 251 9 Colorful Elk 1 Family. It didn't take long. Xiao Wu woke up. Her voice sounded softly behind Cheng Feng. Brother, why are you standing there in a daze? When Cheng Feng heard this voice, he quickly turned his head and looked at Xiao Wu's smiling face with a smile on his face. I'm waiting for news from the Ming dynasty. I have nothing to do, so I just think about it. When saying this, Cheng Feng took a few steps forward, came to Xiao Wu's side and couldn't help but hold Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu, you are pregnant now, so you should pay more attention to your walking. When Xiao Wu heard this, she rolled her eyes at Cheng Feng and said, brother, I know everything you said, don't worry. After hearing Xiao Wu's word and seeing her waving her fist firmly in front of him, Cheng Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could he feel at ease with Xiao Wu's appearance? Fortunately, she also knows the severity, but her temper is a little lively. In this regard, Cheng Feng could only oppose it. Brother, you told me last night that you were going to cook grilled fish today. I'm a little hungry now. No problem, just wait for me. Cheng Feng immediately let go of Xiao Wu's hand, then found a relatively strong wooden stick from the surroundings, walked directly to the lake and stared at the area more than 4 meters away from him in front of him. After staring for a long time, Cheng Feng discovered with sharp eyes that there were indeed fish in this lake of life. However, this fish was a little different from what he had seen before. First of all, judging from the size, it was a bit big, fully 2 meters long, which made him couldn't help but murmur in his heart, couldn't it be a spirit beast? Looking carefully, I found that there was no unique aura like that of a soul beast, and I breathed a sigh of relief. So he turned to Xiao Wu and asked, Xiao Wu, have you ever eaten the fish in this lake before? Xiao Wu was stunned when he heard this. Then she said, I have never eaten the fish in this lake. After all, I am a rabbit and my favorite food is of course radishes. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng stared hard at the swimming fish. Cheng Feng held his breath and observed, watching the fish gradually approaching the shore. When it was only 3 meters away from the shore, Cheng Feng patiently continued to wait. When he was only 2 meters away from the shore, a golden light flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes. Whoosh! There was a sound. The wooden stick in Cheng Feng's hand turned into a black shadow and passed through the fish in an instant. When Cheng Feng saw this, he couldn't help but feel happy. After picking up the stick, he set up a fire and grilled the fish. Xiao Wu watched silently from the side, always keeping a bright smile on his face. When Cheng Feng saw Xiao Wu's smile, he felt that his heart was about to melt, and he was very energetic when working. Not long time, the fire roared and the oil from the fish meat on the grill dripped into the fire and a rich aroma of fish meat emitted. Cheng Feng took out some seasonings from the Ring Soul Guide and added it to the fish. In an instant, the fragrance became stronger and the surrounding air was filled with the fragrance of fish. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu kept swallowing her saliva and kept asking, is the fish ready? Cheng Feng carefully broke off part of the fish, handed it to Xiao Wu and gently reminded, this fish is a bit hot, eat it slowly. Xiao Wu nodded. The pupils in his eyes reflected the fragrant fish. Afterwards, the two of them devoured the grilled fish. The 2-meter-long grilled fish actually entered the stomachs of Xiao Wu and Cheng Feng. Especially for Xiao Wu, 2/3 of the entire fish entered her stomach. After enjoying a meal of grilled fish, Cheng Feng hugged Xiao Wu and looked at the lake. The two of them did not speak but quietly enjoyed this kind of interaction. But time will not love Cheng Feng alone because of this. When it's time to move forward, there will still be no hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the bright sky went away and was replaced by a dark sky. When you look up, you will always see the bright stars in the sky blinking mischievously. For a while, the lake of life, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly started to move and the water splashed. Xiao Wu and Cheng Feng looked away at the same time and looked at Daming. Cheng Feng, starting from tomorrow, there will be about 3 soul beasts that have reached the end of their lifespan every day until you develop a new training system. Cheng Feng didn't ask any more questions about this. He knew that now he had the experimental materials. Now he can observe and study the nature of soul rings and the process of how soul rings are produced. It was night. Cheng Feng told Xiao Wu a lot. The words of love made Xiao Wu blush. It was not until later that Cheng Feng suddenly regretted his gaffe. Because we were chatting, Xiao Bawang forced him to cross his arms, and then what happened? At first he considered that Xiao Wu was pregnant now, so he shouldn't make too many moves. As a result, Xiao Wu suppressed him directly. Before dawn the next day, Cheng Feng woke up early. After seeing Xiao Wu sleeping peacefully and nothing else happening, his tight strings finally relaxed a little. Afterwards he put his head against Xiao Wu's belly and listened quietly. When he found that there was nothing abnormal, he was visibly relieved. It seems that it is better not to say such love words during Xiao Wu's pregnancy. He has received modern education. During this period it is easy for things to happen. He was thinking, should he consider sleeping in separate rooms? But I was afraid that Xiao Wu would think too much. Then Cheng Feng thought that it would be good to distract Xiao Wu's attention every night from now on by telling stories. Thinking of this, he glanced at Xiao Wu again and couldn't help but feel scared. Moment, Cheng Feng appeared appeared by the lake silently waiting for the experimental materials that Daming was about to send. Time flies like an arrow. After waiting quietly for about an hour, Daming's voice suddenly reached Cheng Feng's ears. Cheng Feng, the 3 soul beasts you are going to observe today are almost here. Cheng Feng nodded. Sure enough, after half a cup of tea the 3 soul beasts Daming mentioned had arrived. However, what was different from what Daming said was that 4 soul beasts appeared. Taking a closer look, I found that the one walking in the front showed no signs of aging or injury, but when he saw that it was carrying 3 dying soul beasts of the same race, Cheng Feng fell silent. Death, whether it is a human being or a spirit beast, as long as he does not become a god, he will eventually have to face it. These 4 soul beasts are all elk-type soul beasts. The leader of the soul beast is 10 meters long, and the 3 dying elk-like soul beasts were only 2 meters long. When Cheng Feng saw the sadness in the eyes of the leading spirit beast, he was still cautious from time to time. Cheng Feng guessed that these 3 soul beasts were probably its children. When you focus on the 3 soul beasts, you can clearly see that their 3 bodies are being tortured all the time. Even if they are dying now, they are still suffering from great pain and their bodies are constantly spasming and twitching. When he looked carefully, Cheng Feng was stunned. The wounds on the 3 of them turned out to be curses. Could it be that the forces behind Mo Wainer were behind this? Cheng Feng watched the scene in front of him calmly and quietly. The leader of the elk carefully placed the 3 soul beasts on his back on the ground. The tongue in his mouth couldn't help but lick the heads of the 3 soul beasts as if to relieve their pain at the moment. Tears were actually rolling in his eyes. Seeing this, Cheng Feng was greatly shocked. Sheep have the kindness of kneeling down to breastfeed, and crows have the kindness of feeding back. This kind of deep love between mother and child is vividly reflected in the soul beast. Cheng Feng's heart became very soft at this moment. The net moment he suddenly thought of the scene where Zhu Zuking's curse was lifted. Without any hesitation, he took out the remaining 2 blue and purple petals of the God of Luck's blessing from the soul guide. Then he shouted directly towards the lake of life, Deming, come out for a moment. Cheng Feng, what's the matter? Deming, please communicate with them. I can heal the injuries on the 3 of them. I hope they can cooperate well. When Daming heard this, his body froze. He took a deep look at Cheng Feng and sighed meaningfully. Cheng Feng, you are really different. Immediately Daming communicated with the leading elk-like soul beast for a while. Cheng Feng, the leader of the 9-colored elk clan, agrees. The 9-colored elk clan? Remember Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 252, The Nature of Soul Rings. He had never heard of this kind of soul beast. When Cheng Feng focused his eyes on the 9-colored elk clan leader, he saw that the 9-colored elk clan leader knelt down towards his legs, his eyes full of expectation and gratitude. At the same time, the 9-color elk clan leader communicated with the 3 soul beasts for a while. Their 3 eyes were full of joy and they looked at Cheng Feng with a touch of intimacy. Seeing the sincerity in the other person's eyes, Cheng Feng nodded solemnly. Slowly walking to the 3 soul beasts, Cheng Feng quickly stuffed the 2 remaining blue and purple petals of the immortal grass God of Luck's blessing into the mouths of the 2 soul beasts, because these 2 soul beasts he is cursed the most and is about to die. After watching these 2 soul beasts swallowed, Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The net moment, his eyes turned to the 3rd soul beast because its injury was relatively minor. He walked to the 3rd soul beast, sat cross-legged, looked in the direction of Deming and then said, Deming, tell the leader of the Jukai elk clan that no matter what happens later you must endure it. Deming nodded lightly and then, after communicating with the leader of the Jukai elk clan, he said to Cheng Feng, just go ahead and do it. That's all. Cheng Feng is preparing to implement the tyrant blade cutting. After being stimulated by a special method, the moment the soul power was activated, Cheng Feng placed his hand directly on the injured 9-color elk in front of him. In an instant an extremely domineering aura appeared in the field, especially the 9-color elk body in front of me. This kind of atmosphere is more intense. Suddenly this extremely domineering aura turned into pieces of soul power blades with an extremely domineering aura attached to them. Then Cheng Feng controlled this domineering blade carefully, flowing along the soul beast's meridians and gradually forced out the curse that eroded its body. Time is passing bit by bit. Sweat dripped down Cheng Feng's forehead. The leader of the 9-colored elk clan was both surprised and uneasy. Its other 2 petals have been given the blessings of the God of Luck and have come to life, so there is no need to worry about them dying. But the other child, after a long period of time, actually only half an hour, still didn't move, so he couldn't help but become uneasy. It won't be long. The soul beast in front of Cheng Feng suddenly spit out a mouthful of thick black blood and its breath suddenly became weak. But if you look carefully you will see that it no longer has the same vitality as before. It only needs to be carefully rested for a while before it can become active. Cheng Feng stood up and said with a smile, we have all been rescued. Daming, tell the leader of the 9-colored elk to remember to let this 9-colored elk rest for a while. Daming watched what Cheng Feng did from beginning to end and couldn't help but admire him a little more. With his eyesight he could naturally see the preciousness of the 2 petals before, as well as the special method he had just used, which was extremely energy consuming at first glance. But Chang Feng treated him regardless of reward, which made Daming feel warm in his heart. After that, Daming communicated with the leader of the Zhukil clan for a while and conveyed Chang Feng's words to him. However, what Chang Feng didn't expect was that after communicating with Daming, the leader of the 9-colored elk suddenly hit the ground and broke off his right antler. Chang Feng was too late to stop him. Net moment, he then saw the leader of the 9-colored elk clan handing the antlers to Chang Feng and then spoke a burst of animal language which made Chang Feng feel very excited. Chang Feng looked in the direction of Daming and Daming explained, Chang Feng, this is the chief of the 9-color elk clan to repay you for saving his 3 children. You can accept that piece of antlers. To you this piece of antlers is very useful. If you carry it with you, it will improve your luck. You can understand that the antlers of the 9-color elk have the effect of increasing luck. The higher the strength of the 9-color elk, the better the luck, the bigger. And the 9-color elk clan chief is almost 100,000 years old. It can be said that it will be of great benefit to you in terms of luck in the future. Wow, it turned out to be such a treasure. This is really a reward for good deed. Chang Feng only hesitated for a moment and then agreed to accept it. Afterward, the leader of the 9-colored elk clan watched Chang Feng collect the antlers and left with his 3 children with satisfaction. Watching their departing figures, Chang Feng silently blessed them. Chang Feng, just now the leader of the 9-colored elk clan told me that he will start a sacrificial event when he returns to the clan this time, and he will bless you with the blessing power of this sacrificial ritual. It can be said that everything related to you will be in the future. People with this blessing bonus can often turn dangers into dangers, and without God's intervention they are basically safe. Hearing Daming's words, Chang Feng felt a little sad. In reality, the key is that gods from the divine realm intervene. Big head, it seems that your research will have to be postponed until tomorrow. It's okay, just tomorrow. Subsequently, Ming Dynasty sank to the bottom of the lake, and Xiao Wu watched the whole process and she was very happy about what Chang Feng did. So when Daming sank to the bottom of the lake, she hugged Chang Feng tightly and kept mumbling, "Brother, you are so kind." Chang Feng had a faint smile on his face and let Xiao Wu do whatever he wanted. Time always passes quickly. Another night passed. The net morning, Chang Feng saw 3 soul beasts this time. Judging from their types, these 3 soul beasts are wolf soul beasts. When they walked towards the lake of life, they walked slowly like an old man stumbling. Before they approached Chang Feng, when they were still 3 meters away, they lay down quietly and looked at Chang Feng with calm eyes. When Chang Feng saw this, he walked to them, sensed their breath and understood that they were about to pass away. It is also a miracle that it can be sustained until now. Sure enough, after the time for a cup of tea has passed, the first wolf soul beast closed its eyes forever. Soon a purple soul ring floated on its body. The moment the wolf soul beast closed its eyes, Chang Feng thought and instantly opened his fiery eyes. Under these eyes, Chang Feng discovered that the soul ring seemed to be formed in an instant, as if it was affected by some powerful force. Before he had time to care about anything else, he stared at the purple soul ring. In his eyes, the soul ring seemed to rise and fall with frequency. This behavior was very similar to human breathing. The soul ring can actually breathe, and it looks like there are signs of life. It's really weird. He couldn't believe what he saw before him. He continued to stare. A long time. Chang Feng sighed silently. This soul ring was really breathing. Soon a sentence suddenly popped into his mind, which was said by a philosopher in the previous life: humans communicate with the universe through breathing, and they are in the universe, and the universe is also within the human body. Breathing is the cradle of the rhythm of life. If we extrapolate from people to all things, doesn't it make sense in the same way? After confirming that the soul ring could breathe, Chang Feng continued to stare. He knew that this soul ring did not leave him much time to observe. Suddenly the purple soul ring disappeared. However, the moment it disappeared, Chang Feng's eyes caught a strange scene. That was when the purple soul ring disappeared, turning into thousands of dusty glowing particles and scattering into the surrounding void. When he saw this phenomenon, he couldn't help but guess that the soul ring was made of some special light particles, and after the soul ring turned into thousands of particles, it scattered into the surrounding void. What does this behavior mean? This question has always been lingering in Chang Feng's mind, but before he could continue thinking, he saw that the second wolf soul bee seemed to be closing its eyes again. He quickly gathered his thought. This time he decided to quickly capture the formation process of the soul ring, so he looked closely at the second soul beast that was about to close its eyes forever. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 253 Enlightenment. Chang Feng stared unblinkingly at the second wolf soul beast that was about to close its eyes forever, and his spirit was tense. Time becomes extremely slow at this moment. Every minute and every second is extremely long for Chang Feng at this time. Fortunately, he didn't wait too long. The second wolf soul beast finally closed its eyes. At this moment when he closed his eyes, Chang Feng's fiery eyes quickly captured something that made him feel extremely creepy. At this moment many milky white light particles floated from the wolf soul beast and dispersed in all directions. If he hadn't seen the scene he would feel better inside. However, the scene that happened now broke his cognition. Moreover, except for those milky white particles, the soul ring formed instantly in the sky above the wolf soul beast was only formed from countless particles, less than 1/3 of the scattered milky white light particles. In other words, the soul ring formed by the death of a soul beast and the soul skills of the soul beast contained in that soul ring are not the strongest. If those milky white light particles have not dissipated, does that mean that the absorption of soul rings in this situation is the most ideal state? But there is no if in this world. From this he thought of the method of soul bee sacrifice. He has personally experienced the whole process of soul bee sacrifice, but after the soul beast is sacrificed, the soul skills attached to it are not as powerful as imagined. They can only be said to be normal, and this kind of normality is only relatively normal compared with other soul rings that can also absorb soul rings. At this time Chang Feng subconsciously thought in his mind that in this world there is an invisible hand that steals the life essence of soul beasts when they die, leaving the life essence of the soul beast condensed in the soul ring to human. Not much. Regarding this invisible hand, Chang Feng did not think any further. However, his mood became a little more heavy. Things in the god realm have almost made him an ease. Now that he accidentally discovered such a thing, he felt even more frightened. Fear. This emotion came to Chang Feng's heart for the first time. In the past he was not afraid of this world because he knew a lot more than the people living here. However, what he discovered now gave him a slap in the face, making him suddenly realize that in fact he did not understand the world as well as he imagined. On the contrary, he still knew nothing about the world known. At this time Chang Feng's previous sense of psychological superiority when facing people in the Douluo world disappeared instantly. After shaking his head, Chang Feng put away his complicated emotions. The purple soul ring formed by the second wolf soul beast did not last long before it drifted away in the wind. Moreover, after they dispersed, he saw those milky white particles returning to the world. After his eyes froze for a moment, started to look at the third soul beast that was about to close its eyes. Regarding the observation of the third soul beast, Chang Feng did not discover anything more when it closed its eyes, but he gained a deeper understanding of the existence of the invisible hand. But he just buried this in his heart, simply did not want to think about it for the time being, and peacefully sealed it in a corner of his heart. If he could, he would never even want to touch it, because he knows that the more he touches it, the more difficult his life may be. If you can make your life relatively comfortable, why bother yourself? Today's observation of the soul rings formed by the three soul beasts has ended, but he knew that this was just the beginning of his research on a new cultivation system. In the NET month, Chang Feng insisted on observing the formation process of the soul rings condensed when the three soul beasts died every day, and recorded some conjectures and observations. After persisting for 3 months, finally after countless deductions, demonstrations and conjectures, Chang Feng finally figured out the formation process of the soul ring and its essence. Perhaps this is what is often called enlightenment. That's right. After these few months of unremitting observation and thinking, Chang Feng came to an enlightenment. Understanding this kind of thing can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. This is the wonder of it, and it is also the place that everyone longs for. During this period he figured out many issues that he had not figured out before. For example, under the rules of Douluo continent, killing a head a century-old soul beast. So where does the energy of the century-old soul beast go after it dies? The reason is that ideally all this energy is stored in the soul ring. In fact, only 1/3 of the energy is stored or less, and the rest belongs between heaven and earth. This is Chang Feng's guess about the invisible hand. Let's understand it this way for now. This is also an example of following the conservation of energy, except that the energy is transferred from a living soul beast to the soul ring generated after death and is absorbed by the heaven and earth. Speaking of which, we have to talk about the difference between soul rings given by God and soul rings produced after the death of hunting soul beasts. The biggest limitation of the soul rings generated after the death of hunting soul beasts is that the soul skills after absorption are finite, and fully mastering this soul skill requires a familiar process. However, the God-given soul rings can indeed produce suitable ones according to their own conditions. It is the best soul skill of oneself, and there is no need to specially adapt to it, but it can be used directly and the proficiency is perfect. Under the analogy of this difference, Chang Feng thought of more. For example, is it possible that the soul power used by both soul beasts and humans has the same source? Or in other words, this kind of source can be absorbed by humans or soul beasts, but because of some unknown drastic changes that occurred in the Douluo continent, there has been a difference between humans and soul beasts since then. But even though there is a difference, the essential things should not have changed. And why the the God-given soul ring is so close to the soul master to absorb and use it is just because the method of using the God-given soul ring directly points to the essential level of soul power. In other words, the essential energy of the God-given soul ring is originally incomparable. Human beings only use the name of God to make people more or less feel a sense of awe in their hearts every time they think of it. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is just a clever use of energy. In Cheng Feng's view, this kind of use is not free. Nothing is obtained out of thin air. The same is true for the energy of the soul ring. Think deeply in this direction and connect it with actual observation and research. Cheng Feng also discovered that using this method of God-given soul rings must follow certain objective laws. Suddenly there were many active thoughts in his mind. Sitting on the shore of the Lake of Life, Cheng Feng sat cross-legged and looked at the Lake of Life. His eyes were as calm as water, but his heart was turbulent, even stormy. This state lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, Cheng Feng finally felt blessed and suddenly had a sudden enlightenment. It turns out that this is how the God-given soul ring works. Raising his head and looking at the sky above his head, or to be precise, looking at the gods in the God realm, Cheng Feng smiled at this time, and he smiled very happily. Never before has something so comfortable happened to me. At this time Cheng Feng thought to himself, it turns out that I can also control God's method. From now on I am God, a God who has not reached the realm of God but can use God's method. With the use of this method, Cheng Feng believes that soon Heavenly Court will surely surpass other forces and become the true first master of Douluo continent. Until then God cannot intervene. The beautiful life of the future unfolds before Cheng Feng's eyes. At this moment Cheng Feng was filled with immense confidence. Gods of the God realm, just wait. One day I, Cheng Feng, will pull you down from your high position as a god so that you will never be able to look down on me again and no longer regard me as an ant. Also I will eventually solve all the mysteries that surround me. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 254 Transformation. Cheng Feng's biggest gain during this period can be said to be his firmness of mind. He knew that God was not so scary after all. He has enough time to become stronger and he may not be able to fight God in the future. Putting aside the distractions in his mind, Cheng Feng kept a faint smile on his face and his eyes were full of confidence. He looked towards the Lake of Life and shouted, Daming. Suddenly Daming's figure was revealed and he looked at Cheng Feng with a bit of doubt in his eyes. Cheng Feng, why did you call me? Listening to Daming's words, the corners of Cheng Feng's mouth curved and his eyes flashed with light. Daming, from now on I no longer need to send Soul Beast here. Regarding the new cultivation system, I have completed the first step. I will enter the second step. However, in this second step we need to go to humans and learn some knowledge about soul tools before a new cultivation system can appear in this world. I believe it won't take long. After Daming heard Cheng Feng's words, his eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Cheng Feng's smile at this moment, Daming felt a little more respect for Cheng Feng. This kind of respect is not for anything else but for the new cultivation system studied by Cheng Feng. If it comes out, it will be of great significance to the Soul Beast land. Daming thought for a while, looked at Cheng Feng and said, Cheng Feng, if you need anything I will support you as always. During this period I appreciate all the efforts you have made to develop a new cultivation system. In my eyes, as a member of the Soul Beast clan, I am very grateful to you, Cheng Feng, for your dedication to this matter. Cheng Feng listened to everything Daming said. He raised his head, his eyes as bright as stars. Daming, do you have any collection of metal materials or the like here? The second step of research on the new cultivation system, it should be extremely lacking in materials. As for my second step of research, I had to use some metal materials. Therefore, if you have metal materials here, I hope, Daming, you can give me part of them for research. When Cheng Feng was saying these words, he had already had the idea in his mind about the second step of researching artificial soul rings. He needs to make artificial soul rings appear in this Douluo world in advance. Daming listened to Cheng Feng's words and didn't ask any questions. He had always given full trust to Cheng Feng. A long while, Daming then said, over the years I have accumulated a lot of metal collections. Since I don't need them here, I will give them all to you. Cheng Feng was overjoyed after hearing this and looked at Daming with golden eyes. Unexpectedly, this Daming is also a collector. From Daming's words he can conclude that his collection must be very large. Cheng Feng was eagerly looking forward to this, so Cheng Feng nodded. Then Ming dynasty sank to the bottom of the lake. Cheng Feng waited patiently on the shore. Moment, Daming's figure reappeared in front of Cheng Feng. At the same time, there was a 10-meter long package on Daming's back which looked extremely heavy. Then when Daming was approaching the shore, he threw the package on his back to the ground, looked at Cheng Feng and said, these are my collections over the years, you can take them all. Bang! There was a sound and the huge package hit the ground, denting a big hole. Cheng Feng looked at this scene dumbfounded. He walked up to the package and opened it. In an instant everything contained in the package was revealed in front of Cheng Feng. At this moment Cheng Feng's breathing moving was a little rapid. Based on his eyesight he can naturally see that these many different metal materials look extremely extraordinary. Although he didn't know their names, it didn't stop Chang Feng from seeing their value. It can be said that the value of these metals is difficult to buy at sky-high prices. Chang Feng grinned. With these metals he would study for a long time in the future. You don't have to worry about materials anymore. Later Chang Feng said that all these metal materials were put into his soul guide ring. Regarding these metal materials he thought about having the opportunity to visit the top of the Douluo Empire building. Perhaps only he can make up for his shortcomings in metal materials knowledge. These are all things for later. All he knows now is to strengthen himself. While she was busy researching a new training system, Xiao Wu's belly got bigger and bigger and she was basically unable to walk normally. Every time she stood up, Chang Feng would step forward and help Xiao Wu to prevent her from falling. Moreover, Xiao Wu has become increasingly sleepy during this time. Thinking of this, Chang Feng secretly guessed that the child in Xiao Wu's belly might be about to land. He couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. This is the first time he has truly become a father. It is precisely because Xiao Wu is about to give birth that Chang Feng's desire to become stronger becomes stronger. In the NET half-month, Chang Feng asked Ming to be his trial opponent, constantly challenging his limit, failing and being knocked down again and again and then standing up again. After countless failures, Chang Feng finally managed to face Ming calmly. Under Ming's training his soul power cultivation improved rapidly and he jumped 2 levels directly to level 60. The reason for this, Chang Feng thought, was that after the body reached its limit again and again, the remaining energy left in the body from the previously taken medicinal materials took the opportunity to be absorbed completely without any waste. He only needs to absorb 1 more soul ring to become a genuine soul emperor. This time he didn't want to hunt the soul beast to obtain the SITH soul ring, but planned to try the method of using the God-given soul ring on himself. Not only that, he also plans to use this method to completely change himself. Actions and thoughts must be consistent. Driven by this thought, Chang Feng locked himself in a cabin for the NET 7 days and used the God-given soul ring as the SITH soul ring. The energy of the SITH soul ring was obtained from the heaven and earth and integrated into it itself. As for how to obtain it from heaven and earth, Chang Feng did a good job in making the life domain play a huge role at this critical moment. During these 7 days, Daming and others did not disturb Chang Feng. Chang Feng also told Daming and others about this before entering the wooden house to practice in seclusion. When things are done, they will soar into the sky. 7 days is not a long time. Chang Feng used the God-given soul ring method to add a red 100,000-year soul ring to his SITH soul ring and obtained the SITH soul skill Thunder Prison Space Confinement. The extremely brilliant thing about this kind of soul skill is that even if the opponent is a titled Douluo, if he is attacked by this soul skill, he will be trapped in a space made of thunder that contains a trace of destructive thunder. It's like a prison, being imprisoned by yourself. Whether the other party can get out of the thunder world with a hint of destructive thunder depends on your own thought. Perhaps the opponent can survive a serious injury and get out of it. This is the incredible thing about his soul skill. More importantly, in addition to its lock function, this soul skill still has a lot of room for growth. If he becomes a god in the future, then this soul skill will be a disaster for God. In response to this, Chang Feng felt infinite thoughts in his heart yearn for. This time, after successfully reaching the realm of the Soul Emperor, Chang Feng's soul power level was already SITH 3. This huge increase in strength made Chang Feng exude a confident demeanor. But the growth in strength cannot satisfy Chang Feng. What he wants is stronger strength. So he planned to increase the age of all the other spirit rings to 100,000 years in one fell swoop. This idea is not crazy, but Chang Feng not only dared to think so, he also dared to do it, driven by this thought. But he didn't wait for him to continue. Suddenly he received overjoyed news. Xiao Wu, she's about to give birth, but it's just at this time. At this critical moment, Chang Feng didn't think much about it and chose to accompany Xiao Wu. Moreover, when Xiao Wu gives birth to a child, only he can help, so he can't just sit back and watch. So he walked out of the wooden house where he had been staying for the past few days and came to Xiao Wu's room. He looked at Xiao Wu lying on the bedside with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Chang Feng was panicked. After all, he still doesn't know how to deliver babies. Although he had seen many scenes of delivering babies in his previous life, he still felt a little uneasy when it came to actual operations. Fortunately, he quickly suppressed other thought. A man's growth begins at the moment he knows he is going to be a father. It was the upcoming child that gave Chang Feng calmness. It is the responsibility to let him encourage Xiao Wu from the side. At the same time, he brought water from the lake of life and helped Xiao Wu wipe the sweat from her forehead. However, when the entire bed was stained red with blood and Xiao Wu roared, Chang Feng was secretly in ease. Unfortunately, the house leaked and it rained all night. The roars of Ming and Daming came outside the house, making Cheng Feng immediately realize that a strong man had broken into this place. At this moment Cheng Feng held Xiao Wu's arm tightly with both hands, conveying courage to her. As for the sound of fighting outside, he chose to turn a deaf ear, but deep in his eyes there was still a trace of worry hidden. He didn't know whether Daming and Ming could deal with the enemy who broke into this place. I don't even know who the enemy is who broke into this place, because he doesn't have time to think about this. Now the only thing he was more worried about was Xiao Wu and the child in her belly. Time passed slowly and Xiao Wu's Zion became increasingly depressed. Cheng Feng's heart was constantly suffering. The roars of Daming and Ming outside kept reaching his ears. It made his heart even more uncomfortable. Finally, wow! A cry spread throughout the room and Cheng Feng smiled. He quickly picked up the newborn child. His hands were covered with a lot of blood, but he didn't care so much. He held the child in front of Xiao Wu, looked at her and comforted Xiao Wu by saying, Xiao Wu, this is our child, a girl. Look, her eyes and nose look so much like yours. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 255. Goodbye BB Dong. A smile appeared on Xiao Wu's pale face. Brother, what are you going to name this child? Xiao Wu stretched out her right hand, caressed the child's cheek and looked at Cheng Feng. As for the name of the child, we have already considered it. Our child is a girl, so we will call her Feng Wu, which means Feng Wu 9 heavens. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, her gaze shifted and she was lost in thought as she softly recited the word Feng Wu. At this moment there was a sound of landslide and ground cracking coming from outside the wooden house. Cheng Feng's Zion suddenly changed and Xiao Wu also withdrew from her thoughts in an instant. At this time Xiao Wu seemed to realize something and looked at Cheng Feng worriedly. Brother, there is such a big commotion outside. Did something happen? Did something happen to Daming and Ming? I heard the roars of Daming and Ming. They seemed to be injured. When Cheng Feng heard this, his Zion darkened. Daming and Ming joined forces, but they were not rivals. Thinking of this, he saw the worry on Xiao Wu's face and quickly calmed down. He comforted Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, nothing will happen to Daming and Ming. You have to have more confidence in them, but it's nothing to worry about. Now your first priority is to take good care of your body. Leave the rest to me. Don't think too much. When Xiao Wu heard this, she panicked and quickly grabbed Cheng Feng's hand with both hands and said, Brother, if Daming and Ming can't cope with it, please go and help. If anything happens, brother, if something happens to you, then what should I do? Cheng Feng knew that Xiao Wu was very worried about him, but what Cheng Feng decided was not easy to change. He said softly, Xiao Wu, believe me, nothing will happen. Leave all this to me. The most important thing for you now is to have a good rest. Don't think too much about other things. With me here nothing will happen. What happened? Listening to Cheng Feng's words, the worry in Xiao Wu's heart did not weaken but became even more worried. But she saw that Cheng Feng was determined and knew that she could not shake his mind no matter what, so she had no choice but to nod and agree. Xiao Wu, I will take you to a place later. In that place you don't have to worry about safety. Moreover, our mother is taking care of you, so you can rest assured. Xiao Wu replied, I will listen to my brother's arrangement. Cheng Feng's face revealed smiling, and thinking the heavenly world pearl immediately flew out from the depths of Cheng Feng's spiritual sea of consciousness. Then Cheng Feng shouted softly, heaven and earth are infinite open. In an instant the heavenly world pearl erupted with a burst of dazzling light, instantly covering Cheng Feng, Xiao Wu and the child. Net moment. Zuwenlin village. In the heavenly world, Cheng Feng held the child in his hands and he and Xiao Wudao appeared immediately at the entrance of Wenlin village. As soon as it appeared, many people were alarmed. Then not long after, a large number of people came after hearing the news, especially Wang Hui. Her eyes were filled with anxiety when she saw Cheng Feng covered in blood. When Luo Jinbei and others saw this scene, their hearts were filled with a layer of haze that lingered. However, what Cheng Feng said immediately made them give up their bad thought. Everyone, let me make a long story short. This is my wife Net. To me her name is Xiao Wu. Also the child in my hands is my daughter. Her name is Cheng Feng Guyu. My wife just gave birth to a child and she is still very healthy. If you're weak, please ask mom and everyone to help take care of me. After listening to Cheng Feng's words, Wang Hui and Luo Jinbei looked at Xiao Wu and immediately claimed Xiao Wu's sister Xiao Wu. A smile appeared on Xiao Wu's pale face. She looked at Wang Hui and Luo Jinbei and said, hello mom Jinbei, long time no see. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Wang Hui came up and took over the task of supporting Xiao Wu from Cheng Feng without saying anything. He smiled and said, Xiao Wu, let's go. It's windy outside. Let's go sit down in the back room. Take a break to talk. It's true Xiao Feng, I don't even know how to take good care of you. As he spoke, he took the child from Cheng Feng's hand, frowned and said, why don't you clean the child? Xiao Feng, you are going to be a father. You can't be so careless in the future. At this moment Luo Jinbei Douluo came over. He looked at the child in Wang Hui's hands and couldn't help but smile. Brother Feng, this child's eyes and nose really look like yours, as if they were carved from the same mold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu stiffened and asked, brother, didn't you say that this child's eyes and nose look like mine? Cheng Feng suddenly had a head as big as an O and he replied nonchalantly, this child is our common child. He looks like you and me. It's quite normal. Xiao Wu seemed to agree with this statement, her expression full of happiness. Cheng Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw everyone in front of him moving forward to tease his daughter, but he suddenly remembered that Daming and the others were shaking the sky outside. Now he didn't know what was going on outside, so he decided to go out and take a look. So Cheng Feng looked at Wang Hui and the others and said, Mom Jin Bao, everyone, Xiao Wu and the children will be left in your care. I have something to do outside, so I shouldn't stay for a long time. Xiao Wu's eyes were a little worried, but despite everyone's enthusiasm she didn't show it. Cheng Feng glanced at Xiao Wu and saw that everyone didn't seem to pay attention to what he said. Instead they were all busy teasing their children, so he smiled lightly, especially his mother, who waved her hands and wished to let him leave earlier, which made Cheng Feng feel dumbfounded. Net moment. With a thought in his mind, Cheng Feng appeared in the wooden house instantly. Then he shouted again, the world is boundless and we will return to the pill after thousands of miles. In an instant a black bead floated in front of Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng thought in his heart. In an instant the heavenly world bead flashed with light and immediately rushed into the center of his eyebrows and entered the depths of the sea of consciousness. At the same time, spirit world God Shura was just taking a nap when suddenly a familiar breath woke him up immediately and he claimed, it's him. He appears again. Net moment. God Shura closed his eyes for a moment and then his eyes were full of shock. The location where this aura appeared turned out to be Douluo continent. Could it be said that that person is hiding in Douluo continent again? No wonder recently I and destroy them have been a few. I haven't been able to find him yet and I'm hiding in Douluo continent again. How cunning. I won't let you escape at all this time. In this matter I want to discuss with Destruction and the others who will go to Douluo continent to investigate this time. If it is confirmed to be true, then that person must not let him escape again, otherwise it will be a shame to the God realm. In a moment the figure of God Shura immediately disappeared from the place. He is going to discuss this matter with Destruction and them. After Cheng Feng collected the heavenly world bead, he walked out of the wooden house and rushed in the direction of the excitement. Not long time, but when Cheng Feng rushed to the scene he found that it was really a group of people from Wuhan Palace. He will never forget the woman who led him. Bibi Dong. Then Cheng Feng looked at the field and his eyes suddenly became much more serious. Powerful titled Douluo men were besieging De Ming and Er Ming as well as Bibi Dong, who had not taken action. This situation was quite serious. Fortunately for a while De Ming and Er Ming were not in danger. At this time Cheng Feng was very glad that he had given De Ming and Er Ming a fairy grass respectively. Presumably Bibi Dong never expected that De Ming and Er Ming would suddenly become much stronger, right? The confused look on Bibi Dong's face did not escape Cheng Feng's fiery eyes. Bibi Dong sensed that someone was spying on him. She followed her line of sight and found that it was Cheng Feng, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment Bibi Dong's expression turned cold, and the movements in other people's hands are also. He stopped following Cheng Feng. For a time the venue fell into a brief silence. Why are you here? Bibi Dong squeezed out this sentence with an extremely cold tone. Cheng Feng replied expressionlessly, it's none of your business. When everyone in the venue heard the words, the corners of their mouths twitched. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's pretty face suddenly became filled with evil spirit. She looked at Cheng Feng and said coldly, this time that person did not appear net to you. I can sense that she did not come here. In other words, you are separated from her. She is not here. Do you think you can escape from my hands this time? Cheng Feng naturally knew that the woman Bibi Dong was talking about was Hua's Highland, but to Bibi Dong's words he replied calmly, it seems that you really want to kill me. That's right, because only by killing you can I complete the final test of God. What? Cheng Feng was suddenly shocked. What is this Rakshasa God doing? I only found out about this not long ago. To be honest, I was also surprised. I don't know what you did to make her set the assessment like this. After hearing this, Cheng Feng felt extremely depressed, and no one knows why. This Rakshasa God seems to be no different from those gods in the God realm. Although I don't know why the Rakshasa God wants to deal with him, it does not prevent him from blacklisting the Rakshasa God one by one in the future. Run away and wait for my reckoning. With these thoughts in mind, Cheng Feng sneered, do you think I'm still the same person you controlled not long ago? Bibi Dong, you underestimate me too much. Bibi Dong's face showed surprise, but the net moment she said expressionlessly, it seems that you have not been idle during this period. The increase in strength has made you so arrogant. To be honest, I'm really disappointed in you. Cheng Feng glanced at Bibi Dong and ignored her, instead looking at Daming and the others. Daming's eyes met with Cheng Feng's. Chang Feng understood what the other party meant. Daming wanted him to escape. To be honest, Chang Feng was really touched that Daming could still think of his safety at this time. However, this time he will not escape alone under any circumstances, because at this time he really wanted to know how his strength compared with the powerful ones named Douluo. The reason why he is not worried about people like Bibidong is because he has many available means of escape. For example, there is the God of the Void, the universe cover of the Vasi and the realm. But in the eyes of people like Wohundian, Chang Feng's behavior was crazy and arrogant. They seemed to have seen Chang Feng's fate. Chang Feng did not hold back this time. He directly summoned the Death Scythe martial spirit, followed by SI spirit rings, purple, black, red, and floating behind Chang Feng, beating regularly. Those two red soul rings made everyone present's eyes suddenly shrink with shock. When Daming and Bibidong saw this scene, they were also shocked. Yes, no one has heard of this kind of soul ring combination, but today they witnessed this scene with their own eyes, which shocked their heart. Genius! It seems indescribable, and the only thing left to describe is monster. That's right, Chang Feng at this time is like a monster in everyone's mind. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 256 Battle Ju Douluo. It took Bibidong a long time to come back to her senses and took a deep look at Chang Feng. Is this what you rely on? Chang Feng didn't answer. Elder Ju, I will leave Chang Feng to you. Do you have to capture him? Ju Douluo heard this and responded, yes, your majesty, the Pope, my subordinates will definitely capture him. Then Ju Douluo flashed and came to a place 15 steps away from Chang Feng, squinting his eyes and looking at Chang Feng coldly. Chang Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at Ju Douluo with complicated eyes. You'd better just let it go, otherwise you'll be rewarded later. Don't think that just because your soul rings are extremely evil, your strength is very strong. The gap in realm cannot be made up by the configuration of this soul ring. Chang Feng glanced at him indifferently and replied, really? I remember what Ju Douluo said. However, as the Lord of Heaven, Chang Feng will never surrender and will only fight until the last moment, and I don't think you can do it alone. When Ju Douluo heard this, his face darkened immediately. What's the meaning? This obviously sounds like you are looking down on him and openly despising him. This is simply an insult to him. This is absolutely unforgivable. I will let you see how powerful I am. Ju Douluo gritted his teeth and spat out these words one by one, his face extremely pale. Chang Feng didn't say anything. He held the martial soul, the death scythe, tightly in his right hand, and his eyes were indifferent, which said everything. Ju Douluo didn't even summon his martial spirit. He just dodged and quickly kicked Chang Feng in the neck. In his opinion, the physical quality of a titled Douluo was not comparable to someone like Chang Feng. He wants a quick victory. On the one hand, he wanted to leave a certain impression on these colleagues. On the other hand, the Pope was watching and he didn't want to disappoint her. Thinking of this, a trace of cruelty flashed in Ju Douluo's eyes. Ju Douluo was very fast, and in an instant he was 5 steps away from Chang Feng. Seeing that Ju Douluo's attack was about to fall on him, Chang Feng looked extremely calm. The net moment, just when Ju Douluo's attack fell, Chang Feng's body suddenly moved. I saw Chang Feng's figure moving quickly to the left. With a few taps of his toes, he left a string of psychedelic lights and shadows. Everyone looked at it. They were shocked to find that Chang Feng had already arrived more than 10 meters away from his previous position, looking very rela-ed. Ju Douluo, who failed to succeed in one attack, looked ugly. After all, he still underestimated Chang Feng's difficulty. In terms of physical fitness, judging from the situation just now, the opponent may not be inferior to him or even surpass him. Soon Ju Douluo thought calmly for a moment and then decisively decided to give up his previous plan. Instead, he is preparing to activate his martial spirit and use his soul skills to quickly take down Chang Feng. Only in this way can he maintain his face in front of everyone. There was almost no hesitation. The net moment, Ju Douluo directly summoned his martial spirit Qirong Tianju and showed his 9 spirit rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. The spirit rings were beating regularly behind Ju Douluo. Seeing this scene, Chang Feng's eyes became more solemn, but in an instant there was a lot more fighting spirit in his eyes. How strong is the titled Douluo? This time, if you can leave here safely while ensuring your own life, why not give it a try? At this moment, the 8th soul ring behind Ju Douluo suddenly lit up. Gate of holy light. A golden light suddenly emerged from Ju Douluo's body, and then like a swimming dragon it flew in the direction of Chang Feng. The momentum was extremely sensational and explosions were heard from time to time in the air, which sounded very harsh. Chang Feng did not want to directly bear the opponent's attack. He subconsciously shouted 9 moon steps. An instant of effort, Chang Feng's body drew a C-shaped shape in mid-air, landed steadily on the other side. However, what surprised Chang Feng was that Ju Douluo's attack actually had a locking effect, which really surprised him. But soon Chang Feng carefully discovered that the opponent's attack was not without consumption, and locking it also required required the use of soul power. He could clearly sense this from the strong aura fluctuations on Zhu Douluo's body. Such a discovery also made Cheng Feng quietly breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. The soul skills he used didn't consume much, but the other party's soul skills consumed quite a lot of soul power. There are no surprises. Cheng Feng decided to formulate countermeasures based on this point between the enemy and ourselves. Summary in one word: drag. The longer time goes by, the more advantage will fall on his side. So Cheng Feng kept dodging the attack in the field. As time went by, Zhu Douluo also came to understand Cheng Feng's thought. In this regard, Zhu Douluo initially thought that he should have the upper hand. In comparison, both sides would consume soul power, but as time passed he gradually discovered that his soul power was greatly reduced and the other party looked no different from before. This discovery almost made Zhu Douluo vomit blood on the spot. He admitted that he had paid too little attention to Cheng Feng before, and at the same time he had underestimated him too much. Now he was unable to get off the tiger with a dark face and gritted teeth. He thought over and over again in his mind and decided not to use his soul power to lock it. He was ready to use his most powerful soul skill, the 9th soul skill. He didn't believe that the other party could avoid this soul skill. In an instant, the 9th soul ring behind Zhu Douluo emitted a huge bright light which happened to fall into Cheng Feng's eyes. He couldn't help but guess that in this situation it looked like Zhu Douluo was about to hold back his ultimate move. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's spirit suddenly tightened. It seems that my rogue style of play just now made the opponent an ease. However, Cheng Feng quickly considered whether to oppose his other method. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he thought it would be better not to be opposed. In this case he will definitely give the opponent a big surprise in the final battle in the future. Therefore he was prepared to use the methods they were familiar with to deal with the enemy. At the same time, it also prevents the other party from knowing more about himself, especially the soul skills of the 2 red soul rings. He was not prepared to use them. Net moment. Cheng Feng shouted, "Ice domain open." At the snap of your fingers, everyone felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and suddenly a chill that was engraved in their bones rose from deep in their hearts, making their hairs stand on end. At the same time, they were all shocked to find that their own strength had been weakened by 30%. This fact made them more wary of Cheng Feng. At this time they all had a common idea in their hearts: in order to avoid being uneasy and being liquidated by Cheng Feng in the future, they decided to take down Cheng Feng completely today. Although he is still a young man now, his potential makes them feel a sense of fear in their heart. In an instant, half of each of their eyes were fired on De Ming and Er Ming, and the other half fell on Cheng Feng with a cold light shining in their eyes. Cheng Feng felt uncomfortable when he was suddenly stared at by many people. He knew that the people on the other side who were eyeing him might not be able to help but attack him later. In other words, there would no longer be a one-on-one fair duel, but take his life. Because he has been there was a sense of killing intent in the eyes that were looking at him. The situation on the field has also changed. Cheng Feng's heart sank suddenly at this moment. And always be ready to escape. The E-Press Zion is highly alert. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 257 Runaway. Net moment. Bibi Dong said coldly, "Trash." One more person comes up and Cheng Feng must be captured. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another figure beside Zhu Douluo, his old partner Ghost Douluo. Facing the chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, Cheng Feng would not fight them foolishly. He knew very well that the two opponents possessed a martial soul fusion skill. He did not think that he could block that martial soul fusion skill just by himself. Withdrawing his gaze, a glimmer of light flashed in Cheng Feng's mind. His soul bone skill Void Divine Hiddenness can bring people along, so can soul beasts also be able to bring them along? In this regard, Cheng Feng decided to give it a try, and the answer in his mind was yes. Regarding this he was 80% sure, so he said to De Ming and Er Ming, "De Ming, Er Ming, quickly gather in my direction, I will take you away later." Cheng Feng's voice naturally fell on the ears of everyone present. They felt incredible about Cheng Feng's word, because from this sentence they can make a judgment almost instantly. This person has a close relationship with these two soul beasts. This also made them doubtful. Could it be that De Ming and Er Ming were really talking about the two huge soul beasts surrounded by them? The Net moment. De Ming's words directly shocked them. "Okay, wait for me." De Ming's voice echoed around, and it could be said to have caused huge ripples in everyone's heart. It turned out to be just as they suspected. Cheng Feng actually has a very close relationship with these two soul beasts. But haven't humans and spirit beasts always fought to the death? The positions are different. Logically speaking, as a human being, Cheng Feng should first draw a clear line between himself and the spirit beast. But what did they see and hear now? As a human, Cheng Feng actually colluded with the spirit beast, a complete scum of mankind. Then everyone present looked at Cheng Feng angrily. What's more, he directly yelled, "This little bastard actually colluded with the soul beast. He is a traitor among us humans." Shameless. Yes, I didn't expect that he was a traitor to mankind. Your Holiness, this kind of scourge must not remain in the world. Seeing the angry presence of everyone present, Chang Feng looked calm. At the same time, at this moment De Ming and Ming roared together and attacked frantically towards the people besieging them, because when they heard that Chang Feng was so insulted by them as Chang Feng's friends, they were naturally extremely angry. De Ming and Ming didn't hold back on anyone. Their big palms and big feet fleibly swung towards those who shouted the loudest. On the spot you can see that two people were hit hard because of their carelessness and they let out a scream. Seeing this, Zhu Gui and Douluo looked at each other and then their bodies ran towards Chang Feng at the same time. Chang Feng only turned his eyes a few times and saw the movement of Daming and others again. There was almost no hesitation. Chang Feng shouted in a low voice, 9 moon steps. This time Chang Feng's soul power suddenly started running wildly. The moment Chang Feng's body seemed to be walking quickly in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye he came between De Ming and Ming. At this moment Chang Feng quickly shouted to De Ming and Ming, De Ming, Ming, hurry up, each of you tend one of your fingers in front of me, hurry up. De Ming and Ming, although they were very confused, they did not hesitate and quickly followed the instructions. Chang Feng touched the fingers of De Ming and Ming with his left and right hands respectively and then looked at Bibi Dong with a smile. Chang Feng's smile fell into Bibi Dong's eyes, instantly giving her a bad feeling. Without any hesitation she immediately spoke. Everyone, they all attacked Chang Feng no matter life or death. Bibi Dong's decisiveness shocked Chang Feng. The moment Chang Feng immediately shouted, the God of the Void is hidden. At the same time the 7th and 8th soul rings of everyone present suddenly lit up. When Chang Feng saw this scene he felt a little uneasy. Fortunately the skill of Void Divine Hidden did not disappoint him. Almost in an instant a blazing white light enveloped De Ming, Ming and Chang Feng. This scene made everyone's presence change and they all sped up their movement. Moment just when the attacks of everyone present were about to fall on Chang Feng, De Ming and Ming immediately disappeared from the spot. After watching Chang Feng disappear and sensing that there was no trace of his presence around him, Bibi Dong's face turned livid. She said coldly, what a waste. Everyone present was as silent as a cicada, bowing their heads in silence. Chang Feng came to a fantasy space with the help of the Void God. In this fantasy space he saw De Ming and Ming beside him and his heart was completely relaxed. Take a breath. Moreover he could also see the ugly faces of Bibi Dong and others outside. Seeing that Bibi Dong was unhappy, Chang Feng smiled happily. But a minute passed. Seeing that Bibi Dong hadn't left yet, Chang Feng suddenly became uneasy. The duration of his Void Divine Hiddenness is only 3 minutes. De Ming and Ming, who were net to Chang Feng, looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They would never forget this scene in their heart. Time is still passing. Chang Feng couldn't sit still. The net moment, with a thought in his mind, the vast universe flew out of his eyebrows. The vast universe cover then rose into the sky. In an instant it flew into the air of this space. In the net moment it rapidly expanded until it was magnified hundreds of times. After a burst of blue light flashed, it directly enveloped Chang Feng. In response Chang Feng frowned, so he looked at De Ming and Ming and said, De Ming, Ming, can you become as small as me? When De Ming saw Chang Feng disappear in front of them, he thought that the blue thing just now had an effect. Without any hesitation De Ming replied, okay. Then under Chang Feng's dumbfounded gaze, De Ming and Ming each turned into a mini version of De Ming and Ming. Of course this mini version was compared to their original body shapes, but even so their figures at this time are almost the same as Chang Feng. Chang Feng shrouded De Ming and Ming with the vast universe shroud after they became smaller. In this way De Ming, Ming and Chang Feng were in a blue world. Bibi Dong from the outside world still hasn't left. 3 minutes finally passed. Fortunately Bibi Dong and his party didn't notice anything unusual under the cover of the vast universe. It wasn't until Bibi Dong left that Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought in his mind, Chang Feng had just removed the vast universe cover and flew it into the depths of his eyebrows again through his mind. Suddenly at this moment a voice suddenly sounded in his heart, Chang Feng, hurry up, get out of where you are now. I'll buy you some time first. Those guys from the God realm are coming down. This voice was extremely familiar to him. It was Hua's Highland's voice. Moreover there was a hint of anxiety in her tone. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Chang Feng's heart. There is no time to hesitate. He looked at De Ming and Ming and said, De Ming, Ming, what are your plans? Net. De Ming saw that Chang Feng was very nervous at this time, so he quickly asked, did something happen? Yes, those guys from the God realm are coming soon. I want to take you two out of here and enter the world of the heavenly world Pearl. De Ming, what do you think? De Ming's eyes flashed with sadness and he replied, originally I thought forget it Ming, and I will enter the world you mentioned. When he said this, De Ming looked in the direction of the lake of life with disappointment in his eyes. Chang Feng didn't think too much about Daming's abnormality. He was very happy. In this way he no longer has to worry about the safety of Daming and Ming. So after Chang Feng quickly put Daming and Ming into an open space in the pearl world of the heavenly world, he didn't have time to say much to them. He only said, when I am safe I will talk to you in detail. You wait for me here for a while. Daming and Ming nodded. Chang Feng decisively and quickly ate the heavenly world pearl and then quickly packed up the heavenly world pearl. At this moment Hua's Highland's voice sounded again. Chang Feng, hurry up, use your void divine hidden skill. If a god goes in your direction, even gods can't detect the space inside after using void divine hidden. After listening to Hua's Highland's words, Chang Feng decisively shouted in his mouth, the god of the void is hidden. In an instant Chang Feng's figure disappeared again, and the moment Chang Feng's figure disappeared, a humanoid figure suddenly appeared in the field. I saw that this man was wearing a large purple cloak. His head was covered by it and he could only vaguely see two groups of red light beating in the cloak. Even though he was in this fantastic space in front of him, the opponent's cloak seemed to contain an endless aura of terror which made Chang Feng's body suddenly shiver, especially the other party's short dark red hair which stood on end like steel needles. What's more important is that the scepter held tightly in the opponent's hand exudes an extremely terrifying aura. At this time a god suddenly popped up in Chang Feng's mind, the god of destruction. This moment Chang Feng held his breath. Even after Hua's Highland's previous reminder, it was impossible for the other party to detect this space, but in the end he still had no idea about this. After all, the other party is the god of destruction. However, the skill of void divine hiddenness can only last for 3 minutes at most at a time. After 3 minutes, if the other party doesn't leave, I'm afraid I will die. Watching the other party keep scanning around, Chang Feng secretly felt lucky. Thanks to Hua's Highland's reminder, if he had been a step later he might have really died on the spot. But when this thought just came to his mind, he couldn't help but wonder, how did this Hua's Highland know that he had the skill of void divine hidden? Moreover, it seems that she knows this skill better than she does, which is really incredible. But the current god of destruction, he hadn't left yet, but it made Chang Feng feel nervous because a minute has passed. Then the second minute was about to pass, but the god of destruction had not yet left, and a lot of cold sweat dripped down Chang Feng's forehead. Fortunately, just as the second minute was ending, the god of destruction quickly flashed and flew into the distance at such a speed that even Chang Feng was stunned. Damn it, this speed is simply awesome. In the blink of an eye the other party disappeared without a trace. Soon the third minute passed. Chang Feng's figure immediately appeared on the spot. Almost at this moment Chang Feng quickly took out a mask from the ring soul guide, then decisively chose a direction and headed towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. At this time Chang Feng didn't feel sorry for soul power at all. He only knew that he had to leave this place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. Half a day later, Chang Feng arrived at a hotel in a town near the Star Forest to rest. The reason why it took half a day was because there were soul beasts blocking the way, and it took some time to deal with the soul beast. It was night when Chang Feng was preparing to cross his legs for soul power meditation. Suddenly Hua's Highland's figure suddenly appeared in the room. Seeing Hua's Highland's figure, Chang Feng looked happy. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 258, Parting with Hua Zhilan. They have all left. For a short period of time you don't have to worry about them coming to Douluo continent again. Chang Feng nodded numbly. By the way, from now on you should try to use the heavenly world pearl as little as possible, because every time you use it, it will attract the attention of the gods in the divine world. Listening to Hua's Highland's words, Chang Feng's e-press froze. But I still have many things that I haven't explained clearly to them. Faced with Chang Feng's question, Hua's Highland was silent for a while. The place fell into silence. If you continue to use it now, then the gods in the divine world will definitely come back, and I'm afraid you won't be so lucky any time. This time I'm here to say goodbye to you. What? Say goodbye to me? Where are you going? Hua's Highland replied lightly, I'm going to uproot Kuiyiij. Behind Kuiyiij there is a hateful guy. That guy has been plotting many things secretly. He has been hiding in a space, so he was found before me. This time I'm going to end it with him. He is also a god? Chang Feng asked. That's right, he is also a god, a disgusting god. This time I don't know how long it will take to end it with him. Net, remember what I said, these are very important to you. Hua's Highland had a serious face and looked at Chang Feng closely. Although Chang Feng wanted to keep Hua's Highland, after all, with this great master by his side, his safety was somewhat guaranteed. But if the other party insists on leaving, let alone strength, what reason should you give to let the other party stay? Chang Feng said solemnly, if you tell me, I will take note of it. Hua's Highland nodded lightly and then said, first, don't use the heavenly world pearl before you become a god, because if you insist on using it, I'm afraid the gods in the god realm will definitely find it on your head sooner or later. What will you do to stop them? Chang Feng nodded and said nothing. Second, the first thing you should do now is to enhance your own strength. Regarding this, my advice to you is don't go to places like Poseidon Island or the Killing City in the future. I'm afraid your appearance won't last long. Let those guys from the God Realm spread throughout the Douluo continent. Sometimes those guys will do anything to eliminate their opponent. I suggest you be mentally prepared for this things and then learn more about them to enhance your own strength. Hearing this, Chang Feng's heart felt somewhat heavy. By the way, I will place a restriction on you. In the NET 3 years your appearance and breath will become completely different from now, and I will try my best to buy you as much time as possible to become stronger. So in the NET 3 years you must do everything you can to become stronger. Also remember the second point I just said, because the master of the Killing City can see it. After saying this, she saw Hua's Hylan waving dozens of soft purple lights on Chang Feng before she stopped. That's enough, I'm afraid no one will recognize you now. Chang Feng quickly walked to the mirror in the room and looked at it. I saw the figure in the mirror. He looked fair-skinned with an extremely delicate face, and his eyes were very bright, always shining like stars. Although his appearance has become much more ordinary, he has fair skin and a handsome face. To a certain extent he can be regarded as a handsome person. Chang Feng was very satisfied with this. Then Chang Feng looked at Hua's Hylan. Hua's Hylan frowned and continued, third, remember not to use your previously well-known soul skills including your soul ring and martial soul in front of others, and do not show them in front of outsiders. Remember none of this work. Chang Feng nodded and agreed. Hua's Hylan felt relieved when she saw that Chang Feng had listened to her word. That's what I want to say, you have to remember these. By the way, I would also like to add one last point. If you can spend more time on the Tai Chi you have mastered, it will be better than you think. It's so simple. Whether you can defeat the God Realm in the future may depend on it. In this regard Chang Feng was confused, but he did not dig into the details on the spot but silently kept these words in his heart. Hua's Hylan insisted with a beautiful smile on her face and said, I hope you will be different when we meet NET time. Chang Feng was stunned when he heard Hua's Hylan's word. At the same time Hua's Hylan's figure immediately disappeared from the room. After seeing Hua's Hylan leave, Chang Feng felt a little sad. This time I say goodbye, but I don't know when we will see each other again. Regarding this question Chang Feng was unsure. The NET training plan combined with what Hua's Hylan said is that he plans to travel throughout the Douluo continent, but where to start? The NET moment a place appeared in his mind, Gangan City. He has a large amount of metal materials in his hands, but his knowledge of metal materials is extremely lacking. Perhaps if you go to Gangan City to meet Lu Gao you can get relevant knowledge in this area from him. In addition to this purpose he decided to collect as much theoretical knowledge about soul guidance devices as possible along the way. Because he was prepared in advance he could start researching artificial soul rings after learning the relevant knowledge about metal materials. Thinking of this, Chang Feng was quite looking forward to this trip. The only regret is that I haven't had time to say goodbye to Xiao Wu and the others. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Chang Feng began to cross his leg and meditate on his soul power. The night passed like this. The NET morning Chang Feng got up early and prepared to leave for Gangan City. Just when Chang Feng was about to leave, suddenly a familiar person broke into his eyes. Chang Feng had a very deep impression on this man. After giving the other party a quick look, Chang Feng quickly looked away, because this person is none other than Duguyan, who has disappeared for a long time. There was no trace of the arrogance she had in the past on her body. Instead she looked a little inferior and sensitive and kept walking with her head down. Although she was wearing a piece of green gauze on her face under Chang Feng's piercing eyes, it was almost the same as if she was not wearing it. Moreover, Duguyan's clothes are no longer the colorful clothes before, but the coarse linen cloth worn by farm girls. Seeing Duguyan's figure, Chang Feng naturally thought of Dugabo. Regarding Dugabo, Chang Feng still remembered the threat he had posed to him. At the moment, judging from Duguyan's appearance at this time, it seems that Dugabo's situation is not good. Looking at the bulging square shape wrapped in paper that Duguyan was holding tightly in his hand, a strong medicinal smell filled the surroundings. Seeing this, Chang Feng withdrew his eyes from looking at Duguyan and pondered for a while, thinking about whether to follow Duguyan to check out the old poisonous man's condition. For old poison, if this person is in trouble he will lend a helping hand and use his current force to deter him. I believe he will make a wise decision. What's more important is that Chang Feng has the inner Eli of the 10-headed blazing sun snake in his hands, so he is not worried about the poisonous soul skill of the old poisonous creature. Thinking like this, Chang Feng stared at Duguyan closely from the corner of his eyes. He followed Duguyan all the way. Duguyan is very vigilant. Every time he turns at an intersection he always scans his surroundings, but Chang Feng avoided her well every time before she turned around to look. In this way, after following Duguyan for half an hour, we finally arrived at a nearby small city, Yangchang. The scale of this small city is extremely small. At first glance the city wall is so so cracked that it seems that it will collapse in the net moment. No one is repairing the city wall and the city gate looks a little dilapidated. Walking into the city I found that there were very few pedestrians on the streets here, especially the stalls. Looking around, Chang Feng guessed in his mind that this small town was lacking in many materials such as medicinal materials. This also explains very well why Duguyan went all the way to buy medicinal materials. Since entering this city, Duguyan has obviously become much more relaxed. He looks brisk when walking and his vigilance is greatly reduced. This also made it easier for Chang Feng to follow Duguyan to a courtyard without spending too much thought. This courtyard looks a bit old, but it is better than being surrounded by silence. Before Duguyan entered the courtyard, her voice suddenly sounded, "Grandpa, I bought the medicine you asked for." It sounded like Duguyan's tone was filled with excitement and a bit of sadness. At this moment the door outside the courtyard suddenly opened. A face is revealed. When he saw this face, Chang Feng could hardly believe it. This person was Douluo. This face is as skinny as a stick and the whole face is so thin that it is almost human-like. Moreover, the face has turned a lot greener and the hair is even thicker and darker green. Furthermore, Chang Feng carefully discovered that just after Douluo appeared, a very unpleasant fishy smell began to fill the surrounding air. At this time Chang Feng seemed to understand that Douluo was in quite bad condition at this time. He guessed that if he had not come over to take a look, would the poison Douluo, who was famous all over the world in the past, die miserably in this uncared for courtyard? Chang Feng already had the answer in his mind. At the same time I felt sad that Douluo had fallen into such a situation. Hiding in this remote little place trying to survive, I am afraid that he is living on earth more for Duguyan's sake and to avoid his former enemies so as not to involve Duguyan, and at that time I was powerless. At this moment Douluo hoarsely said, "Yanner, I've worked hard for you all these years. It's all because of my useless grandpa. He spent his whole life laying drugs and ended up being poisoned himself. It made Yanner even more miserable for me, a useless old man. I'm so sorry for you, Yanner." These words were brought to tears and even Chang Feng felt surprised when he heard them. Is this still the Douluo he knows? The change has been so big. Suddenly his eyes glanced at Duguyan and he seemed to understand something. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 259, Conquering Douluo. Chang Feng suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion, but he quickly suppressed it. Then Duguyan's voice suddenly sounded, "Grandpa, as long as this medicine can relieve your pain, then no matter how miserable I am, I won't feel the pain anymore." Douluo's eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame, and at the same time he felt a warm current flowing through his heart. There was an endless bitterness in his heart, especially when he saw the green gauze on Duguyan's face. This scene deeply hurt his heart. Yanner's appearance was ruined and she also lost everything. That guy Yu Tianheng really disappointed him. When Yanner woke up, she made a request to him as soon as she woke up, that is to take her to see Yu Tianheng. At first she firmly believed that Yu Tianheng would always love her in her heart and did not listen to a word of her advice. As a result, what he never expected was that after seeing Yu Tianheng, the disfigured Yanner's heart completely died after seeing him. From that day on, Yanner seemed to have no interest in anything and became even more inferior and sensitive. What really made Yanner extremely painful was that she witnessed that bitch Yu Tianheng on the street hugging him from left to right, enjoying the blessings of everyone, and the smile on his face was ever increasing. At that moment he was very angry and wanted to slap that bitch to death. The result was no surprise. His Yanner once again threatened him with death, begging him to let Yu Tianheng go. In the end he had no choice but to bring Yanner here. Seeing that Yanner liked it here, he simply stayed here and settled down. This stay lasted for several years. However, in the past year the poison in his body broke out all the time, and every time it broke out his pain was beyond word. This also attracted Yanner's attention. After asking what medicine could relieve his pain, she went to buy medicine for him, a useless person, every once in a while. After a year all the money was spent basically all on his medicine. What made him feel extremely self-blame and guilty was that Yanner, who had already become inferior and sensitive, went around asking where to buy medicine in order to buy him medicine. After knowing where to buy medicine, Yanner trekked alone to faraway places to buy it. Once his wild goose did not come back. That time he fortunately endured the severe pain in his body and went to look for Yanner. When he passed through a medium-sized city, he found his wild goose. What made him dizzy was that at that time a group of soul sect gangs were like hooligans grabbing Yanner's arm with the intention of harming his Yanner, and they kept saying obscene words. At that moment when he saw that his Yanner eyes had become dim and dull, he was completely angry. Who is he? He is the famous poison Douluo in Douluo continent. No matter how downcast he is still a titled Douluo. On that day there was no grass growing within 10 miles of this city. That day the city was stained with blood. On that day this city turned into another world forever. At that time Yanner looked at everything he had done for her and she cried, crying very sadly, because it was also because of that that attack that he would never be able to attack again in the future. If he tried again he would be poisoned all over his body and there was a 90% chance that he would die on the spot. Thinking of this, Douluo felt filled with emotion, but he didn't regret that shot, he just regretted that he didn't kill hard enough. If possible he really hopes to end this useless life as soon as possible. If possible he hopes that the poison in his body can be removed. However, all this is already a fantasy for him. In the face of reality, even if he was once a titled Douluo, he had to lower his head. Moreover, he has nothing to do about this. People must accept their fate after all. After sighing softly in his heart, in an instant he thought of so many things in his mind and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. Maybe I am already old. Yanner, let's go back to the house. Lonely Yan nodded. When she looked at her grandfather she seemed to notice that he was different from usual. Normally he would always have a look of reluctance in his eyes and his tone would be a little irritable, but today his grandfather suddenly became softer in speech and his personality seemed to have changed drastically. In this regard, Douluo didn't know if it was a good thing. She is more worried about whether her grandfather is dying soon, otherwise it would be unbelievable that such earth-shaking changes would occur in one day. So she asked, Grandpa, is your body really okay? What's wrong? Yanner, oh, it's all right, Douluo replied, but her eyes were full of worry and she was still a little uneasy. Seeing that they were about to enter the courtyard, Chang Feng flashed and immediately appeared 10 steps away from them. The sudden appearance of Chang Feng made Douluo and Douluo feel nervous. My family knows my situation. What Douluo was thinking at this time was that people are bound to die. If this person dares to hurt Yanner, then I will fight back and die with him. Douluo on the other hand held Douluo's hand tightly while blocking her body in front of Douluo. This scene falling in the eyes of Douluo behind Douluo made him feel even more uncomfortable and relieved. But Yanner, no matter how useless Grandpa is, he will never let Yanner get hurt because of me. At this moment the old Douluo seemed to be back again. His eyes were fixed on Chang Feng, emitting a faint green light that chose and devoured people. Who are you? What are your intentions in following Yanner here? Douluo said as he walked in front of Douluo and protected Douluo behind him. Chang Feng saw that Douluo and Douluo were wary of him and he was not surprised. After looking at Douluo, Chang Feng said, Douluo, the famous poison Douluo in Douluo continent, I want to recruit you. I wonder if you are willing. Just you? You want to recruit me? How could I, a titled Douluo, be recruited by a brat like you? Douluo sneered. A trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. After finishing his words, Chang Feng did not say any more words and shouted in a low voice, domination of the world. In an instant the whole place was enveloped in this field. Douluo is in the center of the field. With his eyesight he can naturally tell that the other party is using a field. This time he sighed in his heart. There was that Chang Feng in front of him and there was this young and strange boy behind him. To have a domain at such an age, what a monster. Does this make me qualified? Douluo didn't answer. Looks like it's not enough, Chang Feng muttered to himself. After that Chang Feng continued, let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Cheng, the wind of wind and rain, the city of city. You may have never heard of my name, but you in heaven should have heard of it, right? When Douluo heard this, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. Heaven? Isn't this the heaven of power created by Chang Feng? Everything that happened in Wuhan city back then had already spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. As a result, Chang Feng became a household name. In this small town the news he heard the most was about Chang Feng, because what happened to him is legendary enough. For a moment Douluo thought of this in his mind and then he asked, but that force created by Chang Feng who won the Soul Master competition a few years ago? Chang Feng smiled and replied, that's right, it's that force. Douluo was shocked. Regarding the power of heaven, the impression it leaves on the outside world is that of mystery, especially the one who had rescued Chang Feng from the attack by the titled Douluo in Wuhan city. According to his analysis based on the information he received, that person's strength was at least a peerless Douluo, or maybe it's the legendary god. Such a force is enough to compare its status with the three upper sect. Douluo was in awe of this mysterious heaven. He didn't know what the relationship between the young man in front of him and Chang Feng was, also how powerful is heaven, but when he thought of reality his eyes dimmed a bit, so he said, I wonder how heavenly court compares to Wuhan palace. Chang laughed. What I can tell you is only stronger than Wuhan palace. If other people had said this, Douluo would probably not believe it, but he believed that the other party came from the heaven created by Chang Feng. However, his current situation is not very good. If possible, he would like to join the heavenly court to seek shelter for his Yanner. In this way, even if he dies in the future, his Yanner will at least have the power behind him to protect her. Douluo sighed dejectedly. Thank you for your kindness. It's just that I won't hide it from you anymore. Although I am known as Poison Douluo, my body has never been associated with the title of Poison Douluo. Chang Feng knew what the other party was thinking, so he smiled and tried to win over Douluo. At this time Chang Feng saw great hope. If I can help remove the poison on your body without without any side effects. It will make you a poison Douluo worthy of your name, and even going one step further is not impossible. Besides, I have a way to restore the appearance of the woman Net to you. In that case, will you agree? I, the heavenly court, have spent a lot of money to win over you. With enough sincerity, if you don't agree, I will leave on the spot and never say another word. After listening to Chang Feng's word, Douluo's eyes were extremely shocked, followed by surprise, but Douluo Yan's eyes were full of hope. Can his appearance be restored? She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Douluo quickly calmed down. He looked at Chang Feng and said, "Are those words that little friend said true?" Chang Feng said calmly, "I, the people in heaven, disdain to lie." "Then if I don't agree, I'm being ungrateful. I don't know Xiao, what is the process of joining Tianting? Also, I would like to request that someone be added to the heavenly court. This person is my only granddaughter Douluo. Is that possible?" Chang Feng was silent for a while. A long while. Chang Feng said, "Yes, the process of joining Tianting is very simple, but you have to make sure you can do it." Douluo quickly replied, "I will definitely do it." "Okay. First, from now on, no more indiscriminate killing of civilians. Second, complete the tasks I assign. Can you do this?" When Douluo heard this, he looked at Chang Feng and asked, "I wonder what your little friend's status is in heaven." Chang Feng replied, "I, Feng Cheng, am the Lord of Heaven. As the outside world knows, Chang Feng and I are both Lords of Heaven. It's just that I have always been indifferent and don't care about my reputation. I only focus on practicing and have only been out recently. But our status in heaven is the same, and we are both honored as emperors of heaven." After Chang Feng finished speaking, Douluo's eyes were full of surprise. "And the same is true for Douluo Yan. Then I will call you the Emperor of Heaven from now on. The two conditions mentioned by the Emperor of Heaven will definitely be fulfilled by my subordinate. However, Emperor of Heaven, the poison on my body and Yanners. From now on, Douluo, you will work under me. I will temporarily incorporate you into my heavenly elder palace and grant you the status of elder. As for the enshrinement palace, with your current strength, I am afraid you are far from reaching it. Of course, in the future, serve me well, and I will give you some opportunities to further your strength and have the opportunity to join the enshrinement hall. As for the poison on your body and the restoration of Miss Douluo's appearance, I will help you from tomorrow on. You solve it. In addition, from now on, in front of outsiders, just call me young master. When I have the opportunity to take you to the headquarters of heavenly court, you can call me Emperor of Heaven." After Douluo listened carefully to Chang Feng's words, he became more aware of the power of heaven. Heaven also has the elder hall and the enshrinement hall, but his current strength is not enough to join the enshrinement hall. At the same time, he also had some expectations for the opportunity Chang Feng mentioned. Of course, these are secondary to the fact that you can regain your strength tomorrow, and Douluo Yan is also full of expectations. Then Douluo and Douluo Yan invited Chang Feng into the courtyard to rest. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 260 Soul Jade. Time flies. In a blink of an eye it was night. Since Chang Feng was invited into the courtyard by Douluo and the others, he has been practicing soul power meditation in the room. Now he has just withdrawn from the soul power meditation and ended this soul power meditation practice. When he opened the door and came to the courtyard, he discovered this scene. Douluo and Douluo Yan were standing side by side, seemingly talking to each other. The sound of Chang Feng pushing the door made them end their conversation and look directly at Chang Feng. "Sir, it's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Douluo looked at Chang Feng with a bit of respect in his eyes and spoke first. "I can't sleep now, so let's go out for a walk." After Chang Feng replied lightly, he looked up and stared at the bright moon hanging in the sky in a daze. Douluo and Douluo Yan looked at Chang Feng like this and looked at each other. There was a moment of silence. "A long time. Elder Douluo, how much do you know about the training ground in Douluo continent? A place of Eparian?" "That's right. As far as my subordinates know, the more well-known training places in the entire Douluo continent include the Star Forest, the Sunset Forest, the Soul Hunting Forest, the Frozen Forest, and the Thunder Prison Forest. Besides these, is there anything else? Please let me think about it." The place was quiet again. Douluo Yan listened silently. She had no interest in the conversation between her grandfather and the Emperor of Heaven in front of her. She focused more on the bright moon and stars in the sky. Tonight her heart was particularly peaceful and she felt very relaxed. At this moment Douluo's voice sounded again. "Sir, my subordinates have finally thought of a training place. This training place can be said to be very dangerous and unprecedented." "Oh, there is such a place, please tell me about it." "That place was a place that my subordinate accidentally broke into when he was young. The place was extremely eerie and terrifying. The ground was littered with corpses and there was a river of blood stretching across thousands of miles of sky. What was very strange was that there were actually people living inside. There is a group of extremely strong ordinary people. In addition, there is another most amazing thing that my subordinates have never been able to understand. This wonderful thing that Elder Douluo mentioned refers to. The most amazing thing is that after entering there, no matter how high the soul power is, his own soul power will be sealed and he will become an ordinary person. There, a strong ordinary person can even turn an ordinary person into an ordinary person. The master killed him. Thanks to his skill in playing poison, he was not killed by them and managed to escape from there. To be precise, he stayed there for 3 days. 3 days. As soon as they arrive, they are automatically removed from that place and returned to the outside world. This place is actually called a dangerous place by Elder Douluo. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? For example, are there anything else that is beneficial to soul masters in that place? Young master is right. Even though that place is very dangerous, but those who know that place even after 100,000 or even 10,000 years continue to explore that place. In all of this, it should also be mentioned that there is a kind of extremely powerful thing for soul masters. A highly tempting treasure, soul jade. Soul jade, what is this? I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I know its effect very clearly. As for the soul jade, the soul master only needs to put his hand on the soul jade and some of the soul jade will overflow. The pure and incomparable soul power is injected into the soul master himself, causing the soul master's soul power to skyrocket. However, after this surge, the soul master's personal strength will not be in a state of emptiness and instability. Instead, it will be quite solid. The more soul jade you have, the more soul power you will increase. However, the method of obtaining the soul jade is a bit. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with the soul jade? Sir, what I am going to say net is every sentence is true. The method of obtaining the soul jade is extremely bloody and cruel, and its appearance will inevitably cost the life of the strong ordinary man living inside. If you want to get more soul jade, you have to kill more ordinary men living in it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. Why does this method sound like someone is behind it? Chang Feng secretly became concerned about this and kept it in mind. When he became strong enough, he decided to go there. Seeing that he could not get any more information about his appearance from Douluo, Chang Feng stopped asking him about this issue and instead quietly watched the night sky. None of the three disturbed anyone. Each was thinking about their own concern. The net day. Douluo and Douluo came to the door of Chang Feng's resting room early and waited quietly, feeling quite excited. Not long time, Chang Feng's figure appeared in front of them. In an instant, their eyes looked closely at Chang Feng. Chang Feng looked indifferent, looked at Douluo and Douluo and asked, which one of you will come first? As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo immediately rushed back and said, Sir, let's start with Yanner first. Chang Feng nodded. In that case, I will start dispensing the medicine for Miss Douluo first. Remember not to disturb me because the dispensing procedure is cumbersome and big problems may occur if you make a wrong step. Douluo and Douluo looked directly at Chang Feng and nodded heavily. Net moment, Chang Feng looked at Douluo and said, Elder Douluo, do you have bowls here? Bring me 2 bowls. I need to prepare some medicine on the spot. Before Douluo could finish speaking to Chang Feng, he hurried to the kitchen and brought 2 bowls and handed them to Chang Feng. After taking the 2 bowls from Douluo's hands, Chang Feng glanced at Douluo and said, Elder Douluo and Miss Douluo, the method of preparing medicine is a secret of my heaven. I want to be alone here. The room is set up and I hope no one will disturb my work during this period. So please don't let anyone break in while I'm dispensing the medicine. Of course, I also know that this is unlikely to happen, but I did it just in case. Douluo and Douluo also expressed their understanding of what Chang Feng said and did not object, so they agreed directly on the spot. Seeing this, Chang Feng turned around and walked into the room again and then closed the door heavily. In the field, only Douluo and Douluo's grandfather and grandson were left staring longingly in the direction of the door of the house silently. After Chang Feng entered the room, he didn't hesitate at all. He took out a petal of a fairy grass from the ring soul guide. After squeezing the petal with his hand, a few drops of purple crystal liquid dripped out and fell into a bowl that had been placed middle. This fairy grass is famous as hibiscus dew and jade bead. Its function is very simple, which is to remove all scars. The method of consumption is the liquid inside it, petals which have 8 petals in total. Then Chang Feng added some water and poured it into the bowl because even a drop of the liquid in the fairy grass petals had extremely terrifying energy. Adding some water will allow Douluo to withstand its energy. After doing this, net Chang Feng thought about Douluo's situation. In view of his situation, Chang Feng thought that his own blood should be effective on him, but he did not want to let himself bleed. After thinking about it again and again, he decided to just add some sugar water to the bowl given to him. It's easy without sugar. There is a 7th grade jade dew branch in his soul guide which happens to taste almost like sugar water. Without hesitation, he quickly prepared a bowl of sugar water because the fundamental solution to Douluo's problem is to transfer the poison to the soul bone. Although the medicine was prepared, he did not go out immediately. He planned to wait in the house for some more time. Otherwise, if the configuration is too fast, how can it show how difficult it is to prepare prepare the medicine. You must make Douluo feel that he spent a lot of effort in dispensing the medicine so that it is the best. Only in this way can Douluo return his heart to heaven and not obey him on the surface but have other thoughts in his heart. So Chang Feng directly meditated on soul power in the room. But when practicing it is very easy for people to forget time. No 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. But Douluo and Douguyan, who were standing outside the house waiting, looked through the autumn water. Wait for Chang Feng to withdraw from practice and then looked around. He was glad that he had not practiced too much. After checking the sky, I guessed that the wait was almost over. It was time to give hope to Douluo and the others. However, before going out, if I go out in such high spirits, I am afraid that with Douluo's eyesight he will definitely notice something is wrong. After weighing it again and again, Chang Feng rolled his eyes and immediately took out a small bottle from the Ring Soul Guide. This thing was a gadget he had configured in his free time. It only had the effect of sweating, and it was still full of the kind that sweat profusely. So Chang Feng drank it in one gulp, waited for a while. As he pecked, there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. Realize it's time. Chang Feng's left and right hands each held a bowl and walked out of the house. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 261 Departing for Gangan City. When Chang Feng walked out of the door, he saw Douluo and Douguyan shaking a little. It seems that I have been standing there for too long. He kept a smile on his face and felt no shame in his heart. Slowly walked up to Douluo. Douluo and Douguyan looked at Chang Feng eagerly. Chang Feng glanced at them and sighed softly. It took me so much effort, but fortunately the medicine is finally prepared and you're done. When Douluo heard this, the joy on his face was not concealed at all. Douguyan on the other hand gritted his teeth tightly and seemed a little nervous. Chang Feng didn't talk nonsense to them and directly handed one of the bowls to Douguyan. Drink this medicine right now. After drinking it, wait for a few minutes and your appearance will return to its former appearance. Douguyan nodded blankly and carefully took the bowl containing the medicine from Chang Feng with both hands. Looking at the medicine in the bowl, Douguyan felt a little dazed for a moment. As long as she drank this medicine, she could regain her original appearance and live a normal life, but she lost that person forever. However, she also knew that fortunately the fact that her appearance was destroyed allowed her to fully understand the true face of the man she loved in her heart. After all, it was she who bore everything and gave her sincerity by mistake. In a short period of time, Douguyan's thoughts became extremely smooth. The net moment, she drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp, and then she felt an indescribable feeling of comfort and joy all over her body. After a cup of tea, Chang Feng looked at Douguyan with a smile and said, Miss Douluo, you can take off your green gauze now. It's been since you took the medicine. The effect of the medicine should have taken effect. Now you look like as expected he has returned to his former appearance. When Douguyan heard this, his body trembled a little. At this time she suddenly became nervous. How scared she was. This was a dream, and after waking up from the dream she had to continue to face reality. In an instant her spirit became a little trance-like. Yanner, stop thinking about it, take it off and show it to Grandpa. Douluo's voice brought Douguyan back to reality. Then Douguyan quickly took off the green gauze. The green gauze is falling. The woman is like a flower and she is as beautiful as a flower. I have to say that from a purely appreciation point of view, Douguyan's face at this time is really very beautiful. However, in his heart he secretly thought that compared with his Xiao Wu he was still a little inferior. Yanner, your appearance has finally returned and it seems much more beautiful than before. After hearing what Douluo said, Douguyan didn't quite believe it. Because her grandfather loved her so much, he might have said this to comfort her. Then she looked at Chang Feng. Chang Feng said with a smile, I suggest you wear a green gauze from now on. You look so beautiful and you will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. After hearing Chang Feng's words, the big stone hanging in Douguyan's heart finally quietly fell to the ground. At this moment the corner of her mouth curled up and her smile was as bright as a flower. In response to this, Chang Feng immediately withdrew his gaze and then he turned to look at Douluo and said, Elder Douluo, your situation is very special. You drink this medicine first and then I will tell you the specifics. Douluo saw that his granddaughter miraculously returned to her previous appearance and even became more beautiful. He was more convinced of Chang Feng at this time, and unknowingly he was thinking that joining Tianting might be the right choice. The best decision he made. There was no hesitation. Douluo drank it in one gulp. After watching Douluo finish drinking the medicine, Chang Feng said calmly, the medicine Elder Douluo just drank is a medicine that I specially prepared for you to strengthen your body and strengthen your body. It is to make up for the backlash of poison that you have suffered in recent years. Now let's talk about how to completely solve your situation. Douluo looked extremely serious and looked at Chang Feng. Asked, Master, please tell me. I thought about it and I thought of a way to solve your problem without affecting your ability to use poison, which is to transfer the poison in your body to a soul bone. This way you can be guaranteed you no longer need to be hindered by poison and you can continue to maintain your ability to use poison. Moreover, after you do this, your strength may be further improved. After Douluo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and his eyes shone brightly. The method that young master said is really beyond my expectation. Perhaps young master's method can completely solve the problems of subordinate. Chang Feng smiled calmly. Besides, I have to remind Elder Douluo one more thing. Sir, please tell me. Miss Douluo's eyes are green. Didn't Elder Douluo think of something? After hearing this, Douluo's face gradually became serious. Sir, do you mean that Yanner is also poisoned? Douluo Yan, who was listening quietly on the side, was confused. She was poisoned. How could she not know? She looked at Chang Feng with curiosity and doubt in her eyes. That's right, Miss Douluo has also been poisoned. Therefore Elder Douluo needs to prepare an Etra soul bone for Miss Douluo to use. Fortunately, the poison that Miss Douluo has been poisoned by is not as deep as yours. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the sins you will suffer in the future will be worse than Miss Douluo's. I have to go through it again. I suggest that Elder Douluo prepare a soul bone for Miss Douluo as soon as possible and similarly transfer the poison in the body to the soul bone. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the more damage will be done to Miss Douluo. It will be bigger. Douluo nodded solemnly, then he bowed respectfully to Chang Feng and said, I would like to thank you for your great kindness allowing me to get rid of the pain of poisoning from now on, and also let my granddaughter. My appearance has been restored. From now on my subordinates will definitely obey the master's orders and will never be perfunctory or half-hearted. Chang Feng stepped forward to help him up and said, Elder Douluo, there is no need to be so polite. These are the conditions you mentioned before for joining the heavenly court, and they are what you should do. After hearing this, Douluo felt sad in his heart. Elder Douluo, go and transfer the poison in your body to your soul bone now. This matter cannot be solved overnight. I estimate that it will take at least half a year. After hearing this, Douluo didn't have any worries. Instead, he said with a smile on his face, thank you, master, for reminding me. I will keep this matter in mind. Chang Feng continued, Elder Douluo, I will go to Gangin city of the Douluo Empire. I want you to accompany me. What do you think? At this time, Douluo Yan's voice suddenly sounded, Sir, can I come with you? I've grown up and I've never been to the Douluo Empire. Chang Feng did not refuse her request and said, yes, you can, but your appearance is too easy to cause trouble. You must wear a layer of green gauze or a mask. I just want to keep a low profile during this trip. Master, Gangin city, according to my subordinates, is a city of steel. Why would you want to go there, master? Chang Feng suddenly smiled, looked at Douluo and said, there is what I need there. Maybe if I stay there for a while, the entire Douluo continent's cultivation system will change in the future, maybe. After hearing this, Douluo's eyes flashed with extreme shock. The cultivation system has changed. Could it be that young master wants to create a new cultivation system? But what does that place known as the City of Steel have to do with this new cultivation system? Douluo was extremely puzzled by this. However, he did not ask on the spot. He believed that if the young master wanted to talk to him, he would definitely tell him. That's it for now. We will start heading to Gangin city tomorrow morning. You go down and prepare first. Wait, here are 100 gold soul coin. You go to the street to buy the clothes you like and then let you wear this. The shabby clothes are a bit unreasonable. Douluo blushed when he heard this. His Yanner was implicated by him. As for himself, he has never been very particular about dressing, but as a girl his Yanner is worse dressed than most girls. This is the fault of him as a grandfather. Every time he thinks about it, he will always have some guilty thoughts in his heart. Douluo Yan took the gold soul coin from Chang Feng's hand and said with a smile, thank you, master. Later, master, do you have time to go shopping with us on the street? Chang Feng considered that it was not appropriate for Douluo to take action at the moment. If something else happened to Douluo Yan, Douluo would definitely get into trouble as well. After all, always prepare for the worst. After careful consideration, he decided to accompany them and secretly protect them. Douluo Yan looked very happy when she saw Chang Feng agreed. After that, Chang Feng and Douluo accompanied Douluo Yan to the street for shopping. As a result, Chang Feng regretted it extremely. Sure enough, women are very similar when it comes to shopping. Whether it's in the past life or in Douluo continent now, women are really crazy when it comes to shopping. I wandered until late at night before returning to the courtyard to rest. Even though Chang Feng's body is as strong as it is, it can't withstand the fatigue of shopping. Therefore this night he did not practice but lay directly on the bed to rest. In this way the night passed quietly until dawn. After a simple breakfast, Chang Feng and his party set off for Gangin city in the Douluo Empire. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 262. A lively meeting in the God Realm. Just when Chang Feng and his party were heading to Gangin city, the entire God Realm became extremely lively because of him. A luxurious meeting hall in the God Realm. At this time the people in this hall were all the highest ranking people in the God Realm, and they were the 5 most powerful God Kings in the God Realm. These 5 divine kings are the God of goodness, the God of evil, the God of life, the God of destruction, and the the god of Shura. At this moment several of them came to this meeting hall. Since they entered so far they have said nothing. The atmosphere in the entire venue was extremely dull. A long time God Shura was the first to speak in order to find our enemies in the god realm. I don't know what everyone thinks, so we can just talk about it and discuss it. God Shura's face remained calm. After finishing his words the god of destruction said, Shura and evil, you two didn't even take down the woman from before. It's really a disgrace to our 5 great god kings. As soon as he finished speaking a trace of anger flashed in God Shura's eyes, and similarly the god of evil was equally dissatisfied. So the god of evil immediately said, destruction, you can't blame us for this. That woman is on par with any of us in terms of realm, and she is also extremely slippery. Do you think we didn't try our best? No, Shura and I were determined to kill the woman who had repeatedly ruined our affairs. As you can see, we failed to catch her and she escaped. We didn't catch her and there were so many ekas. It's a disgrace to the name of our god king. If I were the one to take action, I would definitely be able to capture her. As soon as he finished saying this, Shura's eyes became even more dissatisfied. He said with a sullen face, destruction, although I know that you are strong, but my strength is too low. Moreover, evil and I are both out of control. Even with all our strength, neither of us could catch her. Do you think you can catch her just by yourself? Then you really underestimate us who are also god kings. After hearing this, destruction curled his lips. At that time I should have been the one to fight her, and you should have gone to investigate the source of the aura. I followed the source of the aura to investigate, but I didn't even see a shadow. Come on, that enemy is so hateful. He has been hiding for so many years and doesn't even dare to show his face. I'm so cowardly. The words of destruction are in the ears of the god, but the god of kindness frowned and said solemnly, destruction, that person was able to leave safely under the siege of the 5 of us. His strength must be no better than everyone here. One person is wrong. I think no matter what we must not take it lightly, otherwise I am afraid it will cause disaster. Following the words of the god of kindness, the god of life also spoke and said, what the god of kindness said is right. We have been looking for him for so long, but there is no news at all. This kind of ability to hide from us may not be present here. No one can compare to this person. Moreover, this person's ability is indeed not easy to deal with. However, who is the woman you just talked about? It is really incredible that she is as strong as us. The god of evil explained very understandingly that woman stopped us at critical moments many times. I think she was trying to buy time for that person. Otherwise she wouldn't have fought so hard to come up. He just started fighting with us and he was still trying to kill himself. But how did this woman achieve such strength? Why don't any of us have any news? The god of kindness pressed her doubts in confusion. I don't know about this. The god of evil was the first to speak out. So the god of kindness and the god of life, they both looked at Shura and destruction, hoping that they would give them answers. God Shura pressed his thoughts without any hesitation. That woman, judging from the several times she took action, the methods she used had the shadow of that person. I think the relationship between that woman and that person should be extremely close. Maybe it's a relationship between lovers, or maybe it's like a teacher-student relationship. Of course this is just my guess and I don't know the specific. God Shura's words made all the god present thoughtful. A long time. Perhaps Shura's guess is very likely to be correct. The voice suddenly sounded with a hint of determination. The god followed the sound and found that it was destruction, who had never dealt with Shura. They couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. At the same time the worries in their hearts seemed to be relieved a lot. At this moment they thought in their hearts, at the same time, maybe everyone has different opinions on many things, but on such a major matter of life and death in the god realm as the 5 great god kings of the god realm, while enjoying this title they casually, as time goes by, their interests are almost tied together. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous. When one is lost, both are harmed. This is the true reflection of the reality faced by these god kings. However, after that woman escaped there has been no trace. It is probably extremely difficult to find her again. The evil god said at the right time. But God Shura's eyes flashed, everyone, you should have discovered it. The places where that person's aura emerged recently are Douluo continent. What I want to say is that everyone should focus on Douluo continent. Douluo, as long as that person reveals his presence again with the strength of the 5 of us, we will be able to quickly target him. Moreover, in order to deal with him, it is time for the long-term preparations we have made over the years to come into use. Listening to God Shura's words, all the god present agreed with him. Yes, Shura's words are not unreasonable. Send the gods below to keep a close eye on Douluo continent. Evil spoke out. I think this is not enough. We should also send a god directly to Douluo continent to be responsible for monitoring the entire Douluo continent. If there is any abnormality, we can contact us as soon as possible to ensure that we will not be late every time. Destruction glanced at Evil and added, but will this happen? Before the god of life could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Destruction. It's time now. Those rules don't need to be be considered. The safety of the god realm is the top priority. What do you think? The god of destruction glanced at the god present. A long while. God Shura was the first to agree, and then the god of evil followed closely behind. The god of kindness also pressed his attitude. After careful consideration he agreed. When the god of life looked at this scene he knew that his opinion was irrelevant. I also know that I must also press my attitude. Not long time. The god of life also agreed. But which god should be sent down? The god of kindness pressed the doubts in his heart. God Shura turned his eyes and then said, I think we should send Poseidon down. After all, in Douluo continent he still has some high-level soul masters who can obey his orders. I think those high-level soul masters should go down there. Master, it must be faster to detect something and it will be less likely to attract that person's attention. What do you think? God Shura's words made all the gods have no objections and they all agreed with his recommended candidate Poseidon. Just when the matter was about to be discussed, destruction suddenly said, Shura, I heard that you recently chose an inheritor in Douluo continent. Who is that person? Can he take on the responsibility of the god realm in the future? Is it your responsibility? God Shura helplessly replied, originally I chose a genius who can be said to be rare in 10,000 years. His talents can be said to be unprecedented in ancient time. However, that person disappeared without a trace. I think it was unfortunate that he died young. What a pity. Fortunately, a little guy came later who had a twin martial soul and he was very good in terms of ambition, strength and potential. Although it was compared to the first choice, there are some gaps between them, but these gaps can be made up through subsequent practice. Moreover, the more interesting thing is that when I showed him the portrait of the enemy in the divine world, his reaction seemed to know something. One particularly interesting thing I learned from him is that the person we are looking for is very likely to have left a child in Douluo continent. Moreover, the appearance of that child is exactly the same as the person we are looking for. The little guy I chose told me. Through him I also know that this child who is suspected to be that person is in Douluo continent. I think Poseidon is more familiar with Douluo continent. With him here, you said that this child should be caught and then lead him out. Is it feasible? After hearing what Shura God said, a trace of contempt flashed in Destruction's eyes, but he surprisingly had no objection. The silence of the god present reflected in the eyes of God Shura and his eyes became brighter and brighter. A long time. Then let's do what Shura wants, Destruction said with a sigh. God Shura's eyes were filled with joy. In that case then I'll go see Poseidon and talk to him about these things. God Shura spoke again. There was no objection from God and they all nodded. Net moment, God Shura's figure flashed and he immediately disappeared from this hall. Immediately afterwards the god of destruction and the god of killing also left. In the main hall only the goddess of life and the goddess of kindness are left. At this time they looked at each other. A trace of sadness flashed in their eyes. Life, tell me, can our god realm really capture that person? The goddess of kindness suddenly looked at the goddess of life and asked with a trace of worry in her eyes. The goddess of life thought for a while and then said, I think with the strength of destruction, Shura, and evil it should be possible. And don't forget, the thing we have prepared for so many years can be used at a critical moment. You can also use it on the other person. Maybe it will succeed. Yeah, the kind goddess said, but she was not very sure and didn't believe it. After all, after so many years the man still hasn't been caught. What about this time? She still felt unsure. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 263. Yu Xiaogang became a human stick and an eunuch. Just when Cheng Feng and others were traveling to Gangin City Papal Palace, Bibi Dong was standing on a step looking into the distance. Her presence seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly a voice sounded behind her. I want to challenge you. The person who said this was none other than Qian Ran Yui. But unlike before when she was disguised as Shui King He, at this moment Qian Ran Yui was dressed in women's clothing. Qian Ran Yui looks like she is only in her early 20s, but her skin is as good as snow. Her nose is straight and her eyes are eye-catching, but they are only slightly slender. Generally speaking, Qian Ran Yui has a stunning appearance that is somewhat majestic. Looking at her body again, I found that she was wearing a golden palace dress. The long skirt is one piece and seems to be woven with gold thread. It does not have too many patterns and is simple and elegant in style. The golden stand-up collar protects her snow-white and slender neck, and her long golden hair is scattered casually. Behind the back there was no careful combing. It was in sharp contrast to her neat palace attire. Bibi Dong slowly turned her head, looked at Qian Ran Yui and said, Zionlessly boring trick. After Qian Ran Yui heard this, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Who are you to me? Why should you interfere in my affairs? Back then you asked me to go to the Tiandu Empire to work as an undercover agent. I went and did a pretty good job, secretly allowing our spirit hall to gain a lot of benefit. But what do you think? That time why did you lie to me? You actually conspired with my grandfather to deceive me and even sent a person to the Tiandu Empire to take over my mission, playing the role of Shui by King He. Have you asked me any opinion? Bibi Dong looked unmoved but said calmly, are you talking so much or are you complaining about Chang Feng in your heart? You must know that he is now a traitor to Wuhan Palace and a member of our Wuhan Palace, an enemy, and he is also a traitor to our humanity. A person like this who hangs out with soul beast, how dare you speak for her, and how much of the spirit hall is there in your heart? After finishing her word, Qian Ren Yui sneered, you didn't force all this. If it weren't for you he wouldn't have left. I simply don't believe that he is a traitor to Wuhan Palace, and I don't even believe that he is a traitor to Wuhan Palace, a traitor to mankind. The time I spent working with him enabled me to see many things clearly. Originally our Wuhan Hall could have a great talent and our Wuhan Hall would even reach a higher level in the future. Maybe, but all of this is in vain because of you. Bibi Dong sneered when he heard this. Just because he Chang Feng is the so-called Lord of Heaven? Qian Ren Yui said with a gloomy face, his wisdom is the most terrifying among the people I have ever met. In the future you will definitely regret it. If you push him to the opposite side of our Wuhan Palace, sooner or later our Wuhan Palace will inevitably, you will suffer a big loss in his hands. Bibi Dong's face turned cold and she said coldly, don't forget Chang Feng said that the purpose of joining Wuhan Palace was to destroy Wuhan Palace. What you do is just what you want. That's just wishful thinking on your part. Qian Ren Yui smiled, but her smile was a little cold. Originally based on my plans, given a little more time I could have instigated him to rebel. As a result all this opportunity was lost and there is no possibility of it happening again. Do you think I have been in that place all these years? What didn't you do? Bibi Dong remained silent, perhaps disdaining to answer. Qian Ren Yui glanced at her with disappointment and suddenly said, some of your recent actions are wrong. If you continue to do this our Wuhan Palace will inevitably lose the support of the people in the future. I will never seeing you destroy the Wuhan Palace like this. This time I decided to accept Grandpa's arrangement. I want to become a god and take back the Wuhan Palace from you. I will never let the Wuhan Palace be destroyed in your hands. After finishing speaking, Qian Ren Yui left angrily without raising her head. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Ren Yui's leaving figure with complicated eyes. She sighed softly and after looking away she murmured, is it wrong? Is this important? All of these, but it's all thanks to my teacher. If it weren't for him I could have had a better and happy life, but all of this was ruined. From that moment on, from the moment he hurt me, I swore that I would destroy the roots of the Qian family and destroy the Wuhan Palace. Also I once fell in love with that man, which is really ridiculous. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a black light and her aura was extremely strange. Immediately afterward Bibi Dong walked towards a secret room. When entering the secret room, the scene inside was a tragic scene. There is something tightly tied to a large wooden stake. A closer look is, it's actually a human being. He lowered his head, his hair was disheveled and his face could not be seen. It's just that this person has now become a human pig. Both hands and legs were gone, chopped off. Moreover, what is even more frightening is that this person's lifeblood seems to be shattered into slag. I didn't expect that this person would be reduced to such a low state and still have the breath of life. It has to be said that the miracle of life will not lack people to witness it. After Bibi Dong walked in, she sat on a wooden chair with a cold face, looked at the person in front of her and said coldly, how is it? He's not dead, right? Suddenly the man suddenly raised his head and looked at Bibi Dong with immense resentment and humiliation. The moment he raised his head he didn't expect that it was Yu Xiaogang, the famous master of Douluo continent. As a person to fall into such a tragic situation, I have to say it is a very sad thing. Especially it was already very miserable to be in such a situation, but in the end the lifeblood was gone. The misery became even worse and the rest of my life, which was originally pale, became pale to the core and I could no longer see any joy in life. It can be said that he can only look like a human being now, but he is no longer a human being. Yu Xiaogang croaked in a high-pitched voice. Sounded Bibi Dong, are you here to laugh at me again? You crazy woman, I didn't expect that you actually lied to me about the deal we agreed upon, and you also deceived me into this. In the secret room he said he had something to say to me, but in the end I never expected that you would be so cruel to me. Are you still the Bibi Dong I know? Even the snake scorpion-hearted one seems to be no match for you. She is the most vicious woman I have ever seen in the world. Yu Xiaogang never thought that I would fall into your trap and end up like this. What a retribution. I was so blind that I actually had a crush on you. Damn you, you bitch. Kill me if you want. Is it fun for you to torture me like this? Bibi Dong looked at him presumptuously and said, once here a person I trusted very much did something to hurt me. At that time I swore to do something to those who hurt me. You must be brought back tenfold. And you are also the one who has hurt me. I have paid attention to all the wrong things you have done. Finally I decided to punish you for committing the crime. The tool will never be able to function and I will be imprisoned here forever. Only in this way can I feel better. When Yu Xiaogang heard this his mood fluctuated greatly. He said bitterly, what happened back then has already passed. Why do you still think about it? Wouldn't it be best for everyone if we forget? Besides, I am with you again. What's your relationship? Why can you treat me like this? Bibi Dong glanced at him lightly. You don't understand. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Bibi Dong remained unmoved. She turned her head and walked out of the secret room. The other side. After 7 consecutive days of traveling, Cheng Feng and his party finally arrived outside Gengin City in the Douluo Empire. Seeing that Gengin City was about to arrive, Cheng Feng felt very happy. He strode forward towards Gengin City. Duge Bo and Duge Yan followed closely behind. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 264 The Divine Craftsman Lu Gao. However, looking at the prosperous Gengin City in front of him, Cheng Feng was thinking about how to meet the master craftsman Lu Gao himself. In this regard, he has no good ideas in his mind for the time being. He thought that he would first inquire about some news about the Blacksmiths Association and about Lu Gao himself. Who would do such a thing? He immediately thought of Duge Bo behind him. Without any hesitation, he turned to look at Duge Bo and whispered, Elder Duge, go to this city and inquire about the news about the Blacksmith Association and the master craftsman Lu Gao himself. After you have inquired, come back and tell me. Duge Bo nodded directly and agreed. Then Duge Bo flashed his body and immediately left Cheng Feng's team. Cheng Feng did not ask how Duge Bo inquired about the news. Moreover, he is relatively relieved now about Duge Bo. Along the way, he saw that Duge Bo was too slow to force the poison in his body into his soul bone, so he helped him and completely transferred the poison in his body to a right arm bone. Then Duge Bo's his strength quietly increased by 1 level, reaching level 93. Later he followed the law and helped Duge Yan transfer the poison in her body to a piece of soul bone prepared by Duge Bo. Duge Yan, who originally had green eyes, was now no different from a normal person. Her eyes turned black. It was Cheng Feng's help this time that completely made Duge Bo return to his heart. Along the way, Duge Bo strictly implemented Cheng Feng's orders and completed them perfectly. Cheng Feng was naturally very satisfied with this. After contacting Duge Bo, I found that this person has one of the greatest advantages, which is that he keeps his word. And this is what Cheng Feng appreciates the most. It may be easy to say it, but it is not so easy to actually do it. Duge Yan wore a green veil and accompanied Cheng Feng to a restaurant. After ordering a few side dishes, Cheng Feng and Duge Yan started eating together. Later, after finishing the meal, Cheng Feng took Duge Yan to a store. The store's plaque reads the #1 metalware store in the world. Cheng Feng did not forget that he came here to learn knowledge about metal materials and to hone some tempering skills. Now in this store he had the opportunity to get some knowledge about metals for free. He was so happy that he didn't want to rush in. Why didn't he come in and have a look? As soon as he entered the store, Cheng Feng was attracted by the luria scene here. I'm afraid the metals here are truly plentiful. When Cheng Feng looked at the endless and densely arranged metal materials, he opened his sharp eyes and scanned the metal materials on the rows of wooden shelves. Because there is a small wooden sign hanging on each metal material with a brief introduction written on it. Regarding this, Cheng Feng kept it all in mind. In less than half an hour he had basically browsed through all the materials. It could be said that he had learned some knowledge about metal materials. Although learning through this method is somewhat disgraceful, it is also learned based on ability. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng quickly put that shame behind him. Suddenly at this moment a person came in from outside. To be precise, he is an old man. However, this old man has a ruddy comple eye on a somewhat burly figure and the temperament of a blacksmith. Cheng Feng has seen many people like this since he came to Gengin City. Therefore Cheng Feng didn't pay much attention to this person. He just immersed himself in the fun of learning knowledge by continuing to browse at a glance. However, the old man who came in noticed that Cheng Feng and Duge Yan were extraordinary. Especially after he came in, he was shocked to find that the young boy seemed to be immersed in a strange state. He followed the boy's gaze and found that the boy's eyes were all on the wooden sign on the metal material. And when time continued to pass but the young man still had no intention of stopping, this point caught the old man's attention. He didn't think that this boy was just an ordinary boy. When he was observing the young man's eyes just now, he discovered a golden light. This strange phenomenon attracted his attention. After Cheng Feng had finished reading everything, the old blacksmith walked up to Cheng Feng with a sincere smile on his face and said, just now I observed that you were looking at the wooden sign hanging on the metal material. According to your state just now, are you looking at the information about metal materials on the raft? Cheng Feng glanced at him in surprise. To be honest, he was shocked that the old blacksmith in front of him had such a vicious eye, because although he was looking at the wooden signs introducing metal materials, he made it very subtle. However, Cheng Feng quickly replied calmly, Grandpa, you are right. I was just reading the introductory information on metal materials because I want to learn more about metal materials, so that's what I did. Oh, is that so? How much of the introduction reaction to the metal materials you saw just now. Did you remember? Chang Feng smiled when he heard this. Grandpa, you and I don't know each other very well. You are considered a stranger. It's not good to ask others so many questions. The old blacksmith was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, young man, you are right, but I was rude. However, I think it is up to you whether to answer this question or not. If you don't want to answer, young man, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Of course, if you answer and satisfy the old man's curiosity, then the old man will give you one of these metal materials on the shelf. What do you think? When Chang Feng heard this, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Are all the blacksmiths in Gangan City so rich? He just took a closer look and found that the price of each piece of metal was not cheap. The lowest price was more than 100 gold soul coin. But the old blacksmith in front of him, who looked very ordinary, actually broke the bank and gave him a piece of metal material. It was really shocking. He was shocked. Moreover, it is quite easy to answer his question. Isn't it just a question of how much you can remember after seeing these metal materials? It's so simple. There were so many metal materials at his fingertips, so Chang Feng replied, in that case I will naturally tell you, Grandpa, that I just read them all and probably remember them all. What? You said you memorized everything? The old blacksmith claimed when he heard Chang Feng's answer, as if he couldn't believe it. Chang Feng nodded. As a result, what Chang Feng didn't expect was that the old blacksmith's face turned dark and his eyes were a little gloomy. Young man, the old man originally thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect that he was the one who misjudged you after all. As a young man, what the old man wants to tell you is that you should be pragmatic and don't do those vain things. In this way it won't be of much benefit to you. In the future your life will also encounter obstacles. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng couldn't laugh or cry. He could see that the old man in front of him really considered him sincerely and was really worried that he was not pragmatic, especially the expression on his face and the sincerity in his mouth. Chang Feng could still see. Got it. What a lovely old man. He is still a kind-hearted old man who is nosy. Faced with this situation, Chang Feng said helplessly, you are not me. How do you know that I have not written everything down? Could it be that you just rely on your self-righteous experience? If that is the case, then the old man will do everything based on others. Based on experience, is there any innovation and progress in this world? How many people did the old man misjudge in terms of judging people? Although I am an ordinary person, my only strength is my memory. There is nothing to lie about. After all, many of the people here are better than me in many aspects. They look ordinary at first sight, so they must be soul masters after all. The old blacksmith frowned when he heard this. Based on his eyesight, he could tell that the young man in front of him should be a soul master, but when he looked carefully, he couldn't see anything unusual. He was indeed an ordinary person, as he said. This made him suspicious. At the same time, he felt a strong interest in what this young man said. Yes, everything depends on experience. Is there any innovation and progress in this world? From this sentence, the old blacksmith continued to stick to his previous judgment. The young man in front of him was by no means an ordinary person, as he said. Aren't you an ordinary person who can say such big things? Although he didn't know why the other party was acting like this, the old blacksmith didn't continue to pester him. There are so many people here. Would you like to accompany me, an old man, to that room to sit for a while? Following the direction pointed by the old blacksmith, I found a blacksmithing stall. After thinking for a while, Chang Feng agreed. The old blacksmith then took the lead and led Chang Feng and Douluo out of the shop and towards a blacksmith stall. Chang Feng didn't know that the old blacksmith in front of him had an extremely noble status. At least in this Gangan city, he was also a very famous figure because he was the master craftsman Lu Gao that Chang Feng wanted to visit so much. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 265. An unexpected surprise. Soon, Lu Gao took Chang Feng to a blacksmithing stall. There are two shirtless blacksmiths in this stall hitting the iron blocks with big hammers. Every time they hit, spark fly everywhere. Moreover, Chang Feng heard that the sound of their striking contained a kind of melody which was very rhythmic. This scene caught Chang Feng's attention and made him secretly remember it in his heart. When Lu Gao brought Chang Feng to the stall, the eyes of the two blacksmiths suddenly changed when they saw Lu Gao. They were eyes full of reverence, admiration and respect. When they were about to stop what they were doing, Lu Gao told them not to do so with his eyes, so they had no choice but to continue what they were doing. Lu Gao looked at Chang Feng, who was deep in thought, and couldn't help but asked with a smile, but what did you find? Chang Feng didn't hide anything and replied directly, when the two eldest brothers struck iron just now, they were not only calm and powerful, but the rhythm of the strike was also extremely clever. It was like a mysterious rhythm which made people feel that it was the same rhythm. A strange new experience. When Lu Gao heard Chang Feng's words, his eyes showed shock. Did you really just discover these? Seeing the doubt in Lu Gao's eyes, Chang Feng became helpless. He just said what he had to say. How could you not believe me when I told you my feelings so honestly? Could it be that telling the truth is really so hard to believe? After cursing in his mind for a while, Chang Feng replied seriously, of course. Is there any problem with this? Everyone should be able to hear it. It's no different. Grandpa, you don't have to be so startled and worry me. Is there something wrong with your body? As Lu Gao listened, he felt that something was wrong with his words and his face turned a little darker. What's wrong with you? Old man, I am quite strong, much stronger than a young man like you. Of course he did not say these words because such words were not consistent with his status. Having said that, it lowered his status. He is a man of status and does not care about young people. Then Lu Gao solemnly said, this kind of realization is not something ordinary people can hear. If you don't believe it, you can ask your girlfriend, and you should know what the old man means. Lu Gao's words directly made Duguyan blush. She felt embarrassed and couldn't help but glance at Chang Feng secretly. However, what Chang Feng thought was that when he got here, Duguyan happened to be covering him so he could avoid some things. So he followed Lu Gao's words and said, Miss Dugu, did you feel the same as me from the sound of iron being struck just now? Duguyan didn't expect that Chang Feng not only didn't defend himself but also complied with it. Not only did she feel flustered for no reason, she blushed and lowered her head and said, Master, just now I just felt that the sound of iron was the sound of iron and it was not the sound of iron. It's no different. It's completely different from what you said. Maybe I was distracted just now. Why don't you let me listen to it again? When Chang Feng heard Duguyan's words, he couldn't help but feel suspicious, but he didn't think much about it, so he agreed to let Duguyan listen again. Then after Duguyan calmed down, he took a deep breath and listened carefully to the sound of blacksmithing. A long time. Duguyan frowned and said, Sir, you said before that blacksmithing is full of rhythm. I don't feel this at all. Moreover, I also think the sound is annoying and a bit harsh. At this moment Chang Feng was stunned. He couldn't help but look up the building and said, Grandpa, what's going on? Lu Gao smiled calmly and replied, the old man just said that this is your personal talent. Judging from the old man's eyesight, your talent in blacksmithing is very high. If you can concentrate on blacksmithing, sooner or later you will succeed in this career. Become the most outstanding blacksmith in Douluo continent. Young man, have you considered developing a career in blacksmithing? Chang Feng's face turned dark. What are you talking about, asking me to strike iron? In this deformed world of Douluo continent, becoming a blacksmith might make your brain rusty. This Douluo continent is the world of soul masters. Other professions may be overshadowed by the soul master profession. Perhaps the profession of blacksmith mentioned by the old blacksmith in front of me will have to wait for heaven to unify Douluo continent and then change everyone's thinking. That will be a long time ago. So Chang Feng shook his head directly. Grandpa, I will consider your suggestion carefully. However, I have no idea of becoming a blacksmith yet. After hearing Chang Feng's words, Lu Gao couldn't help but fell silent. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. At the same time he sighed softly. I knew it would be like this. Alas, this world is like this. If you had a normal mind, you probably wouldn't choose to become a blacksmith. Chang Feng remained silent as Lu Gao sighed, thinking that the old blacksmith had finally given up on letting him become a blacksmith. Young man, do you know how talented you are in blacksmithing? Lu Gao was still a little unwilling to give up, looking at him closely with red eyes. Chang Feng smiled calmly. The choice in this world is not just blacksmithing. For me, there are more important things to do. I will not waste my time on blacksmithing. Lu Gao was suddenly like a wilted eggplant, his defenses instantly broken. He gave up the idea of letting Chang Feng stick to being a blacksmith, so he said, what better way than to let one person play? Is it a career that people strive for to develop their talents and constantly climb to new heights? Chang Feng smiled after hearing this. He didn't comment. A long while, Chang Feng looked at Lu Gao and said, Grandpa, which group of people do you think has the final say in Douluo continent? You must also know in your heart that soul master is the main profession in Douluo continent and everything else counts. It's an unpopular profession, but to make everyone accept that becoming a blacksmith is as important as becoming a soul master. This is my lifelong pursuit. Grandpa, you should know what I mean, right? I may have said too much. Grandpa, you are just a blacksmith, so you may not understand it. In short, everyone has his or her own mission and everyone does not have to be required to do the same thing. Lu Gao naturally heard the implication of Chang Feng's words. However, after understanding it, it stirred up a storm in my heart. It is really unbelievable that this young man in front of me has such great ambitions. Moreover, the path chosen by this young man is really an impossible path. He has a deeper understanding of Douluo continent. Becoming a soul master is the first obsession of every person in Douluo continent when choosing a profession, and other professions are also forced to make choices due to many practical factors. Now, when he heard Chang Feng say that all professions in the world should be treated equally, he was naturally very satisfied and looking forward to such a future. However, he was already past the age of dreaming and this unrealistic pursuit directly affected him. My heart was cut off. At this time in Lu Gao's view, Chang Feng was an extremely extremely terrifying young man. The idea of daring to single-handedly try to shake the obsession that has been passed down for countless years in Douluo continent is horrifying, but because this kind of thing has never happened before, courage is commendable. Ever since in his heart his appreciation for Cheng Feng had once again increased to a higher level. But in addition, I feel a little bit regretful in my heart. A genius who can do great things in blacksmithing is such a pity. In an instant so many thoughts burst into Lu Gao's mind. He took a deep look at Cheng Feng and then said, "Young man, your heart is bigger than mine, your structure is bigger than mine, and your courage is beyond compare. My expectation is that although I don't believe you can do it, I admire and appreciate your vigor and daring spirit to be the first. The old man feels that you are a big-hearted person, and if you think of yourself as an elder you may be a bit too old. I'm suspicious. That's good. I'll call you my friend. Although we have only known each other for a short time, I feel that my friend is very popular with me." Cheng Feng felt a little surprised. At this time he began to look squarely at the blacksmith in front of him. A person with such an insight could still understand the meaning behind his words. Is this something that an ordinary blacksmith can do? So he asked tentatively, "I wonder what you call me, Grandpa?" Lu Gao smiled lightly and replied, "I'm just an old blacksmith. As for my name, just call me Lu Gao. I'll go." As soon as Cheng Feng heard the word Lu Gao, his e-pression became particularly exciting. The person he was looking for was actually right in front of him, which really surprised him. At the same time he was also happy. So Cheng Feng took the opportunity to say, "But the divine craftsman is high up in the building." "Haha, that divine craftsman is just a name given to me by outsiders. I have never recognized the old man. As I said just now, he is just a blacksmith who forges iron. How dare he claim to be a divine craftsman? From the realm of the divine craftsman I not even close." Cheng Feng didn't quite believe what Lu Gao said. However, this happened to prove that Lu Gao's personal charm was also very admirable. This also strengthened his original idea and wanted to study with Lu Gao for a while. "I just don't know if Lu Gao will agree." Net moment. Cheng Feng put away the smile on his face, looked at Lu Gao and said, "Grandpa, are you willing to teach me how to forge iron and teach me some skills in identifying and forging metals? If possible, I would like to worship Grandpa as my teacher." When Lu Gao heard this, the surprise in his heart was really beyond his expectation. Cheng Feng just stated that he would not become a blacksmith, but what does this mean now? Lu Gao, who suddenly had many doubts in his heart, asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't become a blacksmith before? Now why are you?" Cheng Feng glanced around, seeing people coming and going with a troubled expression on his face. Seeing this, Lu Gao understood clearly and led Cheng Feng directly into the house behind the blacksmith stall as if he was the owner of this place. After entering the room, Lu Gao looked at Cheng Feng and Duguyan, then focused his eyes on Cheng Feng and asked, "My dear, can you explain the old man's doubts just now?" Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 266, Cheng Feng's murderous intention. Cheng Feng looked at Lu Gao, who was confused at this time, and glanced around inadvertently before returning his attention to Lu Gao, who was sitting opposite. "As for your question, Grandpa, this is an easy answer. Because one of the very important things I do requires the use of blacksmithing related techniques, and it also requires a deep understanding of this aspect." Lu Gao sounded a little confused. He made several gestures with his hands, looked at Cheng Feng eagerly and said, "Can you be more specific? Let me see if I can help you, old man." Cheng Feng did not answer immediately but asked with a smile, "Grandpa, please don't mind this. The details cannot be disclosed to others yet. After all, if things don't work out by then, wouldn't it be a slap in my face?" After hearing this, Lu Gao's face didn't look very good and he muttered, "Oh, you are a stingy man. You don't want to say that, and you still use such words to prevaricate an old man like me. Really forget it, old man. I have never experienced anything. Although I don't know what you want to do, but from the sincerity in your words I can see that you really want to do something for the entire Douluo continent, and you are still oriented towards a benign purpose. In this regard I still appreciate you very much, and I admire that you have such a broad mind at your age, which makes me an old man ashamed." "Then Grandpa, do you agree to this?" Cheng Feng looked towards Lu Gao, his eyes filled with a smile. Learning blacksmithing technique and knowledge of metal materials from Lu Gao can be regarded as laying a foundation for the future. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng quietly waited for Lu Gao's answer. When Lu Gao listened to Cheng Feng's words, his eyes flickered with an ever-changing light. A long time. Lu Gao then said, "This matter is not impossible, but I hope that in the future, when you have the ability, you can help to join the Blacksmiths Association, because most of the people who join this association are ordinary civilians." Seeing that Lu Gao finally relented, Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed on the spot. "However, old man, although I promise to teach you how to become an excellent blacksmith, you don't have to call me teacher in terms of address. You should call me Grandpa because it sounds good. Do you have any opinion on this?" Cheng Feng naturally would not refuse and nodded quickly. quickly. After the two chatted for a while, Lu Gao was ready to leave. Before leaving he left a message, tomorrow it will still be this place. Come to this place and wait for me in the morning. Looking at Lu Gao's hurried away figure, Chang Feng fell into deep thought. It didn't take long. Walking out of this blacksmith stall and walking into the street again, Duguyan followed silently. The two of them walked around the streets and alleys. After that Chang Feng felt a little bored and was going to find a hotel to rest. Just as he turned around, suddenly a voice came to his ears making him stop immediately. Peng Peao, stop. This sentence instantly reminded Chang Feng of what Xiao Chenyu had explained, namely Peng Peao was the culprit who killed his nominal father in this world. He didn't pay much attention to the fact that Peng Peao came from the king of the beautiful kingdom. The beautiful kingdom was just a principality. Even if Peng Peao had some unclear relationship with the royal family of the Tiandu Empire, Chang Feng was not afraid. Of course he is not that stupid. He must oppose himself by killing someone. In an instant so many thoughts poured out of Chang Feng's heart. Following the sound his eyes turned to the other side of the street. A woman in her 20s with regular features and an oval face was wearing a precious golden dress. At this time an impatient look flashed in her eyes. Behind her was a young man in gorgeous clothes who looked to be only about 18 years old. However, this young man in rich clothes looks a bit extraordinary, with a look of disdain between his brows as if he has some noble status. And when he looked at the woman in the golden skirt, his eyes were filled with admiration. Seeing this, Chang Feng finally understood the bitter path of being a dog licker. This kind of bloody plot happened before his eyes and he couldn't help but feel a little novel. However, when Chang Feng's eyes fell on the woman in the golden skirt, intentionally or unintentionally, Duguyan, who was standing net to him, had a slightly cold look on her face and her eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Duguyan stared at the woman in the golden skirt for a long moment and couldn't help but hum a few times. Chang Feng seemed not to notice Duguyan's little move, because at this moment he was thinking about how to kill Peng Peao. If he let her die too easily, wouldn't he be sorry to his mother Wang Hui? After all, for so many years his mother Wang Hui had lived alone. I'm afraid it's somewhat painful. As for the nominal dead father, Chang Feng knew some information about him from his mother Wang Hui. Generally speaking, he is a man who loves to fight against injustices, is willing to help others and is outspoken. It didn't take long, and as Peng Peao and the two walked away, Chang Feng stayed where he was without making any movement, because when he had just carefully observed the direction of Peng Peao, he suddenly discovered that not far from Peng Peao there were two men wrapped in black robes following them slowly, and their eyes were wide. Most of them looked to the left and right of Peng Peao and they seemed to be protecting Peng Peao. Chang Feng was relieved when he thought that Peng Peao was a princess after all. Moreover, he also saw at a glance that the two people who protected Peng Peao were actually soul saints. A princess from a principality was extravagant enough to send two soul saints to protect her. No matter how you thought about it, something was wrong. Could it be said that Peng Peao's trip had an ulterior motive? Young master, everyone has gone away. Why are you still staring at that woman just now? Is she so beautiful that you can't take your eyes away? This cold voice suddenly came from behind, causing Chang Feng to stop his thoughts on the spot. He turned around and saw a cold face, but her eyes were cold. What is Duguyan doing? Inapplicable. Chang Feng replied calmly, let's go. Let's get out of here. Find a hotel first and wait until Elder Dugu comes back. Duguyan pursed her lips and remained silent. Seeing this, Chang Feng directly chose a direction and strode forward. When Duguyan saw this, he followed behind him silently, but he didn't speak much and his mood seemed a little low. Walking along the street, the atmosphere was a bit dull. Soon Chang Feng saw a hotel, Nuanchun Hotel. Without any hesitation, he immediately entered the big hotel. After completing the check-in procedures, Chang Feng took a room card and walked towards room 4022. Duguyan was still following closely behind, because Chang Feng only opened one room, but it's a double room. After entering the room, I saw that there were exactly two beds, one big and one small. Chang Feng was not very polite and walked towards the big bed. When Duguyan, who was behind him, saw this scene, he couldn't help but muttered that he didn't have any grace at all. Chang Feng pretended not to hear and sat on the bed, then closed his eyes and thought. After a while, outside the door there was a knock on the door. Chang Feng's body didn't move. When Duguyan saw this, he reluctantly opened the door. When Duguyan saw his grandfather standing outside the door, he couldn't help but frown and said, Grandpa, you are back. Dugubo smiled, nodded and asked, where is the young master? Duguyan's face instantly sank and he weakly replied, just sit on the bed. Dugubo looked in the direction pointed by Duguyan and without hesitation he immediately walked quickly towards Chang Feng. When Duguyan saw her grandfather like this, she felt even more uncomfortable, so she closed the door hard, making a bang sound. When Chang Feng heard the sound, he immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Dugubo's figure, he turned his eyes and said, Elder Dugu, what did you find out? Dugubo smiled and replied, "Sir, my subordinates have indeed inquired about it, and moreover they also unexpectedly learned a piece of news." What's the news?" "My subordinates have found out that Wuhan Palace, Star Luo Empire Royal Family, Kaibao Glaze Sect, Haoshan Sect, Tiandu Empire Royal Family, Blue Lightning Overlord Sect and many other forces have been invited to come back here in 3 days. The reason is that a grand auction is about to be held here. It is said that things like soul bones will be auctioned, and in addition there are other good things." "Can you tell me which force is holding the auction?" "Sir, this is the Blacksmiths Association." "What? It's the Blacksmiths Association?" "Yes sir." "I see. It seems that Peng Piao and his group who met before were also invited." Thinking of this, Chang Feng was a little curious about this auction. Even the Blacksmiths Association, which was invited by so many forces, would bring out many good things this time. But another question arises. If the Blacksmith Association does this, isn't it afraid of being targeted by forces like Wuhan Palace? Of course Chang Feng couldn't think clearly about this. After taking a look at Douluo, Chang Feng had too many ways to kill Peng Piao. After all, it was easy to kill her in front of Douluo, a master of poison. So Chang Feng looked at Douluo with a cold look in his eyes. "Elder Douluo, I want you to help me kill someone. Remember to chop off her head." Douluo was surprised by Chang Feng's request. Chang Feng had always been a gentle and elegant figure in his heart, but now he looked murderous, which really surprised him. Douluo, who was sulking for some reason, also had a pretty face. She couldn't figure it out. Chang Feng was fine before, so why did he suddenly look so terrible now? She couldn't figure it out, so she listened with her ears straight. "Master, who do you want me to kill?" "As long as the master orders, my subordinates will definitely do it." Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 267, Death of Peng Piao. Chang Feng said, pressionlessly, "Peng Piao." "What? It's her?" Douluo claimed. Douluo's reaction caught Chang Feng's attention. He frowned and asked, "Elder Douluo, what do you mean by this reaction?" Douluo quickly calmed down his pression and then replied, "Sir, this subordinate is really shocked." "What's so shocking about this?" Chang Feng said casually. Douluo felt a little ashamed. His eyes were hesitant and a little worried. "What's wrong? Is this difficult to handle?" Douluo gave a bitter smile and replied, "Sir, it's not difficult to kill her. What's difficult is what happens afterward." "Oh, Elder Douluo, what do you mean?" "Sir, although Peng Piao is just the princess of the Principality of Beautiful Kingdom, in addition to this identity she actually has several other identities. First, Peng Piao's mother is the sister of Emperor Shuya of the Tiandu Empire. It can be said that Peng Piao has a close relationship with the Tiandu Empire and is also deeply loved by Emperor Shuya, who often rewards her with many things. As for the second one, it's okay to just say it. The second thing is that Peng Piao has been very clever since she was a child. It is said that once when she was a child she was given a beggar had a lot to eat, but what everyone didn't expect was that the beggar turned out to be a titled Douluo and his strength reached level 96. For some reason that titled Douluo accepted Peng Piao as his wife apprentice now. However, Peng Piao's character later became arrogant and domineering for some reason, and she was completely different from the person she used to be when she was a child. But no matter how she became the titled Douluo still regarded her as his disciple and pampered her even more so than before. According to my subordinates, such a big change in Peng Piao is probably inseparable from the excessive pampering of that titled Douluo. "You mean you're worried that killing Peng Piao will trigger the revenge of a titled Douluo?" Douluo nodded and continued, "According to my subordinates' understanding, Peng Piao's teacher is very defensive. If anyone bullies Peng Piao in the past, their end will be extremely miserable and every case will be a murder case." "Really? A titled Douluo who protects one's shortcomings is interesting. Elder Douluo, can this matter be done more secretly? Although my heavenly court is not afraid of titled Douluo, I'm afraid I won't be able to live peacefully if a titled Douluo takes care of me." What the young master said is absolutely true. "Wait a minute, why don't we frame him?" Douluo's mind was full of questions and he asked in confusion, "Master, do you have any orders?" Chang Feng grinned, "That's right. Do you still remember a man named Tang San?" "Tang San? It's him, the boy in blue." For him, Douluo will always be remembered in his heart. It can be said that his unlucky encounters were largely due to that Tang San. So in his heart he hated that Tang San so much that he gritted his teeth. "Sir, what do you mean when you suddenly talk about this person?" Chang Feng smiled and said, "This Tang San, he is our enemy in heaven. He is good at using poison and is accustomed to using hidden weapons. You might as well make a big fuss about it. If possible, you can also threaten some people who have been working all day long afterward. Those people who are messing around on the street, just let them spread around Gengin City that Peng Piao died at the hands of Tang San, and also add all the information about Tang San to make it sound. Douluo was surprised. For a while he didn't expect the young master to be such a resourceful person. Douluo, who had experienced many things big and small, figured out Chang Feng's intention in just one moment. Sir, I will definitely do this well. Well, this matter must be completed before the auction in Gengin City. The sooner the better. Douluo nodded solemnly, then said goodbye and left in a hurry. Seeing his grandfather's busy back, Douluo glanced at Chang Feng and asked, Master, what did that Peng Peao do? Master actually harbors such murderous intent towards her. Chang Feng sneered. She is my father-killing enemy. Do you think I should kill her? What? The enemy who killed his father? This was something Douluo never expected. For a moment she felt a little more curious about Chang Feng. However, she did not continue to ask questions and just remained silent. You've seen that person before? Chang Feng spoke up again. I have seen. Douluo's eyes were suddenly blank and he stared at Chang Feng blankly with his big eyes open. Seeing Douluo like this, Chang Feng had no hidden intentions and said bluntly, the woman in the golden skirt on the street before was Peng Peao. What? It her? At this moment Douluo couldn't describe what he was feeling in his heart. Originally she thought that the young master would have different thoughts about this person. In the end it was the young master who wanted to kill her. This huge turning point made her heart stir up huge waves and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Chang Feng saw Douluo immersed in his own world with shock written all over his face, so he ignored her and walked slowly to the bed, crossed his leg and closed his eyes in meditation. The night passed by suddenly. Early the next morning, Chang Feng hurriedly washed up and hurried to the blacksmithing place he had arranged with Lu Gao to wait for him. After arriving at the blacksmithing place before Lu Gao himself appeared, Chang Feng said hello to the two men who were blacksmithing, then walked into the room and waited slowly. Not long time, Lu Gao's figure finally appeared. However, Lu Gao looked a little tired at the moment. His eyes were bloodshot and he seemed much older. Chang Feng was very surprised by this. He couldn't help but secretly guess in his heart, this building is so high, could something happen? Looking at it like this, I'm afraid it's something big. But Lu Gao didn't mean to say anything, so Chang Feng didn't ask. He stood up, saluted towards the building and said, Good morning, Grandpa. I'm here for my appointment today. Lu Gao nodded without saying any more words. He said directly, Follow me. Chang Feng followed him. After arriving at the place where the two men were forging iron, they heard Lu Gao say, Silong Sikai, which one of you can give me a hammer? Teacher, mine is for you to use. Okay Silong, just use the hammer in your hand. Today I will give you a brief introduction. He is my new disciple, but unlike you, he does not need to call me teacher. Young man, please introduce yourself first. Chang Feng didn't hesitate and blurted out immediately, Wind City, Wind and Rain, City of Cities. Silong and Sikai quickly smiled and nodded and agreed. Okay, now that you are all here, I just want to show your new junior brother how to hammer iron. You can take a look again. I hope you can see something more this time. Yes teacher. The voices of Silong and Sikai answered loudly. Little Feng, please watch carefully how I exert my strength and how I strike the iron. Watch carefully. Chang Feng nodded. After that I spent my time amid the continuous sound of iron hammering high above the building. In the blink of an eye 3 hours passed. Lu Gao hammered an iron block as big as a basketball into an iron block as big as a billiard ball. Such a big change happened quickly right in front of his eyes. Suddenly Lu Gao stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Chang Feng and said, Feng boy, what can you see? Chang Feng did see something. He could tell that Lu Gao's blacksmithing skills were very similar to Tang Hao's soul skill, the cloak hammering technique. Could it be that Tang Hao learned this unique skill from Lu Gao and then slightly modified it based on it? Chang Feng was naturally extremely envious of this, and he had watched Lu Gao's actions just now, but he didn't want to show off too much, so he replied, I have indeed seen something. Maybe I need to practice it to know how much I have seen. Lu Gao's eyes lit up, and when he looked at Chang Feng he was a little more gentle and said, That's right. Then in the past 7 days you should fully understand what I just did. Silong and Sikai, please remember to help me more. Silong and Sikai quickly patted their chest and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Gao left in a hurry again. Afterwards Chang Feng concentrated on blacksmithing. Soon the day passed quietly. At night Chang Feng said goodbye to Silong and Sikai and then dragged his tired body to Nuanchun Hotel. When Chang Feng entered the room where he was resting, he was shocked to find that the big bed where he slept had been occupied by Douluo, and Douluo was sleeping soundly. In this regard Chang Feng felt helpless and had no choice but to walk towards the smaller bed. Then after taking a bath, Douluo came. When he arrived, Douluo was carrying a bow in his hand. When Douluo saw Chang Feng he said, Master Peng Peao has been killed by his subordinate. In addition, his subordinates also killed the 2 soul saints who secretly protected her. The subordinates only left. He killed Peng Peao's head, and as for her body and the bodies of the 2 soul saints, they were all completely destroyed with poison which would never make anyone suspicious of us. In addition, regarding blaming Tang San, this matter has also been completed by my subordinate. Chang Feng looked at Douluo with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He took the bow from Douluo, opened the Bo and saw that it was Peng Pao who looked like her. Her eyes seemed to be extremely frightened and opened wide. After closing the bow, Chang Feng put the bow into the soul guide ring, looked at Douluo Bo and said, Elder Douluo, thank you for your hard work. Net, just take a good rest. There is also a sofa in the room. Just rest there. Douluo Bo nodded and walked towards the sofa. Chang Feng walked to the bed, closed his eyes and meditated. He secretly said in his heart, Peng Pao died and his father's revenge was finally avenged. So whose turn is it? Net, Tang Hao or Tang San? If you have a chance to see them in this upcoming auction, then get rid of them all. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's eyes were filled with endless cold light. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 268 Gang in City Auction House. In the blink of an eye 2 more days passed. The Net day. I woke up with a pain. Chang Feng opened his eyes and found that it was Douluo, who pinched his face hard, making him very dissatisfied. How can a subordinate commit such a crime? He was ready to give the other party a good education. As a result, before Chang Feng could make any move, Douluo crossed his arms, his eyes full of scrutiny, and asked with an unkind look on his face, Master, who is Xiao Wu? Yesterday you called out this name. I probably counted. I shouted a total of 849 times. Chang Feng sweated profusely. Shouldn't it? Why do I still talk in my sleep when I'm sleeping? Could it be because I'm thinking too much? Fortunately, Douluo is from heaven, so it doesn't matter if the other party listens to her. So Chang Feng said with a straight face, don't interfere with my affairs. Just do your own thing. In addition, if I haven't woken up Net time, don't touch me. As a subordinate you have the consciousness to be a subordinate, you know. Unexpectedly, Douluo just laughed out loud and then said coldly, stop using this kind of rhetoric to me, it's useless to me. Also, when did I become your subordinate? I don't want to become your subordinate. Chang Feng looked at the expression on Douluo's face and seemed to remember that she used to be a very proud person. It seems that the restoration of her appearance has allowed her arrogant character to reappear. Chang Feng didn't want to have too many verbal arguments with her, so he asked, what time is it now? The time to enter the auction house is coming soon. Where is Elder Douluo? Grandpa, he said he had to go out for something. Well, let's wait for Elder Douluo first. Suddenly in the field a moment of silence fell. A long time. Chang Feng then said, I have never asked you what are your 5 soul skills now? He was not surprised that Douluo could become a soul king. He was simply interested in her soul skills. Douluo didn't expect that Chang Feng would ask about her soul skills, but she didn't think too much and said, my first soul skill, green phosphorus and red poison, is an exciting poison that stimulates the nerves and increases attack power and speed by 60%. It increased by 40% before. The second soul skill, blue phosphorus blue poison, is a paralyzing poison that eliminates pain and increases defense by 60%. The third soul skill, green phosphorus and purple poison, causes 20% damage to the enemy and has a 50% chance of causing the target to be poisoned. The fourth soul skill, green phosphorus stab, causes 30% damage to the enemy and has a 50% chance of causing the target to be poisoned. The fifth soul skill, 10,000 snakes in the air, is a group attack causing 20% damage to the enemy and causing the target to be stunned for 1 minute. After Chang Feng listened carefully, he smiled and said, these soul skills of yours are pretty good. He was surprised that Douluo's soul skills had become so powerful. Douluo just chuckled, I think these should be related to the flower that my grandfather gave me before. It increased my attack damage a lot and the soul power consumption was also much reduced compared to before. Chang Feng nodded. At this moment Douluo Bo came in. Sir, these are 3 VIP invitations obtained by my subordinate. By the way, these soul rings were found from Peng Pao and his party. There are a large number of gold soul coins in them. I think, Master, if you like something good you should be able to compete. Chang Feng took the invitation letter from Douluo Bo, looked at Douluo Bo and asked, how many gold soul coins are there in this soul guide ring? Sir, there are 5 gold cards with a limit of 1 million and there are also 300,000 gold soul coin. I didn't expect that a princess in this beautiful country would have so much money. I guess there should be more money in the beautiful country. When will I go there to borrow flowers? Chang Feng said casually. Douluo Bo was secretly speechless after hearing this. He knew that the EQs in the young master's words was probably not what he usually understood. Douluo Bo said, Master, don't forget there is a titled Douluo in the beautiful country. Chang Feng's eyes narrowed and he replied, what are titled Douluo afraid of? I have plenty of solutions. At this moment Chang Feng was thinking that the Vasi universe cover should be able to successfully help him get into the beautiful country's treasure house. Wouldn't it be great if the entire treasure house of the beautiful country could be borrowed? The more he thought about it, Chang Feng felt that the net stop for training was the beautiful country. I won't borrow it from the Kaibao Glay sect for the time being, but my Liguo can still operate it. Douluo Bo remained silent. He thought to himself, okay, whatever the young master says, it will be whatever he says. It's just that Elder Douluo, you seem a little dishonest. You didn't turn in these soul rings yesterday. Tell me, how much did you misappropriate? Douluo smiled coquettishly. Sir, my subordinate don't actually need much less than 2 million. Chang Feng's eyes widened. 2 million is not much. Judging from your e-pression, you have embezzled at least 2 million. Where have they been used? There are so many. Douluo glanced at Douluo at this time and then said, Master, my subordinate bought a soul bone for Yan'er. This subordinate bought it on the underground black market. This soul bone fits Yan'er very well, so my subordinates will. Looking at the small wooden bow in Douluo's hand, Chang Feng nodded. Forget it, I won't care about it this time. You're not doing it for yourself, just find an opportunity for Miss Douluo to use it. Regarding you, I'm going to tell you something. Time gives you a gift, and with this gift you should be able to take a step forward in strength. Seeing that Chang Feng didn't care about what he did, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a surge of anticipation for the gift from Chang Feng. Okay, we are all here, let's start heading to Gangan City Auction House now. Douluo led the way. As for why Douluo had a VIP invitation letter from Gangan City Auction House, Chang Feng didn't ask. Not long time. When they arrived at the door of the Gangan City Auction House, Douluo took out the VIP invitation letter, and Chang Feng and his party were personally welcomed in by the auction house manager. However, after entering the auction house, there was a long road passing by. On both sides of the long road stood a long row of girls with excellent figures and very cool clothes. Because he accidentally took a few more glances, Chang Feng was pinched by Douluo in a 360-degree rotation at the waist, making Chang Feng gasp on the spot. After that, Chang Feng never looked at the women on both sides again. After arriving at the private room specified in the VIP letter, Chang Feng sat on the sofa and waited for the auction to begin. Douluo sat opposite Chang Feng, looking a little absent-minded. As for Douluo, he sat silently on the sofa with his eyes closed. Repose. The VIP room where Chang Feng is located is number 3. In front of the sofa where Chang Feng is sitting, there is a long crystal screen. The items on the auction table will be projected on the screen, and there is also a function for inputting numbers to participate in the auction. After a while, Chang Feng heard the sound coming from the auction table. Dear guests, hello everyone. I am Yan, the host of this auction at the auction house. I have been the chief auctioneer in various auctions held by the Gangan City Auction House for a long time and be known to everyone. This time our auction house has gone through a lot of careful preparations, and I believe everyone will feel it later. Especially the highly anticipated final product which is placed at the end is very precious. I hope everyone can auction what they want. This auction officially begins now. Please give me the first auction item, a storage soul guide. There are 10 cubic meters of storage space inside. The base price is 100,000 gold soul coin. Listening to Xian's melodious voice, everyone felt an auditory enjoyment. Looking at the soul guidance device ring, Chang Feng thought that Douluo did not have any large storage space for the soul guidance device, so he wanted to auction it off and give it to Douluo. After all, as the boss of Heavenly Court, you should not be too mean to your subordinates, and you must make them feel a sense of belonging to Heavenly Court. Thinking of this, Chang Feng decided to participate in the bidding later. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 269 Soul Bone. VIP number 10 bids 110,000 gold soul coin. VIP number 8 bids 150,000 gold soul coin. VIP number 3 bid 300,000 gold soul coin. Is there anyone else bidding? If not, then this storage soul guide will be obtained by VIP number 3. Ding! The sound of an auction hammer announcing the ownership of this storage soul tool. Sir, I see you have a storage soul guide on you, and it seems to have quite a lot of space. Why do you want to buy one again? Listening to Douluo's inquiry, his tone was full of indescribable laziness and casualness. Chang Feng smiled and said, this storage soul guide is bought for you. Boom! Suddenly being kissed by Douluo, she couldn't help but feel a little helpless. From the corner of her eyes she saw that Douluo was not looking here, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, this is my thanks to you, don't think too much about it. Faced with Douluo's words, Chang Feng could only smile, but he secretly thought in his heart that it seemed that he would still have to keep a distance from Douluo in the future, and if he had the opportunity he would reveal to her that he had a family and children. The second auction item is a precious medicinal herb, the 8th-grade Dragon King Ginseng. It has the effect of prolonging life and improving qi and blood for soul masters. People with insufficient qi and blood may use this herb to make further breakthroughs. This herb, the lowest price for this auction item is 500,000 gold soul coin. VIP number 7 bid 600,000 gold soul coin. VIP number 8 bid 700,000 gold soul coin. VIP number 1 bids 800,000 gold soul coin. VIP number 3 bids 1 million gold soul coin. This auction item belongs to VIP number 3. Sir, why did you bid again? Miss Dugu, this 8-grade Dragon King ginseng is very helpful to Elder Dugu. If Elder Dugu takes it, it can improve his energy and blood. When the time comes, I will give Elder Dugu a gift. Perhaps Elder Dugu can use this to upgrade him to 2 levels. With my help, you may be able to break through to the ranks of level 96 Super Douluo. Son, I would like to thank you on behalf of Grandpa. It's no big deal, it's all for the people of heaven, it's nothing. Although Dugubo closed his eyes and meditated at the side, he listened carefully. He was very pleasantly surprised. He originally wanted to thank him, but his granddaughter thanked him on his behalf, which made him feel warm in his heart. When he heard Chang Feng say that everyone belonged to heaven, Old Poison's cold heart couldn't help but feel warm and moved, and his sense of belonging to heaven strengthened a bit. What Dugubo was thinking in his heart was that he had to handle the things that the young master had told him in the near future beautifully. Chang Feng did not participate in the various items auctioned, but instead focused on the last few items. Chang Feng thought that there might be soul bones in the items. Therefore Chang Feng patiently waited for the auction of the final item. At this stage of the auction, it can be seen that everyone's enthusiasm has increased. I believe everyone is curious about the final auction item. So the first final item is the rare metal Han in iron crystal 300 kg. This metal is currently the most popular item in the auction. The hardest metal known to me. It has a significant effect on making weapons and concealed weapon. The auction price is 3 million gold soul coin. When Chang Feng saw the projection on the screen, he couldn't help but be startled. He lacked a suitable weapon. This cold iron crystal could be used as a material for forging weapons, and it could also be used as the foundation of heaven. Thinking of this, Chang Feng quickly entered numbers on the screen. VIP number 3 bid 37 million gold soul coin. Chang Feng's bidding method made many people stop trying to bid. Then Han in iron crystal belongs to VIP number 3. Ding. The following is a very precious final item. Everyone knows that soul bones are very rare. Everyone must have heard of the preciousness of soul bone. The final item below is a 5,000-year-old nether leopard right leg bone. Obtained the ability should be in terms of speed. The base price is 1 million gold soul coin. When Chang Feng saw the soul bone, he couldn't help but think of that figure from his past. Maybe he could buy it to enhance Uzuking's strength. VIP number 6 bids 1 million gold soul coin. VIP number 8 bids 1 million gold soul coin. VIP number 4 bids 2 million gold soul coin. When Chang Feng saw this, he looked at the golden soul coins in the soul guide ring again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He bought a few auction items and instantly returned to before liberation. The only items in his soul guide ring that could still be used were with more than 300,000 gold soul coins. He has lost the qualification to participate in the NET auction. VIP number 1 bids 1 million gold soul coin. Seeing that no one raised the price at this time, Cian announced the ownership of this soul bone. Everyone knows that soul bones are very rare, and soul bones that are 10,000 years old are even more rare. You heard me right. The last item is the purple python right arm bone that is 30,000 years old. The lowest price of the auction item is 2 million gold souls currency. Hearing this low price, many people were deterred. However, the forces such as Wuhan Palace and Kaibao Glaze sect are very happy. After all, they have a lot of money and are not short of money at all. In order to cut through the mess quickly, they each directly input a number. In everyone's eyes in disbelief, Cian said VIP number 5 bid 3 million gold soul coins. VIP number 4 bid 5 million gold soul coins. VIP number 1 bid 1 million gold soul coins. Are there any bidders? Cian asked 3 times in a row, but when no one bid again, she rang the auction hammer and a ding sound confirmed the final ownership. But many people looked at the VIPs number 1 and number 3 with greedy eyes. But at this moment a cold snort suddenly sounded from VIP number 1, and many people in the venue immediately put away their bad thought. Hearing this voice, Chang Feng reacted immediately. This voice belonged to Bibi Dong. When he saw the other party with his fiery eyes, a red soul ring flashed out and he calmly scanned the audience, which frightened everyone present and made many people feel palpitation. The huge momentum of the 100,000-year soul ring cannot be faked at all, which makes many greedy people give up their thoughts of snatching it. In an instant many people understood that I am afraid that number 1 is an extremely powerful titled Douluo. This cannot be faked. Whoever dares to have bad thoughts again may have to think carefully about himself. After sizing up Bibi Dong, Chang Feng immediately looked away. After that, Chang Feng heard a knock on the door outside and knew that the other party should have delivered what he had auctioned. The person who came in was a woman, and she was someone Chang Feng didn't expect. However, considering the preciousness of the auction items, it made sense for her to deliver them in person, especially since she was followed by a contra wearing auction clothes, and she seemed to understand something. This young master must be the previous winner of these auction items. My name is SI I am here this time to personally deliver these things to the young master. The 10 cubic storage soul guide has 300,000 gold soul coins. The 8-grade Dragon King Ginseng has 1 million gold soul coins, and the Cold Heart Iron Crystal has 3 million gold soul coin. The total is 5 million gold soul coin. This total is correct, bar? Well, the calculation is correct. Here are 5 gold cards with a limit of 1 million each. You can count them. Cheng Feng took out the 5 gold cards that Douluo had given him before and handed them to Xian. Xian counted the items on the spot before she smiled and said the number is correct. Here are the items auctioned by the distinguished guest. They are placed in this storage soul guidance device. Young master can check it now. This storage soul guidance device, just give it to the distinguished guest. Cheng Feng took it and checked it. The items he auctioned were all put in jade bow ES, and he said with satisfaction, yeah, not bad. Cheng Feng didn't feel bad about this e-pen. He borrowed the money anyway. After watching Xian leave, Cheng Feng said it's not suitable to stay here for a long time, let's leave now. Douluo and Douluo nodded and followed Cheng Feng out of the auction house. But not long after he left the auction house, Cheng Feng felt that there were many more eyes on the group of people around him. Cheng Feng's face was naturally very ugly. Do you pick soft persimmons? Are you treating people like yourself as soft persimmons? Money moves people's heart. I sense that many people nearby are eyeing us. We really want money at the e-pence of our lives. When the time comes, follow me closely, Cheng Feng said with a cold face. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 270. Leaving. After Cheng Feng finished speaking, he chose a direction and walked towards the outside of Gangan City. The reason why I didn't want to take action inside the city was because I was very worried about accidentally injuring civilians. After all, when there is a real battle, it will definitely be very fierce. Once it affects civilians, it will be a huge disaster for the civilians. He didn't want to be like those soul masters who ignored the lives of civilians. He founded Heavenly Court for the benefit of civilians. As the Lord of Heaven, one must be consistent in word and deeds to be worthy of the title of Emperor of Heaven. Not long time, Cheng Feng and the others arrived outside Gangan City. At this time there was an open space around with dense trees on both sides. Cheng Feng looked around coldly and said, after following you for so long, why don't you dare to come out and see me? As he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared 20 meters away from Cheng Feng. This man's whole body was wrapped in a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of deep eyes were staring at Cheng Feng and the others. Hand over all your storage soul tools. Cheng Feng carefully sensed the opponent's strength and found that the opponent's strength was only that of the soul saint, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But what made him frown was that there were many more dark sights around him. Cheng Feng looked at Douluo and said, Elder Douluo, I'll leave everyone to you. Douluo nodded and said, yes, I will make sure these people never come back. When talking about this, Douluo showed a cruel smile on his face and looked at the other party. Cheng Feng stepped back a dozen steps and handed the venue to Douluo. Douluo followed closely behind, watching silently. In Douluo's view, if Grandpa takes action, the enemy will fall quickly. Therefore Douluo is not worried. Douluo looked at the black-robed soul saint with a cold e-pression without any unnecessary nonsense. I saw Douluo's green robe figure flashing, running towards the direction of the black-robed soul saint as fast as lightning. When the black-robed soul saint saw this, his deep pupils shrank suddenly and horror flashed in his eyes. At this time he never expected that the old man among the 3 opponents would be so powerful. The black-robed soul saint wanted to avoid Douluo's attack, but he still underestimated Douluo's power. Just as he was about to move sideways, the black-robed soul saint was shocked to see Douluo already in front of him. Without any hesitation, the black-robed soul saint subconsciously turned around and retreated, preparing to distance himself from Douluo. However, the black-robed soul saint stood up on his heels. As a result, Douluo had already arrived in front of the black-robed soul saint. With a wave of his hand, a piece of white powdery particles were sprinkled on the black-robed soul saint. After Douluo did this, he immediately stepped back 10 steps. Then he stared at the black-robed soul saint. When the black-robed soul saint saw Douluo scattering a piece of white powdery particles on himself, his e-pression changed drastically. Immediately afterwards he tried to shake off these white powder particles, shaking continuously with large and rapid movement. However, the net moment a scream came from the mouth of the black-robed soul saint. He clearly saw that when those white powdery particles came into contact with his body, they corroded the black robe on his body in an instant and then quickly corroded the skin and blood vessels covered by the black robe. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed soul saint's face turned pale, his body curled up due to excessive pain, and he let out a painful scream. Not long time, the black-robed soul saint, including his black robe, disappeared before his eyes. Before his death, screams echoed around him, but now he and his clothes were completely corroded. With flesh and blood corroded to this intent, Chang Feng's eyes were opened and he had a deeper understanding of Douluo's ability to use poison. When Douluo saw the scene in front of him, the corner of his mouth curled up and he glanced around lightly, then directly summoned the martial spirit and lit up his 9 conspicuous spirit rings. This scene fell into the eyes of those in the dark. Their eyes were extremely horrified and cold sweat dripped from their forehead. Damn it, why are these powerful titled Douluo people everywhere? It's such a trap. I originally thought that the opponent was a soft persimmon, but then I realized that I was the real soft persimmon. At this time some of them made a decisive decision and left here immediately, no longer having those greedy thoughts in their heart. Compared with their lives, those possessions are after all eternal possessions, and they still know this clearly in their heart. In an instant most of the eyes that were secretly staring at Chang Feng were gone. However, there were still people watching him secretly, which made Chang Feng feel cold on the spot. Then Chang Feng looked at Douluo and said coldly, "Elder Douluo, kill all those who are still watching us secretly, leaving no one behind." Douluo happily accepted the order. Then without any incident, those who were still watching secretly died miserably at the hands of Douluo. Originally they had a chance to live, but they failed to grasp the opportunity and ended up risking their own lives. It must be said that this was a painful lesson and the price was their only life. It won't be long. Douluo appeared in front of Chang Feng again and said, "Master, all those rats in the dark have been pulled out by my subordinate." Chang Feng replied, "Elder Douluo, you have done a good job in this matter. Let's return to Gangan City." Douluo and Douluyan did not object and walked towards Gangan City. When Chang Feng and his party appeared on the street safe and sound, they had already alerted spies everywhere. These spies include some from Wuhan Palace, some from Kaibao Glaze sect, some from the Tiandu Empire royal family, and even some from Haoshan sect. They all reported the news that Chang Feng and his party had returned safely to the boss of their respective forces. As for why the people who followed Chang Feng and his party didn't see anyone before, it's not that no one is suspicious. Among them, spies from some forces even went to investigate outside the city. As a result, they were shocked to find that no one was there, even the bones were missing. This discovery made their hair stand on end. Could a good living person just disappear like this? Suddenly those who were careful among them discovered that strong traces of corrosion appeared every few steps on the ground, and the situation caused by this corrosion was extremely permeable, because some people actually saw clues of human hair from the corrosion mark. Seeing this, a chill of palpitations quietly rose in their heart. As a result, they had a terrifying conjecture in their minds about the scene they saw in front of them. Moreover, judging from the traces on the scene, this conjecture was probably true. Poison. This word has once again entered the eyes of those who control the major forces. The person who took action is a master of poison. Some people may wonder how come no one recognizes Douluo with his identity. This has to be mentioned. After Douluo's poison was detoxified, his hair and eyes all returned to normal. Therefore almost no one would associate the old man following Chang Feng with him, and this was the stiffness. Thinking in the eyes of these people, the title of Douluo poison Douluo is linked to dark green hair, dark green beard and emerald eyes. See, this is why rigid thinking kills people. They would never have thought that Douluo, the famous poison Douluo, would be hanging around right under their noses. Therefore, even after the controllers of those forces got the news, they did not associate the person who took action with Douluo. In their opinion, it should be a new strong man who plays poison in Douluo continent. The time is spent in blacksmithing day by day. During these days, the dark clouds shrouding Gangan City have never dissipated. The controllers of the major forces left some people behind to monitor the movements of Chang Feng and his party while they themselves returned to their respective nests. Those who stayed to monitor Chang Feng and his party did not dare to get too close to Chang Feng and others, and they only followed them from a distance. And even so, they did so by pretending to be people from Gangan City and did not dare to show any hostility. However, as time passed, these people discovered something. That is, these people they are monitoring rarely go out of the city. They stay in two places every day. One is the Nuanchun Hotel and the other is a blacksmith stall. The content reported to the above every day is nothing more than this. Today I saw the young man headed by him going to the blacksmith shop to strike iron. From morning to night he almost never stopped to rest. Late at night the young man returned to the Nuanchun Hotel to rest. But the beautiful girl net to the young man, her, there is something wrong. Every time I look at the boy, a bit like when my pig is in heat, but the boy only sees the iron in front of him. Half year later, Chang Feng stood outside Gangan City staring in the direction of Gangan City in a daze. In the past months, since Lu Gao had nothing to hide, he imparted all his blacksmithing experience and knowledge about metals to him without reservation, which made Chang Feng feel grateful to Lu Gao. Although Lu Gao said that he would not accept him as his disciple, in Chang Feng's heart he had quietly regarded Lu Gao as his teacher. Today is the day to leave Gangan City because Lu Gao has given him everything he needs to learn, and Lu Gao also said that he can start a career in blacksmithing. In the past months, Chang Feng's unremitting persistence and and hard work from morning to night have made it impossible for Chang Feng to make any progress in blacksmithing. Before leaving, Chang Feng wanted to see Lu Gao, but he said he would meet again in the future. After retracting his gaze, Chang Feng began to think about the NET step of training in his mind. At this time, Douluo stepped forward and asked, "Master, where are we going to our NET training place?" Chang Feng thought quickly in his mind. As for the NET place to Eparians, he thought repeatedly and decided to go to the beautiful country. He wants to borrow some money from beautiful country, not much, just a treasure house. So Chang Feng smiled and replied, "Elder Douluo, I heard that the beautiful scenery of the beautiful country is very good. I want to see what the beautiful scenery is, so let's go to the beautiful country." When Douluo heard this, he understood what Chang Feng was thinking. He had no objection. As a qualified subordinate, whatever the young master said would be whatever he said. The three of them then embarked on the road to the beautiful country. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 271, The Treasure House of Beautiful Country. The beautiful country is located in the west of Douluo continent, a wild land. But although the beautiful country is a barbaric land, it has a lot of resources. It is precisely because of the geographical resource advantages of the place that the beautiful country quickly became a well-known principality with strong military force. Moreover, more importantly, the beautiful country is located to the southwest of the Douluo Empire and to the east of the Tiandu Empire, at the junction of the two countries. Therefore, in order to make the beautiful country a vassal state, the Tiandu Empire spared no effort to help the beautiful country become bigger and stronger. For decades, the royal families of the two countries had even been married, and their relationship was already extraordinary. It can be said that the current relationship between the Douluo Empire royal family and the beautiful kingdom and the Tiandu Empire is filled with envy and jealousy. All they can do is break their teeth and swallow it in their stomach. How could the royal family of the Tiandu Empire be willing to spend so much? In the beautiful country, the most famous thing is that the women in the beautiful country are very open-minded. Of course, most people don't know how open it will be. Chang Feng's information about beautiful country was told to him by Douluo himself. The specific details will only be known after an on-site inspection. Along the way, we drove along the official road and saw many landscapes and villages in the Douluo Empire by walking. When Chang Feng arrived at the border between beautiful country and Douluo Empire, it had already been 10 days since he set off from Gangin City. This journey was basically uneventful and no unsighted person ever messed with him. When he arrived at the border, he saw scenes everywhere and Chang Feng's mood suddenly became very heavy. The dark bushes growing on the roadside. Upon closer inspection, Chang Feng was shocked to find that these were not branches and leaves of plant. Instead, they were composed of raptor feathers and dry legs and claws. They were piled up in piles with his. This scene came into view in the eyes of Chang Feng and the others. Douluo vomited on the spot and Chang Feng also felt a little uncomfortable. As for Douluo, his face was expressionless. Seeing this scene in front of me, I didn't know whether the person died first or the bird died first, let alone who jumped on the other person and tore the other person to pieces. Going straight along this road, Chang Feng found piles of human bodies scattered in the bushes, all of them men's corpses and some naked women's corpses. At this time, feathers were growing on these corpses. This tragic scene seems to have no reasonable explanation, but from these bony arms and their chests there are actually wings. At this moment, the true meaning of the matter became obvious. It turned out that the remains of birds were made with these humans. But why did these corpses on the ground die? Is it a war? While making such speculations, Chang Feng's eyes looked around. Net moment, Chang Feng discovered that the land under his feet had actually seen a war, and the remnants of the war could still be seen on the ground. He thought that the Douluo Empire and the beautiful country were close together, and he couldn't help but wonder, could it be caused by the border war between the two countries? But subconsciously looking at the corpses on the ground, Chang Feng couldn't help but sigh. After all, it was the common people living at the bottom who suffered. This place was noted down by Chang Feng. When conditions permit in the future, he will definitely bury all the bones here. Then Chang Feng continued to move towards the beautiful country with inexplicable emotion. Soon, Chang Feng arrived at the city gate on the border. Before Chang Feng could approach, bows and arrows and crossbows had already been set up on the city tower. One of the young generals in black armor looked at Chang Feng below the city tower and couldn't help shouting, "Who are you here? Why are you coming to my beautiful country? Are you there?" Related ultimatum. Seeing this, Chang Feng couldn't help but frown and he looked at Douluo. Douluo then understood what Chang Feng meant. Douluo glanced at the group of soldiers on the tower with disdain, summoned his martial soul, displayed 9 conspicuous soul rings and said coldly, "Can we enter the city now?" But to Douluo's disappointment, the young general on the tower said righteously, "There is no relevant ultimatum and we will not let him go. Even if he is a soul master, what can he do?" This actually surprised Chang Feng, who was watching from from the side. When did this beautiful country become so tough? Immediately afterwards the closed door on the city tower opened and a sentence came, but the powerful title Douluo can be let in. Douluo was originally very unhappy, but seeing that the other party was so aware of current affairs he stopped arguing with him. Seeing this dramatic scene in front of him, Chang Feng really didn't know what to say. After passing this past, Chang Feng and the others directly entered the hinterland of beautiful country. Every country in a beautiful country has a beautiful city. After arriving at beautiful city it was already dark. Chang Feng was in a feast for his eyes along the way. The women from the beautiful country were very refreshingly dressed. This was indeed a well-deserved reputation. Of course Chang Feng's performance naturally made Duguyan, who was following him, extremely unhappy. Every time he saw those neatly dressed women passing by on the road, Duguyan could not help but grit his teeth with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Chang Feng naturally didn't care what she thought and he didn't have any ideas. At most he just took a few more glances. Eotic women can only be seen from a distance. In his heart Xiao Wu is much more beautiful than these people. Then Chang Feng and the other two found a hotel to stay in beautiful city. The name of this hotel is UIA Hotel. In room 206. At this time Chang Feng and three others were crowded into a room. According to the old rules, Douluo sleeps on the sofa, Chang Feng sleeps on the big bed, and Duguyan sleeps on the small bed. Because it is a double room it is a lot more convenient. However, Chang Feng did not leave. Instead he told Douluo to be optimistic about Duguyan, and then he flashed into the night. This time Chang Feng's vision was extremely simple, that is the treasure trove of the beautiful country. In a deserted place Chang Feng thought directly and the Vasi universe cover appeared. Then Chang Feng wrapped his body under the Vasi universe shroud after it grew larger. Then Chang Feng moved towards the Imperial City Palace of Beautiful City. The Imperial City of Beautiful City is quite large, but the buildings inside are very easy to recognize because these buildings imitate the structure of Tiandu Imperial City. Chang Feng is still very familiar with Tiandu Imperial City. From this Chang Feng thought about the location of the treasure house of Tiandu Imperial City. Could it be that this beautiful country also copied the design? Without much hesitation Chang Feng walked directly towards the depths of the Imperial City of Beautiful Kingdom. Until he walked to a building near the palace, Chang Feng stared at the plaque on that building, the treasure house. It seems that you are right. This beautiful country really imitates the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. It's simply great. Chang Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw the two groups of soldiers stationed outside the treasure house, because the soldiers in these two groups looked a little lazy and they were basically dozing off. The door to the treasure house was closed, but Chang Feng was not in a hurry. He knew that every once in a while someone would come to check the treasure house. He had seen this kind of thing many times in Tiandu Imperial City, so he naturally wasn't surprised. Thinking of the beautiful country imitated by the Tiandu royal family, I thought it must be good in this regard. Time passes slowly. Soon, sure enough, Chang Feng saw a man appear holding a bunch of keys in his hand. When this man came closer, Chang Feng heard the soldiers stationed at the door salute him respectfully and say, "I've seen the duke." The man responded, took out the key in his hand, put it against the keyhole of the door, then twisted it and opened the door. Before entering the door he ordered, "Watch the door." Then the man entered the gate. Seeing this, Chang Feng seized the opportunity and followed him into the treasure house in a flash. After entering the treasure house gate, Chang Feng followed closely behind the duke's man, following all the way. At the same time he was also looking around the treasure house. After seeing the things placed in the treasure house, Chang Feng's heart was beating hard. Got rich. The treasure house is indeed a treasure house. There are so many gold soul coins. The countless gold soul coins are really eye-catching. However, all this money will soon be his. However, another problem arose. In addition to golden soul coins, there were many other good things in this treasure house. For example, he saw 3 fairy grasses as well as other precious 8th and 9th grade herb. The medicinal herbs made Chang Feng's eyes gleam. Continuing to follow the duke, he saw precious metal materials, weapons, soul bones, other treasures, etc. There are so many good things. Chang Feng never expected that a principality would have such an amazing collection. At this time the duke seemed to have checked and his figure had left. Chang Feng is the only one left here. Looking at this treasure house, Chang Feng was not polite at all. He immediately quickly put all the contents of the treasure house into his ring soul guide and jade bracelet soul guide. After an hour, Chang Feng filled up all the ring soul guide and jade bracelet soul guide, but there were still some things left in the treasure house. Seeing that the treasure house suddenly became empty, there were still some valuable clothes and armors left. Facing these things, Chang Feng wanted to empty them all, but all the storage soul guides on his body were gone. Used it but still can't install it. Suddenly Chang Feng noticed with sharp eyes that he found a storage belt among the pensive clothes. Putting the storage belt in his hand and meaning it, Chang Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the storage belt was a luxurious belt. This belt actually had 50 cubic meters. Without Without any hesitation, Chang Feng immediately tied the belt on himself. At the same time he put all the remaining contents of the treasure house into the belt. After doing all this, looking at the empty treasure house, Chang Feng felt extremely happy. After that, after Chang Feng waited for 2 hours, a new person to inspect the treasure house came. The moment the door opened, Chang Feng took advantage of the vast universe cover and rushed towards the outside of the imperial city. As for the huge movement behind him, Chang Feng could no longer care about it. After arriving at the hotel, Chang Feng immediately woke up Douluo and Douluo, and then with the help of Chang Feng's Han Hai Kunkan cover, the group left the border of beautiful country at night. After Chang Feng and his party left, a big earthquake occurred from top to bottom in the beautiful country. Endless anger from the king of the beautiful country. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 272 Meeting Tang Hao. After Chang Feng walked out of the border of beautiful kingdom, he drove in the direction of Tiandu Empire. This time the place he wants to go is Chaoshan City. As for the Soul City, Chang Feng has always wanted to go there to see it, especially since the city lord of Renhun City once hired someone to assassinate him. He didn't want to just let this debt go. On the way, Douluo and Douluo didn't understand why Chang Feng left beautiful country in such a hurry, but Chang Feng didn't want to say more, so they left it to him. The three of them were traveling so hard that they didn't even take a breath, so they hurried on in the starry night. On this day, Chang Feng came to a remote village. This village looked very quiet and peaceful. By this time it was already dark. Chang Feng decided that the three of them would rest in this village for the night and continue their journey tomorrow morning. After finding the village chief and telling him his intention to stay in the village for a night, the village chief enthusiastically agreed and gave up the free courtyard of his own home. This courtyard is located near the mountains and rivers of the village, but because no one has lived in it for a long time, it looks a bit dilapidated. However, for Chang Feng, he just wanted to stay in the courtyard for one night and didn't care much about the conditions. Chang Feng left the task of cleaning up the house to Douluo and Douluo while he went outside the courtyard and looked at the stars in the night sky. After more than half a year of experience, his soul power cultivation level had reached level SI 5 without realizing it, and it was only improved by 2 levels. This was the reason why he did not spend most of his time on it. Thinking of the urgency of time, he planned to use the God-given soul ring on himself that night, preparing to raise his soul power to level 70 tonight. He understood the essence of the God-given soul ring. He could not only use it on others but also on himself. Thinking of going to Chaoshan City this time, the strength of the Soul Emperor alone would not give him any advantage in fighting the city lord of Chaoshan City. Only by upgrading his strength to the cultivation level of Soul Saint can he fight against the lord of Chaotic Soul City and even defeat him. Do whatever you want. That night, in the room where Chang Feng was sitting cross-legged while Douluo was outside the room and was alert to prevent anyone from disturbing Chang Feng's net actions. Chang Feng held his breath and concentrated, and then he shouted directly, "Life domain open." In an instant the area covered by the domain spread along the courtyard, and Chang Feng's mental power also spread around. A faint light emitted from Chang Feng's body and spread around. Soon the area covered by Chang Feng's domain spread to a radius of 1 kilometer. When it reached this length, Chang Feng stopped continuing to spread the area covered by the domain, because the larger the area covered, the more soul power he needed to expend and mental power. If he continues like this, he may collapse. Suddenly Chang Feng felt that within the scope of this domain, mountains, water, trees, grass, flowers, etc. At this moment many bright and crystal photon particles surged up and floated to the domain to gather. Then these particles quickly poured into Chang Feng from all directions along the route of the domain, spreading, and Chang Feng's original soul power gradually increased under the inflow of these particles. At this moment Chang Feng seemed to be in a warm world. At this time Chang Feng discovered that the place he was in was no longer the courtyard he had seen before, but a magnificent and colorful psychedelic world. He saw many photon particles which happily fell into his arms, intertwined with his body, and then integrated into his body and became part of his body. At the same time he was also pleasantly surprised to find that his soul power had unknowingly risen by 1 level, reaching level SI. Soon as time continued to pass, his soul power continued to grow bit by bit, and this feeling was particularly clear. Such a feeling Chang Feng was intoxicated. Unknowingly he became obsessed with this feeling of continuously getting stronger. In the blink of an eye his soul power rose another level, reaching level SI 7, level SI 8, level SI 9, level 70, level 71. At this time, seeing the scene that was suddenly out of his control and seeing that his soul power was still growing, Chang Feng suddenly felt a sense of horror. "I'm going to take it off." When he thought that if he continued like this his body might explode, his heart sank suddenly. Then Chang Feng suddenly gained wisdom and began to compress the soul power desperately. Chang Chang Feng didn't know how to compress soul power. He just panicked and kneaded and squeezed the photon particles floating from all directions as if they were dough. Fortunately, what made Chang Feng breathe a sigh of relief was that the blind cat's behavior of encountering a dead mouse made him really compress the soul power. But Chang Feng did not dare to be careless and continued to compress the soul power. Slowly Chang Feng discovered a very interesting phenomenon, that is, during the process of his compression the soul power gradually turned into a viscous liquid, and the viscous liquid continues to compress and becomes solid particles. Solid particles formed one after another, allowing Chang Feng to suppress the trend of increasing soul power. At this time Chang Feng suddenly discovered that even so his soul power had reached level 78. What surprised him even more was that at this moment a blue light emerged from his arms. This blue light had the ultimate chill, and as the blue light flashed, Chang Feng's martial soul suddenly appeared automatically, and his SI soul rings purple, black, red and red beat regularly behind him. Net moment. What made Chang Feng's pupils shrink was that the blue light suddenly left his arms and directly landed on the SI soul rings, forming a blue soul ring. Seeing such a soul ring, Chang Feng had no time to like it. Suddenly the power in the blue soul ring violently rushed into Chang Feng's meridians, raging rampantly in Chang Feng's body, destroying the meridians all over his body. Finally Chang Feng was in pain and couldn't bear it anymore. He spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, then his head tilted and he fainted on the spot. Just after Chang Feng passed out, Chang Feng's soul power began to grow again as the power of this blue soul ring was injected into him. Suddenly rushed from level 78 to level 79-80. When he reached level 80, suddenly a blazing red light erupted from Chang Feng's arms again, and it suddenly moved toward the 8th position of the 7 soul rings behind Chang Feng. In the blink of an eye, Chang Feng's soul ring configuration turned into purple, black, red, blue and red. If anyone sees this scene, I am afraid they will be in disbelief. In addition to the configuration of the soul ring, Chang Feng's meridians are slowly healing under the complementation of the red and blue soul rings, and his soul power level has reached level 84 at this time. This scene can be said to be a real subversion. The blue and red rays of light continued to flash together, traveling through the meridians around Chang Feng and repairing the damaged meridian. Time is passing slowly. Douluo, who was guarding outside the house, watched as Chang Feng entered the house and had been guarding the door dutifully. At this time Douluo came to deliver food again. Grandpa Master, hasn't he come out yet? It's been 7 days. Hearing Douluo's word, Douluo was an ease. Yes, it's been 7 days. If the aura in the room hadn't been detected normally, he might have rushed into the room long ago. Douluo saw Douluo. He seemed worried and couldn't help but smile bitterly. His own Yanner seemed to have thoughts about young master, but when he thought of young master's attitude toward Yanner, Douluo couldn't bear it. But he couldn't say much about this kind of thing, let alone interfere. He could only hope that his Yanner could see this clearly as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Douluo looked at Douluo. Yanner, don't worry too much, the master and his friends have their own destiny. Douluo curled his lips when he heard this. Grandpa, I don't care about that bastard, I just think it's a bit boring to continue to stay here. After hearing Yanner's words and seeing her eyes looking into the room from time to time, the corner of Douluo's mouth twitched. Yanner has been raised. Douluo sighed in his heart. Grandpa, I heard people talking in the village before, saying that there is a weirdo in the village who has been living on the hillside near the village. I heard from the villagers that his name is Tang Hao. Tang Hao? Douluo was suddenly surprised. He was deeply impressed by this name, so with a serious face he looked at Douluo solemnly. Yanner, is what you just said true? Douluo replied, Grandpa, don't you even believe Yanner's word? Douluo's expression changed, and then he told Douluo, Yanner, from now on you stay with me, guard the young master with me, and don't walk around the village. When Douluo saw her grandfather's face, she seemed to realize something, so she nodded sensibly. Then after Douluo finished his meal, he and Douluo stood guard outside the door. Sometimes their eyes met and the worry in their eyes was the same, and they both said in their hearts, Master, when will you be able to come out? This question at present seems to have no answer. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 273 Tang Haoun. When Chang Feng woke up, he could clearly hear Douluo and Douluo talking about Tang Hao outside the house. Before he had time to think about it, Chang Feng's first reaction was, could this Tang Hao be Tang San's father? If so, wouldn't it be better to deal with him here? Thinking of this, Chang Feng immediately stood up from sitting down. At this time Chang Fengzi felt that his mental state was very good and there seemed to be endless power in his body. Moreover, he felt that his mental strength had improved a lot compared to before. He could sense every sound around him. Chang Feng began to recall his previous situation in his mind, but the memory always stopped when he fainted. Chang Feng still doesn't know what the changes in his body are. He subconsciously summoned his death scythe martial spirit, and then he began to light up his spirit ring. However, the moment his soul ring appeared, Chang Feng was stunned on the spot. What happened when you fainted? How did I suddenly become a strong man in Contra? He actually has 8 soul rings. And what the hell is that blue soul ring? Chang Feng couldn't believe it when he saw this scene, but then he was overjoyed. With his eyes closed, Chang Feng began to try to sense the 7th soul ring and the information conveyed to him by the 8th soul ring. After a while, Chang Feng opened his eyes feeling extremely happy. The 7th soul skill, the true form of the god of death. When using this soul skill, the shadow of death will appear behind you. The appearance of death is enlarged hundreds of times based on your own body. It can put pressure on the enemy's psychology and make the enemy's mind shocked and sluggish for a period of time 3 seconds. At the same time, when using this soul skill, if you hold the spirit of using the sickle and swing it, the shadow will also hold the death sickle and swing it accordingly, and the attack power will instantly increase by 100 times, and the duration is only 2 seconds. But both of these effects will last longer as the soul power increases. The 8th soul skill, the army of the undead. Using this soul skill, you will summon an army of undead to assist you in fighting a large group attack skill. Moreover, all undead legions have fire attributes and the attack they perform are all fire. But this fire is different from ordinary fire in that it is the ultimate fire. At present, with his own strength, the strongest undead he can only summon an undead knight who is 2 levels lower than his own strength. Each time you summon, the soul power consumed will reach 25% of the total. With his current strength, he can only summon an army of undead, at most perhaps tens of thousands in number. These are the messages sent to him by the soul ring. Moreover, the number of undead in the summoned legion will increase as he becomes stronger. At this moment, the smile on Chang Feng's face never stopped. From today on, he can be regarded as a strong man in Douluo continent. When he was in the Soul Emperor realm, he could mediate with Ju Douluo. Now that his strength has reached the Contra realm, at this time, even if he challenges a titled Douluo, he is extremely confident that he can defeat the opponent or even kill the opponent. Chang Feng felt his strength carefully, and after confirming it again and again, he was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, the soul power was actually level 84. He didn't expect this situation, but then his mental power expanded outward, and suddenly Chang Feng's smile faded. Because of the scene outside the house, Chang Feng suddenly fell silent. Through mental observation, he saw that those trees, grass, flowers, etc., which were originally lush and green, and even mountains, water, etc., seemed to be dying because his life domain had deprived them of too much vitality. The trees were yellow and withered, almost lifeless. The grass will turn yellow and die immediately. The flowers have withered and fallen to the ground. The mountains are less green and more bleak than before. Water compared to before is less agile and more clumsy. Moreover, he discovered that this phenomenon was everywhere around him. My own mental power can tend to 1,000 meters or even further, but all I see is this scene. The occurrence of this kind of thing made Chang Feng feel shocked. What gave him some comfort was that at least he did not affect the growth of the farmland, which was fortunately far away from here. Otherwise, because of his one-time improvement in strength, the entire village will have no food to eat. Then this will make him feel more guilty. Fortunately, none of this happened. However, he also affected the original environment of the entire village. After thinking about it, Chang Feng decided to give some compensation to the village. But before doing this, he wanted to take the lead in solving one person. Yes, the person who needs to be solved is Tang Hao. This time he wanted to deal with this person personally. Pushing the door open and seeing Douluo and Yan, Chang Feng said, "You guys have worked so hard these days to help guard the place." Douluo replied, "Sir, just hope you're fine." "Yes, we finally came out, otherwise I would have been ready to break in directly." Yan looked at Chang Feng with a smile on his face. Chang Feng didn't look at Yan but looked at Douluo. After nodding, he said, "You guys wait for me here, I'm going to kill someone." When he said this, Chang Feng had a strong murderous intent in his eyes, and this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Douluo and Yan, making them feel frightened. "Sir, what are you?" Douluo looked at Chang Feng with a questioning look in his eyes. Chang Feng smiled casually. "I want to get rid of Tang Hao for my heaven." "What? Young master, are you kidding? You know Tang Hao is the famous Haoshan Douluo in Douluo continent. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? Why don't you go with me?" Seeing the worry in Douluo's eyes, Chang Feng waved his hand directly and said, "If I go alone, I will naturally be able to deal with him. Moreover, Tang Hao today is no longer the Tang Hao he used to be. To deal with him now, I think with who I am now, I will be able to get rid of him in one fell swoop." Douluo looked at Chang Feng's confident look in front of him and stopped trying to persuade him. When Yan saw Chang Feng being so determined, she knew that it would be useless to object and might even arouse Chang Feng's resentment, so she remained silent, but she was inevitably a little more worried in her heart. After looking at Douluo and Yan again, Chang Feng looked away and said, "Elder Douluo, please come forward and make some compensation to the village on my behalf. This is what everyone in the village looked like within a kilometer radius. I caused it, so I have to trouble Elder Douluo." Seeing the miserable state of the flowers, plants and trees that Chang Feng pointed out. Douluo's heart twitched violently. How did you do that? Douluo's heart was full of doubts, but he knew that if this was the young master's doing, then he seemed to have no right to worry about the young master's safety. On the contrary, he still has to worry about whether Tang Hao can last longer in the hands of the young master, because with his eyesight the scene in front of him showed that the young master's strength has surpassed him. Exactly how strong it is he doesn't know yet. So Douluo nodded. Seeing this, Chang Feng strode towards Tang Hao's direction. The mountainside where Tang Hao was located was about 2,000 meters away from this village, which was not far. Not long time, Chang Feng came to the foot of the beautiful mountain in front of him. Then he swayed and quickly jumped through the forest. Not long after, a thatched house appeared in his sight. At this moment, Tang Hao walked out of the thatched house and the two looked at each other. When Chang Feng looked at Tang Hao, there was no concealed murderous intent in his eyes. Tang Hao, who was leaning on crutches at the moment, saw Chang Feng's murderous intention toward him and his expression turned cold. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Tang Hao's face was cold, and when he looked at Chang Feng his eyes were indifferent. When Chang Feng heard Tang Hao's words, he sneered. Tang Hao, I came here specifically to kill you. When Tang Hao heard Chang Feng's words, his pupils shrank suddenly and he looked at Chang Feng with evil intentions. However, when Tang Hao sensed the situation on Chang Feng, his face suddenly changed and his eyes became a little more fearful. It turned out to be Contra. Look at this kid's age, he's about the same age as the mistress, but he's actually a Contra. How is this possible? Tang Hao suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and then looked at Chang Feng and asked solemnly, Your Excellency, I have never seen you. Why did you want to kill me as soon as you came up? Is there something wrong with this? Misunderstand? Chang Feng grinned with a sneer. Tang Hao, there is no misunderstanding between us. There is a big hatred between you and me. A big grudge? But I can't remember ever seeing you. Now do you think it is meaningful to say this now? It seems that you are determined to kill me. If that's the case, then it's up to me, Tang Hao, to learn your skills. At that moment, without any hesitation, Tang Hao directly summoned the clear sky hammer and 7 soul rings immediately appeared at his feet. Seeing that Tang Hao really only had the strength of a soul saint, Chang Feng smiled. Tang Hao, I didn't expect that you are just a soul saint now. This time I will kill you. Chang Feng did not hesitate and directly summoned the death scythe martial spirit. At the same time, 8 spirit rings slowly rose from his feet and then floated behind him, beating regularly. When Tang Hao saw Chang Feng's martial spirit, his pupils suddenly shrank and then he exclaimed, Are you Chang Feng? I didn't expect that you still remember me. It's really rare. Tang Hao, haha, who wouldn't remember you, Chang Feng? But the thing I've never been able to figure out is that you were once from the Holy Soul Village and your innate soul power was only level 1, so why did your strength grow so fast? Well, how is it done? It seems that you have investigated me. There's nothing I can do about it. He's a very talented young man who is very hostile to mistress. I can't care less about him, but the results of the investigation surprised me. You have a lot of unpecked things. For example, today you are about to die in my hands. Tang Hao saw the other party's 8 soul rings and felt that the other party's aura was unusual. His heart sank suddenly as if falling into an abyss. At the same time, a trace of despair flashed deep in his eyes. Now his strength is no better than before. He had a bad premonition in his heart at this moment. Today he might die at the hands of this person. The funny thing is that this person is still the same age as Xiaosan. However, no matter what, Tang Hao would fight hard. If he could, even if he risked his own life, he would keep the other party here forever. Thinking of this, a trace of cruelty flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. Even if I die today, I will take you away. Suddenly the 7 soul rings under Tang Hao's feet plotted and a powerful aura instantly filled the surroundings. But because the load on his body was too great, Tang Hao's mouth and nose continued to spurt blood. Even so, Tang Hao still roared towards the sky. Haoshan's incarnation, the great Sumuru hammer. In an instant, a huge hammer shadow appeared behind Tang Hao as if it contained an unrivaled momentum. But when Chang Feng saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up and he thought, that's it, good luck. Then Chang Feng's 7th soul ring suddenly lit up and behind him a shadow hundreds of meters high suddenly appeared as if it blocked the world and brought infinite oppression to Tang Hao. At the same time, it also caused Tang Hao's spirit to fall directly into sluggishness. Seeing such an opportunity, how could Chang Feng miss it? He knew that this effect only lasted 3 seconds. The net moment, Chang Feng held the soul of the death scythe directly in his hand and his figure flashed and immediately appeared net to Tang Hao. At this moment, just when Tang Hao was shaking off his sluggishness, Chang Feng's death sickle was already on his neck. All this is done quickly and in an instant. When Tang Hao reacted, he felt a chill on his neck. When he saw the sickle across his neck, his body suddenly stiffened and he almost felt like he was dead. Then he quickly thought about where the problem was. Suddenly he thought that it was the phantom that had caused him to fall into a sluggish state. Tang Hao, who had figured it out, looked at Chang Feng with very complicated eyes. Chang Feng didn't hesitate at all. His death sickle slashed Tang Hao's Hao's neck hard. In an instant a human head was thrown into the air, staining the sky with blood. Tang Hao didn't even utter a scream until the moment he died. However, when Tang Hao's head fell to the ground, his eyes were still staring at Chang Feng as if he was regretting something and also seemed to be afraid of something. But Chang Feng knew that Tang Hao had fallen. Since then his enemy has been reduced by one. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 274 Soul City. Looking at Tang Hao's head, Chang Feng stepped forward and took a few steps. Then Chang Feng directly condensed a spiral pill with his left hand and fell towards Tang Hao's head. In an instant pieces of meat flew everywhere and splashed around. Then he walked to Tang Hao's mutilated body and threw down several raised non-pills before completely destroying Tang Hao's body. After doing all this, Chang Feng returned to the courtyard where he lived. Not long time, Chang Feng returned to the courtyard where he lived. Duge Bo and Duge Yan were returning from the village chief's office when they happened to see Chang Feng. Duge Bo stepped forward quickly and looked at Chang Feng. Sir, why did you come back so soon? Could it be that you lost Tang Hao ran away? Chang Feng glanced at Duge Bo and saw that he changed his mind so quickly and it was really hard for him. Chang Feng walked aside and sighed softly and said, I didn't expect that Tang Hao would eventually. When Duge Bo saw Chang Feng's presence, his heart sang. Could it be that Tang Hao escaped? Tang Hao's escape is a big deal. If he comes back, wouldn't it be detrimental to heaven? He knew that the Haoshan sect, which was closely related to Tang Hao's death, had many powerful masters. Unexpectedly what Chang Feng said made Duge Bo look extremely shocked. In the end, Tang Hao died in my hands. From now on there will no longer be Tang Hao in this Douluo continent. Young master, he is a titled Douluo and he is also the world famous Haoshan Douluo. I would like to confirm that you really killed him. Chang Feng nodded slightly and replied, well, I just let his body be wiped out. Duge Bo's eyes twitched immediately upon hearing this. No bones left? Is this still the gentle and elegant young master he thinks he is? He was so violent, but for some reason he was very happy in his heart. Tang Hao died. Well, what a wonderful death. Such a powerful enemy was eliminated and he was in a good mood. He even blurted out, sir, it's great that Tang Hao died. You do not say? The enemy met such a tragic end which he had been looking forward to for a long time. Chang Feng waved his hand directly and said, this matter is over. Do you have anything else to pack? Once it's packed, let's get ready to hit the road. Duge Yan said, sir, where should we go? Net? Chang Feng smiled faintly and then said, Chaotic Soul City. Duge Bo was horrified in his heart. Shaoshan City was a very chaotic place in Douluo continent. There are no rules there. To be precise, the rules there are determined by the strong. As far as he knew, the geographical location of Chaotic Soul City was very special. It was located in the south of Tiandu Empire, the southwest of Douluo Empire, and the north of Wuhan City. It was neither far nor close to the locations of these three places, and it belonged to a no-nonsense zone. Moreover, it is a large city with a large population. The Tiandu Empire once wanted to take over this place and use it as its territory. The same is true for the Douluo Empire. For this reason, the two sides once fought a protracted war. As a result, the purpose behind the war was recognized by the city lord of Renhun City at the time. After the city lord of Ren Soul City announced the purpose behind the war, he let the people in Ren Soul City know that they were all angry. Under the leadership of the city lord of Chaotic Soul City at that time, they divided their troops into two groups and attacked the military camps of the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire at night, which caused the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire to suffer serious physical damage. It was after that time that Chaoshan City finally gained a foothold. Even the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire no longer have any plans to invade Soul City, but they are always on guard against each other. In this way, Chaoshan City has been safe and sound. In terms of strength, neither the Tiandu Empire nor the Douluo Empire wanted to see the other party become stronger than themselves. Therefore, once one of them wants to disrupt Soul City's idea, the other will take the opportunity to add insult to injury and threaten war until the other party gives up. Although Chaoshan City does not follow rules and is very chaotic compared to other cities, a certain order must still be observed there. In Chaoshan City, the main strength is still the city lord's mansion. In Chaoshan City, the city lord's mansion has the power to formulate rules and has certain privileges. It can be said that the city lord of Renhun City is equivalent to the king of a principality in Renhun City, and his status is extremely high. In this place, a city lord palace suddenly appeared and was superior to others. This of course made other people unhappy, and no one was willing to be subordinate to others. During these long years, forces opposing the city lord's mansion often appeared, and they have never stopped. However, over the long years, the city lord palace has established a certain majesty in the hearts of everyone in Renhun City by brutally suppressing the forces that resisted them again and again. Therefore, they will be very cautious when facing people related to the city lord's mansion, for fear that someone from the city lord's mansion will take notice of them if they are not careful. Douluo didn't hide anything and told Chang Feng all the information he knew about Seoul City. Chang Feng listened to Douluo's introduction about Seoul City and secretly remembered the relevant information in his heart. In a place like Chaoshan City, Wuhan Palace will definitely take action soon. By then will Chaoshan City still be able to maintain a current status? Chang Feng knew that based on Bibi Dong's ambition to unify Douluo continent, there was no way he would let a place like Chaoshan City go unpunished. Moreover, except for Wuhan Palace, Heavenly Court will not allow such forces to east based on such a situation in the future. On the contrary, if possible, the factors that restrict development will be directly eliminated. Chang Feng and his party of 3 drove for 5 consecutive days and finally arrived near Renhun City. Just entering the border of Renhun City, Chang Feng clearly felt a chilling atmosphere in the surrounding air. Moreover, there are several people who are not good to him and his group lurking around. Although they are well hidden in Chang Feng's view at this time, they are undoubtedly trying to deceive themselves in front of him. After initially sensing that these people were only below the soul saint level, Chang Feng lost interest in dealing with them. Then Chang Feng glanced at Douluo, who was following closely behind him, and said, "Elder Douluo, I will leave these people to you to deal with. Remember, leave no one behind, kill them all." Douluo listened to Chang Feng's words and nodded quickly. At the same time, he looked at the auras of soul power fluctuating around him and his eyes suddenly turned cold. The city of Chaos Souls is indeed the city of Chaos Souls. Just now when we get here, some people who are not discerning are eyeing our group. I am afraid that these people regard themselves as soft persimmons that can be manipulated. Regarding this, Douluo feels that it is necessary to make the other party pay a certain price. I saw that in the NET moment Douluo's figure disappeared from the scene with a whoosh, running quickly in one direction. Chang Feng was extremely confident in Douluo's strength. A titled Douluo could not control these people at will, so he had no doubts about Douluo taking them down. There was no worry in Douluo's eyes. She looked at Chang Feng, who had a thoughtful face at the moment, and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, how long will we stay in Seoul City this time?" Chang Feng was stunned for a moment, and only after a while Chang Feng replied, "After I settle one matter, we will continue to practice in the more famous places in Douluo continent." After hearing this, Douluo fell into deep thought. In this regard, Chang Feng did not disturb her but began to think about how to deal with the Lord of Renhun City. Kill? Or is there any other better way? However, no matter what, the city Lord of Renhun City will not be spared lightly. Since he once wanted to kill himself, he must also be aware of being killed. Not long time, Douluo is back. Seeing Douluo's indescribable ease, Chang Feng only asked, "Is everything resolved?" Douluo nodded and said, "Sir, everything has been solved." "Okay, let's continue moving forward and rest in the Seoul City tonight." Afterwards, Chang Feng and the others walked towards Chaoshan City. It didn't take long. A majestic and ancient city wall stands abruptly in the sky. At least in Chang Feng's eyes, this was the scene. The setting sun makes this city even more majestic and desolate, alone standing between heaven and earth. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 275, Lord of Chaotic Soul City. Chang Feng and the others came to the gate of Renhun City. Looking at the closed city gate, Chang Feng couldn't help but frown. He raised his head and looked at the tower, only to find that there was no one on it. This actually made Chang Feng a little depressed. The people all arrived at the city gate, but no one helped open the door. Of course he can still get in using his soul skills, but in this case he might be able to alert the enemy. He doesn't want to be so conspicuous unless necessary. Time is passing by bit, but the people who are supposed to be stationed on the tower have not arrived yet. Chang Feng saw that he had waited for so long but still hadn't seen anyone, and he couldn't help feeling a little angry in his heart. Seeing nightfall, Chang Feng's eyes flashed. He turned his head to look at Douluo and said, "Elder Douluo, let's just break in later." Douluo had no objection to Chang Feng's proposal because he had already suppressed his anger. When did he Douluo hang out in front of the city gate? This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. For the city in front of him, Douluo's impression became much worse. Then Douluo and the other 3 jumped onto the city wall in just a flash. Then he jumped off the city wall and entered the city smoothly. But when Chang Feng entered the city, the scene before him surprised him. How could there be no one in such a big city? So Chang Feng looked at Douluo with confusion on his face and asked, "Elder Douluo, what is this scene in front of you?" Douluo glanced around indifferently, then quickly withdrew his gaze and replied, "Sir, I guess it may be related to the city Lord Palace. It is impossible for these rebellious people to stay in their own house obediently. The only possibility left for them to live in is the city Lord's mansion, which can subdue them. Now you know the inside story of what you are seeing." Chang Feng nodded approvingly and then said, "In this case, instead of just waiting around, let's take the initiative. Let's go to the Lord's mansion of Seoul City." Douluo did not press any objection, and Dugu Yan naturally would not object either. In this way the three of them headed in the direction of the Lord's mansion of Chaotic Soul City. However, Cheng Feng and the others were in trouble as to where the Lord's mansion of Chaotic Soul City was, but not long after Cheng Feng relied on his domain ability to sense that the city Lord's mansion was located 1,000 meters ahead in a quiet alley net to a pool of lake. According to the information obtained through perception, the city Lord's mansion covers an extremely large area. When the three of them arrived in front of the city Lord's mansion, they stopped. Raising his head and looking at the city Lord's mansion, Cheng Feng was thoughtful. Boundless silence seemed to surround the entire city Lord Palace and also seemed to surround the entire city. How could there be no one there? How can this be? At this moment Dugu Bo's Zion suddenly became much more solemn. Then he turned to look at Cheng Feng and said, "Sir, I suspect that something major happened here, and it happened before we came. Otherwise wouldn't there be no one in the whole city?" Cheng Feng also agreed with Dugu Bo's opinion. "Elder Dugu, please check around and see if there is a living person in this city. Also please pay more attention to your own safety. I always feel that the things involved are nothing so simple." Hearing this, Dugu Bo's heart trembled. He nodded respectfully and said, "I'm going to go check around now." As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Bo's figure disappeared from the scene instantly and a green shadow headed east. Only Dugu Yan and Cheng Feng were left in the field. Dugu Yan looked at this extremely quiet city. For some reason she always felt a little uneasy in her heart, and there seemed to be a line of sight all around, making her hands and feet cold. When she glanced at Cheng Feng beside her, she suddenly found that the young master's face didn't look good at this moment and his Zion was quite solemn. Cheng Feng was secretly on high alert at this time. Just now a line of sight focused on him, and that line of sight was full of coldness and evil. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. This is the current situation. Moreover, the person secretly watching here is obviously not an easy person. But when Cheng Feng thought about his current strength, he felt that the person in the dark might not be impossible to deal with. But to deal with such a hidden and difficult person at the moment, we can only wait for the other party to take the initiative, because even though he has many means, he cannot locate the opponent's location. From this point of view, Cheng Fengpan has a very strong ability to hide from the opponent. In response to this, Cheng Feng knew that the only thing he could do was to wait quietly for the other party to become impatient and then reveal his flaws. Competing with patience and persistence, Cheng Feng is extremely confident in this area. Soon time flew by like the wind, but the person staring secretly has never shown his face. This discovery made Cheng Feng suspicious. Is the other party paying attention or brewing some conspiracy to deal with him? Cheng Feng was at a loss about this. In this strange confrontation, Dugu Bo suddenly returned. As soon as he saw Cheng Feng, Dugu Bo said directly, "Sir, my subordinate just checked around and found that the entire city is indeed empty. Moreover, not even livestock or poultry can be seen. What's more, the most important thing is that everything is clean. If something happens to the people in this city, there will definitely be clues, but to my subordinate's dismay there are no traces left. People in a city just disappeared." Cheng Feng always felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be something fishy that he didn't know about. He wandered back and forth, his eyes roaming around, and his Zion suddenly became a little solemn. However, no matter how Cheng Feng observed, he still had no clue. At the same time, at this moment, in a magnificent hall 10,000 meters below the Soul City, a middle-aged man in golden attire was sitting upright on a golden dragon chair. His whole Zion was indescribably lazy and unfathomable. Right in front of him, in a mirror-like treasure, there was a picture of Cheng Feng, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan in the Soul City. No matter how hard Cheng Feng tried, he never expected that he and others were being watched. The middle-aged man looked at the three people in the picture Cheng Feng. After sizing them up for a moment, he gave a solemn order, "Come here, ask General Lu Neng to come over and tell him that I have something to discuss with him." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, "I accept your order. I'll go now." A long time, a burly black armored general came forward. His face was very cold and his eyes were like sharp knives. I saw the general in black armor stepping forward and saluting. "Lu Neng has met the lord of the city." The middle-aged man just waved his hand. "No need to be polite. General Lu, do you know why I summoned you to meet you late at night?" The general in black armor replied Zionlessly, "I don't know." The middle-aged man's Zion paused and then he just smiled lightly. "General Lu, the reason why I called you here is to ask you to send people to the ground to capture the three people who appeared in Renhun City, regardless of death or injury." "City Lord, does the opponent look very difficult to deal with?" "That's right, there is a titled Douluo among their group. You have to be extra careful with this one, because it is a very important matter. This time I will hand over this important task to General Lu to complete. I hope that the blood fiend led by General Lu will the Legion can win." "Yes, I will obey the order." Then the black armored general's armor clanked and left in a hurry. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Neng's back and a trace trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Did General Lu discover something? Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 276 The Truth. Chang Feng took Douluo and Douluo around in the Soul City. He thought that by moving around like this the feeling of being watched would disappear. As a result, what Chang Feng never expected was that this feeling still did not disappear. Chang Feng frowned and then stopped without moving forward, because he understands that as long as he is under the other party's surveillance there is little point in continuing. So Chang Feng said calmly on the spot, Elder Douluo and Miss Douluo, if I feel correctly the three of us should be under surveillance. Moreover, those eyes in the dark have been watching somewhere. Follow us. What, Master, are you feeling accurate? A trace of worry flashed through Douluo's eyes because he found out helplessly that he had not discovered that he was being watched, but the young master had discovered it, which made him seem a bit unqualified as a subordinate. I couldn't help but feel a little depressed, but at the same time he felt a little more solemn in his heart. Faced with such an opponent who hides his head and tail, if this kind of person does not appear he will not know where to start. Moreover, the opponent's strength is not known. This is a bit blinding. Procedure. Feng glanced at Douluo and asked, why don't you believe what I say? There is no need for me to lie. Hearing Chang Feng's word, Douluo smiled sheepishly. Sir, my subordinate is old and confused. But my lord, the other party has been hiding in the dark. How should we deal with it? Douluo's words made Chang Feng fall silent on the spot. After thinking carefully, Chang Feng said firmly, what we have to do now is to wait. The other party will definitely be the first to be unable to sit still. Of course we must also be more prepared to avoid being plotted by the other party. Douluo's eyes flashed. I obey the master. Afterwards Chang Feng and the other two stood quietly on the spot. Time is passing slowly. At this time the sky above Renhun City was covered with some dark clouds, and the originally bright moon was shyly hiding behind the dark clouds, not daring to reveal itself and let others see it. Unknowingly a bone-deep chill gradually filled the surroundings. It's very cold at night. However, Chang Feng paid more attention to this chill and secretly guarded his surroundings. Suddenly at this moment there was a burst of clanging armor sounds from all directions. The sound was huge. In an instant the atmosphere in the venue solidified on the spot. The overwhelming clanking of armor resounded in the surrounding night sky like a bright light cutting through the sky and rushing towards the thick layers of dark clouds in the sky. Not long time, the sonorous sound suddenly fell silent. Chang Feng's mental power clearly sensed that there were tens of thousands of black armored warriors around him, surrounding him and his group in an airtight manner. What's even more frightening is that among these tens of thousands of black armored soldiers, each one of them has a powerful sword in his hand, and the direction he is aiming at is facing him from a distance. For no reason, Chang Feng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. With just one command, thousands of arrows would be fired in the NET moment. I can't imagine the scene. What's even more terrible is that each black armored soldier carries a barrel of crossbow arrows on his back. Facing this scene, Chang Feng didn't dare to be careless in his heart, but his eyes were indifferent, because in his opinion even if the other party is powerful it does not mean that he cannot resist. Moreover, in just a moment he had already thought of several countermeasures in his mind. For example, beheading, or directly using the 8 soul skill to fight, or directly shrouding yourself and others under the vast and universe. Suddenly at this moment a cold voice suddenly sounded in the dark night. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. I hope you can catch me without mercy. Otherwise after 3 seconds you will have to bear the wrath of my blood evil legion, and this price will be paid is your life. Regarding this voice in Chang Feng's heart, there weren't many waves. Chang Feng just said lightly, are you from the Lord's mansion of Renhun City? In the dark night Lu Neng didn't answer. He just said indifferently, 3 seconds have passed. Now just hope that you all survive. Everyone prepare, shoot. Before Chang Feng finished speaking, Chang Feng had a thought in his mind and immediately came to Douluo and Douluo. Then he looked at them and said, don't resist in a moment. Also, no matter what you are waiting for, whatever I see in the future I will keep it in my stomach forever. Seeing that Chang Feng's presence was so solemn, although they didn't understand what Chang Feng meant, Douluo and his grandson trusted Chang Feng very much and did not dig into the details. They just nodded solemnly. When Chang Feng saw this, he put his left and right hands on the shoulders of Douluo and Douluo respectively and then shouted in his mouth, the god of the void is hidden. At this time in the dark night tens of thousands of crossbow arrows fell in the direction of Chang Feng and his party. The scene was really thrilling and made people feel numb, but at this time Chang Feng had just activated his soul bone skill and a white light enveloped Chang Feng and the other 3 people. Then Chang Feng and the other 3 people disappeared directly from the scene. This scene fell into the eyes of the city lord of Renhun City, who was 10,000 meters below. At this time he could no longer sit still on the dragon throne. He was very surprised to see such a scene. How can it be? These 4 words kept reappearing in his mind. He couldn't understand that under this treasure in front of him everything would be invisible. However, However, the three people in front of them disappeared directly without a trace to be traced. What's more important is that his treasures don't even know where they are hidden. In his eyes he only saw tens of thousands of crossbow arrows falling in the night sky on the open space where Chang Feng and the others had originally stood. The ground keeps clanking. However, that person disappeared. How did this person disappear? Based on his many years of experience, the Lord of Chaotic Soul City could not determine how this was done. At the same time, in his heart the Lord of Chaotic Soul City was a little more afraid of Chang Feng, but the net moment his eyes flashed with ferocity. He has been offended, so it is best to keep the other party here forever. Otherwise, if the other party grows up, it will undoubtedly be a terrible nightmare for him. To cut weeds we must remove the roots, but the wind will never destroy them. As a qualified power controller, he usually has to consider the big situation. He doesn't want a small thing to affect the overall situation and disrupt his layout. Thinking of this, the Lord of Chaotic Soul City felt that this time it was necessary for him to take action himself and kill Chang Feng and the other two men on the spot. After looking at the treasure in front of him coldly, the Lord of Renhun City walked towards a place calmly. On the ground of Chaotic Soul City at this time there was some silence under the night sky. Lu Neng came to the place where the random arrows were shot. As a result, when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel confused in the night sky. Where are the people? Weren't you here just now? Lu Neng's eyes scanned the surroundings sharply but found nothing. Not long time, Lu Neng gave up on continuing to explore the surrounding area and regretfully withdrew his troop and left. After Lu Neng and his party left, Chang Feng and the others immediately showed up. At this moment, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan still haven't recovered from their shocked eyes, and their eyes look a little dull. What they never expected was that the place they were in just now was full of novelties for them, but it also made them feel insignificant and powerless. New world. This is what Chang Feng said to them, but this does not affect their imaginative attention of Chang Feng's words. Elder Douluo, let follow the group just now. I want to see where these people are hiding. Sir, will this disturb the other party? As long as we act carefully, it won't be a big problem. When Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan heard this, they naturally had no objection. Chang Feng led Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan hanging far behind Lu Neng's Blood Demon Legion. With his far superior mental strength, he knew the direction of Lu Neng's army's evacuation. In Chang Feng's opinion, by following the other party he might be able to find out the reason why no one can be seen in this chaotic soul city. The truth is about to be revealed. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 277. The Dry Well and the End. It won't be long. Lu Neng led the Blood Demon Legion to a school ground in the city. This school ground covers a huge area and can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. After arriving here, Lu Neng and others stopped. Under the prying eyes of Chang Feng's mental power, Lu Neng walked to a place on the school grounds, then squatted down and found an iron eagle. He then held the iron eagle with both hands and rotated it clockwise SI time. At this moment, the ground of the school ground suddenly opened from the middle. A huge hole was revealed. Looking inside, I found a cave so deep and dark that it was bottomless. Seeing this, Chang Feng had some more guesses in his mind. Under Chang Feng's gaze, the black armored general led the group of mighty black armored soldiers toward the cave, seemingly in order. As time passed, the legion in the field quickly disappeared from sight. Then the hole in the ground was closed in an instant. At this moment, Chang Feng and 3 others walked out. Elder Douluo, net, I plan to go underground to investigate alone. You will be responsible for supporting me above. Also, Elder Douluo, remember to protect Miss Douluo. Sir, this are you taking a risk by going alone to investigate? Although my subordinates know that you are stronger, there is a huge disparity in strength between the enemy and us, and the other party is even more powerful. If this happens, phew, I'm just worried that you are in danger. Why don't you let me go down there to investigate? When Chang Feng heard what Douluo Bo said, he would be lying if he said he wasn't moved, but he knew that if he took Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan with him, he might still have to distract himself from protecting Douluo Yan. Instead of doing this, it would be better to let Douluo Bo protect Douluo Yan from the beginning. After all, relatively speaking, Douluo Yan's strength is still much worse than his own, so Chang Feng directly refused. I appreciate Elder Douluo's kindness. I hope Elder Douluo can take care of me outside at any time. This matter has been settled, Elder Douluo, so be it. What else could Douluo Bo say? Chang Feng's determination left him almost speechless. Finally, Douluo Bo said, I just obey the master's instructions. I hope the master can be more careful. Chang Feng nodded, and based on the memory of the general who just came here, he came to Taiying. With almost no hesitation, Chang Feng imitated the general and rotated the iron eagle clockwise SI times in succession. The net moment the door opened. The moment he saw the door open, Chang Feng glanced at Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan and jumped in. A long while, the it of the school grounds is healed again. Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan watched Chang Feng's voice disappear from their sight, and they both looked at the ground of the school ground, their eyes filled with unreasonable worries. After Chang Feng entered the cave, he relied on his mental power to walk straight inside. Along the way he was very cautious for fear of alarming the other party. At the same time he directly used the Vasi universe cover to place himself under the Vasi universe cover. The reason why I do this is to add a layer of protection to myself. In this way Chang Feng continued walking along the cave. When he reached the end, Chang Feng found a huge dry well at the end. Besides, there is nothing else. Moreover, there is some green moss growing beside the dry well. Looking at the dry well in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed in Chang Feng's eyes. He approached the dry well and peered inside, only to find that the dry well looked like heights so deep that you can't even see the bottom of the well. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that there were some overlapping footprints net to the dry well. Seeing this, Chang Feng's eyes flashed. What he guessed in his mind was that the group of people he just saw must have gone down along this dry well. Without much hesitation, Chang Feng walked along the bottom of the well. The endless darkness all around makes the world extremely quiet. After Chang Feng entered this dry well, he realized that this dry well was really unfathomable. There is a cave inside the dry well. When he first entered the dry well and walked not far, he discovered that there were steps going down. They were all steps as far as the eye could see. When Chang Feng saw such a scene, he raised his feet and continued walking down the steps. A time passed. Chang Feng lowered his head and looked at the steps under his feet, frowning in deep thought. If it weren't for the fact that the steps under his feet were too real, he would have doubted whether he had entered an illusion. After walking for so long, he was shocked to find that in his eyes there were still endless steps below. Taking a deep breath, Chang Feng adjusted his strength and continued walking down. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. It was only then that Chang Feng realized that the legion he had encountered before would never take the path he was taking. There must be another way. But are we going to go back the way we came? But in the net moment, Chang Feng killed this idea forcibly. After all, I have been walking for such a long time. If I just go back in such a dejected manner, I am afraid that I will be living up to my journey for such a long time. Then Chang Feng, who was extremely determined, finally saw the end of the steps after spending another 2 hours. But just as Chang Feng's figure continued to walk forward, suddenly a voice suddenly sounded in the field. I didn't expect you to come all the way. Hearing this voice, Chang Feng's mind tightened. He glanced around and said calmly, if you have the ability, just come out and see him. What kind of soul master is he who hides? After the word fell, the other party's voice sounded again. It seems that you really want to see me. Suddenly, less than 20 steps away from Chang Feng, a figure in golden attire appeared. At this time, the Lord of Renhun City turned his head and looked at Chang Feng. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. You dare to come to this underground world alone? I don't know whether you should say you are confident or you are stupid enough. Facing the cynicism of the man in front of him, Chang Feng remained expressionless. He stared closely at the Lord of the Soul City and said, are you the Lord of the Soul City? The opponent's strength seems a bit unfathomable, but Chang Feng knew that his strength had been improved enough, and even if he faced a powerful titled Douluo, he still wouldn't feel scared. Listening to Chang Gong Feng's words, the Lord of Renhun City just smiled faintly. Yes, I am the Lord of Renhun City. My name is Gao Yujing. You are qualified to know my name. When Chang Feng saw the other person's confident look, his face turned cold and he said calmly, Wind City. That's really young and promising. Gao Yujing's compliment made Chang Feng a little confused. Chang Feng sneered, have you ever killed innocent civilians? Chang Feng stared at the other party closely. Although the other party hid it well, it was true that there was countless killings in the other party's aura. Unexpectedly, Gao Yujing smiled and then said, when you came to this city, didn't you realize that there is not a single living person in the whole city? When the other party said this, Chang Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. What do you mean? Don't you already know the answer? When Chang Feng heard that the other party had no intention of denying his credit, Chang Feng's heart tightened suddenly. You massacred an entire city? That's right, I killed everyone. Butcher or devil? Why did the other party do this? Or is it that the other party is deceiving him? At this point, Chang Feng was deeply shaken, but Chang Feng understood that calling the other person a butcher or a devil was an insult to these words. Chang Feng looked at Gao Yujing with a cold face. It seems that today I have to eliminate harm for the people. Haha, eliminating harm for the people? Interesting, I'll wait. Seeing the other party's attitude, Chang Feng said indifferently, in that case let's each rely on our own abilities. Let's see the real result. Gao Yujing was non-committal about Chang Feng's words and looked at Chang Feng expressionlessly without saying a word. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 278. The Lord of Chaotic Soul City wants to reconcile. The net moment, Chang Feng directly summoned the martial soul death scythe, and then 8 soul rings, purple, black, red, blue and red, slowly rose from his feet. After a while they floated directly behind him, rising and falling in a regular pattern. Beating. When Gao Yujing saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly and he even exclaimed, how is this possible? You how did you do it? While saying this, Gao Yujing narrowed his eyes and many thoughts suddenly came to his mind. Chang Feng looked at him coldly and the fifth soul ring behind him suddenly lit up. At this moment Gao Yujing's face became extremely ugly. He also follows at this time directly summoned the martial spirit, and soon a black crow silhouette appeared behind him with eyes that looked so dark that there was no light at all. Following the summoning of the martial soul, 9 soul rings slowly rose from his feet, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black and red. At the same time the 9th soul ring behind him suddenly lit up and Chang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Endless flames destroy all things. A cold shout came from Gao Yujing's mouth which seemed to make the surrounding air freeze for a moment. Suddenly Gao Yujing's whole body glowed with black light and thousands of black crows burst out from his hands, spitting high temperature flames from his mouth. Even the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this. You quickly moved towards Chang Feng. Flying away, it seemed that he was going to kill Chang Feng in one fell swoop. At this moment Chang Feng suddenly burst into blue light, holding the soul of death scythe tightly in his hand and shouted, press zionlessly 9 cuts of death. In an instant Chang Feng waved the death sickle in his right hand and several huge blue light pillars surged up. Each light pillar instantly transformed into the shape of a death sickle hundreds of meters in size, wiping the void and fiercely heading towards Gao Yujing. The direction falls. Regarding this attack, Chang Feng was full of confidence. Even if the opponent had the 9th soul skill, he was confident that with this soul skill he could block the opponent's 9th soul skill attack. Therefore he stood confidently looking towards the field motionlessly. Finally the two attacks from both sides collided. In an instant the ground shook violently and made continuous roaring sounds. The void made a harsh hissing sound and shook a few times. However, neither Gao Yujing nor Chang Feng moved a step. Each was extremely confident in their attack. After a long time the surroundings returned to silence and the place immediately fell into silence. Neither Gao Yujing nor Chang Feng spoke to each other. At this time Gao Yujing raised his head, looked at the mess all around and said absently, I didn't expect that a person like you would appear on Douluo continent. From the action just now I already know your identity. Heavenly Court, the Lord Chang Feng. Hearing the other party directly mention his name, the press Zion on Chang Feng's face did not change at all. He glanced at the other party lightly and then said, the Lord of Renhun City, I have heard about it many years ago. Gao Yujing's face twitched when he heard it. A few years ago he sent someone to assassinate Chang Feng. Maybe it was a wrong thing he did, but he never regretted it. Even if time comes again he will still insist on doing this, because at the beginning the Wuhan Palace where Chang Feng was located was the force he hated most in his life. Moreover, Chang Feng was still the most dazzling saint son of the Wuhan Palace. He had been holding a breath in his heart. If the Wuhan Palace was not allowed to adding to the trouble, he always felt a little unhappy in his heart. But later what no one expected was that Chang Feng was directly removed from the identity of the holy son of Wuhan Palace by Wuhan Palace. In this regard he knows more about the inside story. According to his information, Chang Feng also had a grudge against Wuhan Palace, and the reason why he became the holy son of Wuhan Palace was actually as an undercover agent. Chang Feng, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, actually entered the Wuhan Palace as an undercover agent. I am afraid that this is a truth that no one can guess even if they try hard enough. When this incident became widely circulated, he knew in his heart that the feud between myself and Chang Feng is quite serious. He has wanted to kill the other party many times. If it were him, no matter what the reason, he would never spare the other party. Putting yourself in his shoes, the other party is also a power lord and Chang Feng will definitely not let him go. Although Chang Feng was still a soul king at the beginning, at that time he realized that if the other party grew up he would be very scary. What he never expected was that when he was about to put the matter down, the other party came directly to him. What shocked him the most was that the speed at which the other party was growing made a turmoil in his heart. The other party has actually become a contra. This speed of improvement in strength made him feel a little scared and frightened. All these years he didn't know what it felt like to be afraid, but at this time this feeling in his heart appeared again. This made him feel very incredible, but this was really happening in front of him. He is a smart man and knows that there is no possibility of reconciliation between Chang Feng and him. At the same time he felt a little bad in his heart. The opponent was able to block his 9th soul skill by just using his 5th soul skill. This not only surprised him but also made him feel that the other party was too strong, but he deeply understood that he had no way out. However, his great revenge has not yet been avenged. If he dies like this, how can he have a face to face those who have died in the past? Net moment he gritted his teeth and said, Chang Feng, when I sent people to kill you, it was because you were the holy son of Wuhan Palace, but I had a deep and irresolvable hatred with Wuhan Palace. I sent people to kill you back then. You are also forced by the situation, but I never expected that you also have a deep hatred for Wuhan Palace. Is there any possibility of reconciliation between us? Saying such words is full of humiliation for his status. status, but compared to life all of this is insignificant. He is not stupid. The opponent can block his 9th soul skill by relying on his 5th soul skill. Then will the opponent's other soul skills be able to stop him? What about directly killing him? What is even more frightening is that after the opponent uses the 5th soul skill, it seems that he does not consume much soul power. As for himself, he has consumed almost 40% of his soul power. If he continues to fight, he may be killed by the opponent. Therefore at this time he had to make the best choice for him from his heart. Chang Feng glanced at Gao Yujing, his eyes a little surprised. The other party actually gave in. After all, you are the city lord of Chaotic Soul City. This is too submissive and it is too inconsistent with your identity. But in the blink of an eye, Chang Feng figured out that maybe the other party saw his strength and that's why he said this. If he didn't have such strength, the other party would never let him go. Moreover, the other party had killed everyone in Soul City, which made him unable to accept the other party's reconciliation. Therefore Chang Feng directly refused and said, you killed the entire people in Renhun City. This is contrary to the principles that my heavenly court has always adhered to. So wait, that's not what happened. I didn't kill those people. Is what you say true? Every word is true. I said that before just to be tough, but I didn't effect you. In short, I didn't kill those people. Those people are gone. I'm afraid people can't believe what you said. After all, that's not what you just said. Gao Yujing gave a bitter smile and said, I really didn't kill them. You can listen to my explanation. Chang Feng thought for a while before agreeing. Gao Yujing looked overjoyed. So Gao Yujing took the lead and said, the whole thing is like this. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 279, Accepting the Forces of Chaotic Soul City. Chang Feng calmed down and listened to Gao Yujing's word. After listening, it would not be too late to make a decision. So Chang Feng looked at Gao Yujing and said, I hope your explanation is not lying to me, otherwise if I find out I will never let you go. Gao Yujing's eyes flashed with helplessness and he replied, I promise that what I say is true. Chang Feng nodded and said calmly, go ahead. Gao Yujing then said, a year ago a group of uninvited guests came to Renhun City. Those people were all dressed in black robes. To this group of people, as the lord of Renhun City, I naturally became more vigilant and sent people monitor them strictly. It's just that what I didn't expect was that all the people I sent died without accident. When I knew the news, I was naturally extremely angry, so I hurriedly led people to find the other party. Then I took my men and fought directly with the opponent. After 10 to 100 rounds we lost by luck. My men and horses suffered heavy losses, but the opponent's losses were relatively small. However, what I never expected was that there were actually 5 titled Douluo on the other side. I fought 5 of them and managed to escape from them. As for the people I brought with me, they all died. When he said this, Gao Yujing looked a little sad. Those people who died were all the elites of the Lord's mansion of Soul City, but dying like this made him heartbroken. Even if a year had passed, it seemed like it happened yesterday. After calming down a little, he continued, I was injured after escaping from those people. When I returned to the city Lord Palace, I immediately organized my men and horses, retreated from the ground overnight and fled to this place, take refuge. But I only had time to evacuate all the people in my city Lord Palace and their families here, but those other people were not so lucky. When we retreated, I also sent my own capable men to monitor the other side. Only then did I realize that at that time those people on the other side didn't care about us at all, but started killing the residents of the entire Soul City. Chang Feng frowned when he heard this. Do you know what force those people came from? Also, why did they kill those people in Renhun City, and what was their purpose of killing? Gao Yujing sighed softly. According to the information I collected, those people are extremely mysterious. However, each of them has one thing in common, that is their aura is very disgusting and they have it's such an evil black energy that people don't like it very much. After hearing this, Chang Feng understood the identities of those people. These men in black are probably all members of the holy religion. As for the purpose of those people to kill those in Renhun City, I only found out after losing more than a dozen of my men that those people were actually collecting blood. Moreover, they were very cruel. Even if they killed people, finally all the blood in the opponent's body will be drained. What's even more terrifying is that even their corpses have not been spared. As for what the research content is, I didn't find out. Research? Collecting blood and using corpses for research made Chang Feng more wary of the holy cult. What do these people of the holy religion want? Later, after this incident, I was worried that the men in black would come back again, so I took my men and settled down here underground. I stayed there for more than a year. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng asked, how many people do you have? I see that the Blood Demon Legion you sent to the ground alone is tens of thousands of people. I'm afraid there are quite a lot of them, right? The city of Chaotic Souls. The Lord sighed bitterly. Before those men in black came, I used to have 120,000 men under my command, but after those men in black came, I only had more than 50,000 men under my command. command. Why are there so many? These are accumulated by my ancestors from generation to generation. By my generation they are considered to be in decline. Then what are your plans now? Aren't you going to kill me now? I believe your explanation. I don't think it's necessary to kill you again. Why don't you go investigate? Under my eyes all the actions you took when you spoke just now came from your heart. In theory they are almost the same, so there is no need. Gao Yujing was silent for a while after hearing this. His expression changed several times as if he was making some important decision. Chang Feng looked at him quietly. Then Gao Yujing said, I want to take all my people to heaven. Are you willing to accept it? Chang Feng did not respond immediately but thought about whether the other party truly surrendered to him. After observing him for a long time, Chang Feng said, reason. Gao Yujing looked at Chang Feng and then pointed at Chang Feng with his finger. What's the meaning? Chang Feng asked calmly. Gao Yujing replied, because of you. This is my reason. Just because of me? Gao Yujing nodded. Yes, it's because of you. Why? A smile appeared on Gao Yujing's face and he said, first, the heavenly court you founded is not simple. Being able to escape from so many powerful titled Douluo men in Wuhan Palace is enough to explain a lot of problems. That person at that time, the strong person who took action, has a close relationship with you. Moreover, I guess that strong person should be a level 99 peerless Douluo per. Chang Feng was non-committal about this. Second, your personal talent is extremely terrifying. From being the champion of the Soul Master competition to now, in just a few years your strength has improved so quickly. This makes me even more convinced that joining Heavenly Court is the best choice. And Douluo continent has always said that you have obtained the inheritance of God. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it very much. Thirdly, the current situation in Douluo continent makes me feel dangerous. Now I can't see clearly how the situation in Douluo continent will develop in the future. And if you want to keep the last people in your hands, I'm afraid you can't find a big one. The forces that have taken refuge will probably decline or even be disbanded soon. After finishing his words, Gao Yujing looked at Chang Feng with a hint of hope in his eyes. After Chang Feng thought for a moment, he did not agree on the spot. This scene fell into Gao Yujing's eyes, making him feel his heart sink suddenly. Could it be that the other party doesn't like the power in his hands? However, not long after, Chang Feng looked at Gao Yujing and said, will those people under you strictly abide by the regulations of heaven? Gao Yujing was ecstatic when he heard this. He clapped his chest and said, if anyone doesn't comply, I'll be the first to kill him. Hearing Gao Yujing's words, Chang Feng said calmly, you haven't heard the rules of heaven and you agreed like this. Isn't it a little too hasty? After Gao Yujing heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he was secretly worried. Could it be that the rules of this heaven are very strict? But if you say it out loud, it will be like water that is thrown out and cannot be taken back. Therefore Gao Yujing bit the bullet and said, no matter how difficult this rule is, I will make sure those who follow it will not hesitate to abide by it. If anyone is holding back, I will come first. I can't spare him. Chang Feng smiled and then said, the most fundamental rule of heaven is that no civilians can be killed indiscriminately. As for the rest, we will talk about it when we have time in the future. Gao Yujing was overjoyed when he heard this. From now on, I finally don't have to worry about those people. I wonder what I should call you in the future. Chang Feng pondered for a while and then said, you also know that I founded the Heavenly Court, but in the Heavenly Court I plan to create another Heavenly Palace as the residence of the Heavenly Emperor. Your subordinates will all divide the Heavenly Palace here. Come, from now on I will only obey the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, I am also the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace has not yet been born. When the time comes, I will definitely lead our Heavenly Palace army to unify the Douluo continent and become Douluo, the only ruler of the continent. From now on you will all call me the Palace Master. By the way, how many legions do you have in your hands? Gao Yujing immediately replied back to the Palace Master, I have 3 legions under my command. The Palace Master has seen one, the Blood Fiend Legion commanded by General Lu Neng with a total of 20,000 people. The second one is the Shuro Legion led by the third group is the Gisha Army commanded by General Hu Wending with a strength of 17,000. Chang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. What are the strengths of Lu Neng, Hu Wending and Luo Meier? Gao Yujing smiled and said, Palace Master, among these 3 people Lu Neng is the most powerful in military ability, Hu Wending is the most valiant in combat, and Luo Meier is the best at training. Their strength is all contra. Among them, Lu Neng's soul power is level 87, Hu Wending's is level 86 and Luo Meier is level 88. Chang Feng was extremely surprised. He looked at Gao Yujing and said, I'm afraid these people won't obey me easily. Gao Yujing said sarcastically, Palace Master, these people, if you show your skills in front of them, I'm afraid they will be convinced on the spot. It seems that a fight is still unavoidable. Gao Yujing didn't answer this. Let do this, you take me to see them tomorrow and I'll conquer them first before we talk. Gao Yujing nodded directly and said, okay, I will arrange this later. By the way, there are 2 of my companions on the ground. send someone to invite them down. Later you can have someone hold my letter and ask them to come down. Remember, the attitude must be more respectful. Gao Yujing nodded heavily. As for your position in Heavenly Court, I thought about it and asked you to join the Heavenly Court Elders Hall. After your strength reaches a certain level, I will fill you in the Heavenly Court Douluo Hall. Of course, in addition to being a member of the Heavenly Court Elders Hall, from now on you will still be an elder of Tiangong. Your main responsibility is to teach children how to practice. Of course, these are all things for later. At present you mainly follow me and do things according to my instructions. Do you have any objection to this? Gao Yujing smiled directly and said, Palace Master, my subordinates have no objection. Cheng Feng nodded. After that the two chatted for a while and Gao Yujing went down to arrange things. Cheng Feng looked at Gao Yujing's leaving figure thoughtfully. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 280 Conquer. Cheng Feng didn't know what he was doing by taking over Chaoshan City, right? But he knew that from the moment he accepted the refuge of Gao Yujing, the Lord of Chaotic Soul City, he also accepted the hostility of Wuhan Palace. From Gao Yujing's point of view, the other party has a deep hatred for Wuhan Palace. If he doesn't get rid of Wuhan Palace, Gao Yujing will have other thoughts sooner or later. Moreover, the current situation in Douluo continent is still unclear for the time being. Although Wuhan Palace currently seems to be the strongest force on Douluo continent, if we look into it carefully, I am afraid that the holy cult is not much different. In addition, there are also spiritual sects with strange method, and they are not easy to mess with. In addition to these, there are the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sect, the Tiandu Empire, the Star Luo Empire, as well as many principalities and many unknown forces. These forces cannot be ignored by anyone as if they are invisible. Fortunately, heaven is not on the bright side. All along, Cheng Feng only wanted to let Heavenly Court grow stronger secretly and let Wuhandian stand in front and bulldoze each force to save him from taking action. Only when it is decided in the future who will rule the Douluo continent will heaven reveal its fangs. At that time war was inevitable. Right now we have to make long-term preparations for a big war in the future. The addition of Chaotic Soul City has far more advantages than disadvantages for Heavenly Court. Moreover, Chaoshan City relies on 3 legions, all of which have sufficient experience in military combat training. What Cheng Feng is considering is to build more legions based on these 3 legions. Of course, the expenses required to establish a legion must also be prepared in advance. Although I borrowed a lot of property from the beautiful country, I can only build a blood evil army like this at most, and it is estimated that it will be hosted. Afterwards, Cheng Feng thought for a moment, this Soul City should have a lot of collections over the years, right? If you take it as your own, then there will be no shortage of materials needed to establish a legion in the future. The only thing you can do is to recruit more people to join the legion. Of course, this matter cannot be rushed. He still needs to think about how to mention this matter to Gao Yujing. If Gao Yujing had a high enough consciousness and took the initiative to hand over the treasure house of Chaoshan City, then he would not have to worry about the treasure house anymore. These can only be hinted to him in normal time. After putting his thoughts aside, he then thought of those 3 legions, feeling somewhat happy in his heart. Obtaining 3 legions in this way strengthened Cheng Feng's belief that Tianting would eventually become the master of Douluo continent. After walking around the underground palace in front of him, Cheng Feng was shocked beyond words. All the building specifications of this huge underground palace are almost the same as those of the inner city of Tiandu City, the imperial city of the Tiandu Empire. From this, what Cheng Feng was thinking was, who built this underground palace? Looking at the exquisitely carved jade patterns and the rich and luxurious furnishings in the palace, Cheng Feng had reason to believe that this place was most likely a palace of noble status, most likely the palace of an emperor. The palace owner must have put a lot of thought into building this palace. As for trying to determine which dynasty's style it was based on what he saw before him, Cheng Feng was powerless. Many of the past history could not be mean. In fact, Cheng Feng didn't pay much attention to this aspect of Douluo continent. After sighing dejectedly and giving up on finding out the truth, Cheng Feng sat directly on a dragon chair. After closing his eyes and thinking for a long time, there was a sound of footsteps in the room. Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan came over. Their faces were full of joy when they saw Cheng Feng. Dugu Bo stared at Cheng Feng for a while and said, "Sir, you're okay, that's great." Cheng Feng looked at Dugu Bo with evil eyes. "Elder Dugu, you don't have confidence in me. It seems that we should have a fight if there is time. I promise that Elder Dugu will remember you deeply." Hearing this, Dugu Bo said he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said quickly, "Master, this is impossible. My subordinates with their old arms and legs cannot withstand the abuse of Master. Elder Gao didn't make things difficult for you, did he? No. They seem to be very respectful to us." "That's good, sir. Why are they so respectful to me and Yan'er? Aren't they the same group as those who besieged us before?" Cheng Feng smiled lightly. "From now on they are all members of our heavenly palace, but to the outside world world they are all collectively called Heavenly Palace people. Heavenly Palace. Douluo's face was full of doubt. The so-called Heavenly Palace refers to the forces that belong to the palace where the Emperor of Heaven resides in the Heavenly Court. They only obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. In other words, from now on the people in Chaotic Soul City will only obey the orders of me. Douluo turned his eyes and said, Sir, do you have any plans? I have been thinking about it, and I am going to use Renhun City as a base to expand our Heavenly Palace here. Regarding this matter, I am going to hand over the position of the Great Steward of Heavenly Palace to Elder Douluo. I don't know if Elder Douluo is satisfied with me. What are your net job arrangement? Douluo didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded and agreed. Sir, I wonder what I need to do as a steward? Chang Feng blurted out. Directly recruit troops. Whether they are soul masters or civilians, we need a lot of people. I need to build more legions to face the upcoming war. Chang Feng ignored the surprise on Douluo's face but said lightly, Elder Douluo will definitely understand this matter soon. Now we just need to grow stronger. Douluo's eyes narrowed. He did not continue to inquire further but nodded lightly. But there was some hesitation on Douluo's face in the net moment. After a while he said, Master, recruiting troops and buying horses requires a lot of money. This I would like to ask, where does this come from? Just leave this matter to me. Elder Douluo only needs to be responsible for recruiting troops. If you need any money or other needs, you can tell me and I will arrange and resolve such matters. Douluo nodded. Since the money matter can be solved, he has no other doubts about this arrangement. Do you have any plans in mind regarding recruiting troops? Douluo pondered for a while before replying, Sir, this is what my subordinate thinks. First, start from the underground black markets in various cities and buy a large number of slaves from them to solve the problem of part of the shortage of people. Secondly, to promote the reputation of Tiangong, it is best to promote it among ordinary civilians such as those who have settled in the city. There are more nobles there and there are many informants of the noble forces. It is difficult to start and it is easy to infringe on their interests. For those nobles, they can do anything for their own benefit. Moreover, I am afraid that these nobles will not join the Tiangong force. The only place where they can start is those around the cities. Common people in various villages. Chang Feng listened carefully to what Douluo said. Then a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind and he looked at Douluo and said, Elder Douluo, in order to improve efficiency, do you think this is okay? My idea is to send out some people with money, go to the common people in villages to promote our Tiangong and strive to get them to join the Tiangong. My idea is that those who are sent out will serve as the people in charge of the Tiangong in that village. The general person in charge of a city is responsible for the sub-persons in charge of each village, and the sub-persons in charge are responsible for the Tiangong members under their management, and the general person in charge of each city has a general person in charge above them. This general person in charge is me. I want to let Elder Douluo take over. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it, Elder Douluo? Douluo understood what Chang Feng meant just by hearing it. He just frowned and nodded in agreement. Chang Feng is naturally happy for everyone. After the matter was finalized, Chang Feng took out a ring soul guide. The space inside was only 10 cubic meters in size and handed it to Douluo. Elder Douluo, this is all about finances. Regarding these finances, remember to budget carefully. If you run out of money, let me know. Douluo took over the ring soul guidance device and for just a moment Douluo's eyes were full of shock. Sir, these belongings I estimate will be enough for forming a legion in the short term. Also, thank you for your trust in my subordinate. Chang Feng waved his hand after handing over these matters to Elder Douluo. I felt a lot more relaxed. Elder Douluo is currently the person I trust the most. I hope Elder Douluo will not betray my trust. Hearing this, Douluo felt moved in his heart. This subordinate will never betray the trust of the young master. Seeing Douluo's firm look when he spoke, Chang Feng finally felt relieved. I still want to tell you about my net plan. Both Douluo and Douluyan pricked up their ears and looked at Chang Feng. First, I will receive all the people from Renhun City and stabilize them. Then Elder Douluo will act according to my arrangements and be responsible for recruiting troops and strengthening my heavenly palace. While you are doing your work, I have decided to retreat and practice here. There is not much time left for me. I must improve my strength to the title of Douluo as soon as possible and even become a god so that our heaven can be truly born on the Douluo continent. Sir, how long do you plan to practice in seclusion? A trace of disappointment flashed in Douluyan's eyes. Chang Feng didn't hesitate at all and immediately replied, about 2 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the place fell into silence. A long time. It's getting late, y'all, let's go down and rest. I'll rest here for the night. When Douluo and Douluyan heard the words, they followed the word and left. At dawn, the net de Gao Yujing came to find Chang Feng and brought Chang Feng to a school ground where all 3 legions were present. In order to make the commanders of the 3 legions obey him, Chang Feng directly challenged 3 people. Witnessed by more than 50,000 sergeants, he easily defeated Lun Nenghu Wending Luo Meyer and others. From then on everything that belonged to Chaoshun City was unified into the Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Palace. As for the matter in heaven, what Chang Feng did not expect was that Gao Yujing would spread throughout the three armies. Chang Feng had no choice but to accept this. On this day Chang Feng under Gao Yujing's advice erected a 3-foot-high platform with only a golden dragon chair. Chang Feng followed everyone's wishes and climbed onto the only dragon chair on the 3-foot-high platform and sat down. As soon as they sat down, more than 50,000 sergeants in the entire campus knelt down on one knee shouting, "Long live the Emperor of Heaven, long live, long live." This voice came from all directions and Chang Feng suddenly felt heroic in his heart. With this army, what can't be done in the world? Chang Feng used his right hand to make a support gesture and said lightly, "Everyone please stay flat." Suddenly a clanging sound suddenly sounded. Chang Feng's eyes passed over Dugu Bo, Gao Yujing, Dugu Yan, Lu Nenghu Wending and Luo Meyer standing in the first row, and quickly glanced at the other mighty sergeant. "From today on you are all members of my heavenly palace. Here I want to solemnly declare that as a person in heaven we are not allowed to kill civilians for no reason. This is the bottom line for us people in heaven. If anyone violates this bottom line, no matter who it is, I will kill. You must remember that our heavenly court represents the interests of all civilians on Douluo continent. From the moment I established heavenly court, this will never change. Also, heavenly court needs a period of time to dormant and grow. If any of you receive a mission to go to other places, remember that you can only act in the name of heavenly palace and do not mention heavenly court at all. This is very important. In the future I will tell you. It is my mission as the Lord of Heaven to bring everyone from heaven to the Douluo continent, to unify the entire Douluo continent, to end all the wars in Douluo continent, to usher in eternal peace and to allow everyone to live a good life, a lifelong pursuit." Chang Feng's words were so impactful that blood seemed to spurt out from the hearts of everyone present. Net moment the stadium instantly erupted with an overwhelming sound. "Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven." Looking at the excited faces of the sergeants below, their eyes shone brightly, illuminating Chang Feng's future and making Chang Feng very satisfied with their changes at this time. If we say before this they all seemed to have lost their goals and had no energy, but after he defeated their 3 commanders and revealed his own strength, they all feared him in their heart. More importantly, Chang Feng promoted the concept of heavenly court and he did not look down on the common people in his word. On the contrary, heavenly court was established for the benefit of the common people in the world, and this is exactly what makes everyone focus on it. Because these people are civilian, they firmly believe that under the leadership of Chang Feng, Tianting will one day become the master of Douluo continent. Because their ideal of the Emperor of Heaven is from the perspective of the entire world. Because their emperor wants to end the war in Douluo continent and usher in eternal peace so that everyone can live a good life. These are enough for them to follow him, and they also feel that at this time, when they firmly believe this in their hearts, they seem to have more power. Chang Feng made a quiet gesture with his hand and the place fell silent instantly. Chang Feng looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. Then Chang Feng continued, "From today on, Elder Dugu is appointed as the general manager of Tiangong. His main responsibility is to recruit troops to prepare for the future war. For Elder Dugu, you all must cooperate well with the orders. Here let me introduce to you that Elder Dugu is a powerful man with the title of Douluo. In terms of strength there is no doubt that he is powerful. He is also a member of the Elder Hall of our Heavenly Court. Almost every member of our Heavenly Court Elder Hall has the strength of a titled Douluo. Of course, above the Elder Hall there is also the Enshrinement Hall, and every elder in the Enshrinement Hall is a Super Douluo, the above powerful one. These elders are all dormant and growing in one place, and you will see them one by one in the future. All that means is that our Heavenly Court is not weak." After Chang Feng finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Gao Yujing in particular was even more horrified. He did not expect that heaven would have an Elder Hall and an Enshrinement Hall. "And I am just one of the Elders Hall, so how many elders are there in the Elders Hall? And how many people are there in the more powerful Worship Hall?" Gao Yujing didn't know this, but one thing he knew was that the choice he made was the right one. Only Heavenly Court allowed him to see the possibility of defeating Wuhan Palace. Thinking of this, Gao Yujing looked at Chang Feng on the high platform. A hint of awe flashed in his eyes and he was also convinced this is the real strong man. Thinking back on it, Chang Feng didn't put on any airs towards him and respected him very much. This was still very surprising to him. Faced with such a power lord as one of its members, suddenly at that moment he felt that maybe this was the most correct thing he had ever done in his life. At this moment earth-shattering sounds erupted in the field again. "Long live the Emperor of Heaven, long live the Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven." This kind of sound lasted for a long time and the sound shook the sky. Suddenly the heaven shouted its own voice on Douluo continent. Heaven time will eventually prove that it is what everyone hopes for. In this regard everyone present firmly believed in this point. in their heart. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 281. 2 years later, after Chang Feng arranged the matters at hand, he asked Gao Yujing to arrange a retreat where no one would disturb him. Before retreating into seclusion, Chang Feng originally wanted to give Gao Yujing a beating so that he could take out part of the wealth from the former lord's mansion of Seoul City. But what Chang Feng didn't expect was that Gao Yujing was very knowledgeable about current affairs. Just when Chang Feng was about to beat him, Gao Yujing took the initiative to hand over most of the wealth of the lord's mansion of Renhun City. Faced with such an astonishing amount of wealth from the city lord's mansion, Chang Feng divided it into two, kept half of it himself and used the other half to recruit troops from heaven. In order to prevent Gao Yujing from being too idle, Chang Feng sent him to Douluo and arranged Gao Yujing to be Douluo's deputy. After arranging all these things, Chang Feng walked towards the retreat place with great peace of mind. When Chang Feng entered the retreat place, Douluo sent several thousand soldiers to guard the retreat place, guarding it day and night to prevent others from disturbing Chang Feng's retreat practice. After Chang Feng entered this quiet hall, he sat cross-legged on a wooden bed thinking about things like divine power. As for why he was thinking about this, it was because Chang Feng felt that the situation in Douluo continent was becoming increasingly confusing. Moreover, he could not guarantee whether anyone from the God realm would come to Douluo continent. If only one of those people from the God realm appeared in Douluo continent, it would be a disaster for Chang Feng. Before the gods from the divine world come, they must first increase their ability to protect themselves to a certain extent, and more importantly their ability to protect themselves when facing God. Therefore Chang Feng had the idea of thinking about divine power. In Chang Feng's opinion, as long as he understands how to use divine power, it is much better to use divine power against divine power. Even if he is defeated, he will not be slapped to death by the opponent. With this thought, Chang Feng immersed himself in thinking about what divine power is. Although there is only one word difference between soul power and divine power, the two are not on the same level at all. Regarding this direction of thinking, Chang Feng remembered the scene he saw after drinking that cup of tea in Kuiya Pavilion a few years ago. Chang Feng could still remember those scenes freshly in his mind, but fortunately in those scenes many things did not happen. Otherwise it would be really difficult for him to eat plain in front of Xiao Wu. Although the things in those pictures did not happen, there were still related things that happened in those pictures. It can only be said that only part of what I saw at that time really happened, while others did not. In this regard, Chang Feng also deeply felt the impermanence of fate. No one can predict the fate of others. If anyone says that he can predict the fate of others, then this person must be lying. From this, Chang Feng thought more. He thought that whether it was the past life or the Kuiiht he encountered in Douluo continent, it was nothing more than a possibility of predicting the future. However, a person's future has infinite possibilities, and what they expected is one of them. Therefore, when the future really comes, you will find that the future is unpredictable. Thinking of this, Chang Feng began to speculate based on the success of the God-given soul ring. Although divine power is not the same thing as soul power, those gods did not become gods for no reason. What they once had was through mortals becoming a god. When you think about it this way, you will have a new idea, that is, this divine power must be based on soul power. So how do some people become gods on their own? Many pictures began to flash in Chang Feng's mind, including storylines related to Douluo too. Slowly Chang Feng figured out something. Could it be that divine power is the ultimate in compressing soul power to the extreme, and is it also the closest application to the original rules of this Douluo world? Such thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind, and Chang Feng had a premonition that maybe this was the truth he was pursuing. Then Chang Feng thought that if a soul master compresses his soul power to the extreme prematurely, then his cultivation speed will inevitably increase very slowly, and in the process his life may be directly taken away by time. Therefore, on this basis, the action of compressing soul power from the time you become a first-level soul master is basically ruled out. However, if the action of compressing soul power is carried out when you are strong, then the main time will be spent on it as being compressed, unlike earlier when it was necessary not only to practice but also to compress. After thinking in his mind, Chang Feng weighed the pros and cons. Chang Feng decided to compress the soul power from now on until the soul power could no longer be compressed. Why start now? Regarding this, what Chang Feng thinks about is, first, his strength is already strong enough and the main time is spent on compression, which should not delay his cultivation much speed. Secondly, after being compressed, he can fully utilize the life domain and the God-given soul ring to directly increase his strength. Of course, at this time Chang Feng suddenly remembered that in his jade bracelet there was a starry sky power Hunyuan celestial grass, and this celestial grass was the treasure of soul power, helping him to compress and improve soul power. Without any hesitation, Chang Feng took out the fairy grass and immediately took it with his legs crossed on the spot. As the juice entered his mouth, an extremely warm force acted on Chang Feng's whole body. At the same time, Chang Feng was surprised to find that he could observe the world of his danshan. In his danshan, Chang Feng raised his head and found that there were many gaseous forms of soul power floating in his danshan. But all of this quickly changed dramatically after the power of the Hunyuan immortal grass entered. In just half a cup of tea, Chang Feng saw the gaseous soul power in his danshan beginning to condense towards the liquid soul power. Gradually, as time slowly passed, the first drop of soul power in liquid form was formed. Just after the first drop of liquid soul power was stored in the danshan, Chang Feng discovered that much of the gaseous soul power originally floating in the danshan had disappeared. With the first successful experience, Chang Feng continued to compress the gaseous soul power in order to condense it into the second drop of liquid soul power. When the first day passed, Chang Feng had only compressed 5 drops of liquid soul power. However, what made Chang Feng ecstatic was that in this process he understood the clear direction and big goal of the overall process of compressing soul power. However, when the idea in Chang Feng's mind first appeared, his body couldn't help but stiffen. This idea was exactly the same as the scene he had seen in Kuya Pavilion, which greatly reduced Chang Feng's joy. Chang Feng divided this idea into 5 steps. The first step is to condense liquid from gas. Compress all the gaseous soul power in the danshan to the liquid soul power until all the gaseous soul power is completely compressed. The second step is to restore the gas and condense the liquid. Improve the soul power through cultivation or life domain plundering, and then make the gaseous soul power fill the entire danshan. Continue to repeat the first step and so on until the danshan is filled with the entire liquid soul power again. The third step is to turn liquid into solid. Compress all the liquid soul power stored in the danshan into solid soul power and display it in the form of crystal particles. After completion, continue to repeat the first and second steps until the true danshan is filled with crystal particles. The fourth step is grain nucleation, fusing all the crystal particles into a crystal nucleus and continuously strengthening the crystal nucleus. The crystal nucleus at this time should be the divine core and the source of divine power. The fifth step is multi-core coexistence. Repeat the previous 4 steps. With each additional divine core, you can completely defeat an opponent with only 1 divine core. The more divine cores you have, you may reach a new level after reaching an extreme value. These are the general directions Chang Feng currently thinks of for compressing soul power. In this way, under the guidance of this thought, Chang Feng began to compress his soul power according to this conjecture. Spring passes and autumn comes again. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. In the past 2 years, the situation in Douluo continent has changed dramatically. The 2 empires, the Douluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire, started a war because of border friction. The fight between the 2 empires was fierce, but even so they still exercised restraint and guarded against Wuhan Palace's moves. In the past few years, Wuhan Palace has been making constant moves. Wuhan Palace successively captured dozens of principalities. It didn't take long before the territory occupied by Wuhan Palace rapidly expanded into a territory that was almost as large as either of the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire. Apart from this, Wuhan Palace's eternal strength has never changed. Almost all the NET4 sect defected to the side of Wuhan Palace. As for the 3 upper sects, Haoshan sect, Haibao Glaze sect and Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon sect, they allied themselves out of consideration for the situation in Douluo continent so as to have the power to compete with Wuhan Palace. The 3 sects have strong differences with each other. To this end, alliance-related agreements were signed. In addition to these forces, a force called the Tang sect has also appeared in Douluo continent. The Tang sect has 4 single attribute families as its support and recruits a lot of people. It is considered a new and powerful force. People dare not underestimate the power of the Tang sect because the forces of the Tang sect and Poseidon Island have united. In addition, the Holy Spirit religion and the spiritual religion were actually integrated and were collectively called the Holy Spirit religion, and the leader of the Holy Spirit religion was surprisingly Mo Wainer. Of course, Heavenly Court and Heavenly Palace have also experienced tremendous development in the past 2 years. In terms of numbers, Heavenly Court should have a huge advantage. It can be said that as long as Heavenly Court defeats the other major forces, then Heavenly Court's unification of Douluo continent is just around the corner. However, the current power distribution situation in Douluo continent is not a good thing for Tianting. Chang Feng, the Lord of Heaven, is still in seclusion at this time. No one can clearly see the future situation of Douluo continent. At this time, Chaoshan City, the bustling city, has once again returned to its bustling scene. Now there are millions of people on the ground alone in the city. These people are all people like Dugabo Gao Yujing and others who have spent enough money to strive to come over and join the Heavenly Court. The number of people living below 10,000 meters in Ranhun City should not be underestimated either. The prosperity of Chaotic Soul City is a good good thing for Heavenly Court. But in the palace of the city lord of Chaotic Soul City, Douluo and Gao Yujing sat across from each other. Both of them were worried. Elder Douluo, has the Emperor of Heaven not come out of seclusion yet? Douluo was silent a long while. Elder Gao, the young master is still in seclusion. This is not the way to go. This Douluo continent will soon be in chaos. By then, with you and me presiding over it, I am afraid that we will have more than enough ambition to stand up. Elder Gao, what you are worried about is also what worries me. We can only try our best to maintain the situation and do our part well before the young master comes out of seclusion. I believe that after the young master comes out, the heaven will appear. I hope so. However, I am really looking forward to the appearance of heaven. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 282. Chang Feng appears. The underground palace below 10,000 meters in Chaotic Soul City. A young general wearing bright black armor followed closely behind a middle-aged general wearing golden armor. The two were walking towards a place. The middle-aged general in golden armor is none other than Lu Neng. At this time he has a stern face and firm eyes. In the depth of his eyes there was a deep awe. Perhaps remembering something, he turned to look at the young man in black armor behind him and warned Xiao Chen, the place where you will be stationed later is the most important forbidden area in our heaven. You must not make any noise there. Be respectful. Have you written this down? General Lu, don't worry, I have kept these in mind and will never violate them. Hearing the words, Lu Neng felt relaxed all over. He patted the young man in black armor on the shoulder. Looking at his energetic appearance, he smiled and said, I am very relieved about you. Otherwise I would have to change this time. Gang, I will not entrust this important task to you, but even so it is still necessary to be somewhat cautious. General Lu, I took note of it. One more thing you have to keep in mind: if a person comes out of the place you are guarding, then you must be very respectful to him, 100 times more respectful than you are to me. You must not slack off in any way. Do you understand? The young general looked at Lu Neng's serious look and felt a shiver in his heart. Although he was a little curious about the people who lived in the place he was about to guard, one thing he understood from General Liu's warning was that the people living there were probably extremely noble in status. However, he wondered in his heart, who is the noble person living there? Could it be that? After that he didn't want to go any further. But the day 2 years ago came to his mind when he stood upright on the school field, raised his head and looked at the tall figure on the high platform, cheered and blessed him. Maybe living there is His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, whom I haven't seen for a long time. The young general buried this guess deep in his heart and did not think about it again. Not long time, Lu Neng and his young general came to a large closed iron gate. The iron gate looks like it is more than 3 feet thick, more than 1 foot high and about 3 feet wide. Around the upper right corner of the iron gate there is a spider web attached to it. The two sides of the iron door looked a little light and there were several thick layers of dust on them. Seeing such a scene in front of him, Lu Neng was filled with emotions while the young general was a little surprised. The scene in front of me seems to be telling that this place has not been wiped down for a long time. The reason why I didn't wipe it off must have been because I might have disturbed the person in the room. As soon as the young general thought of this, Lu Neng took him to a place where people were rotating. The person in this rotation is none other than Hu Wending. Of course it is really strange that Hu Wending, as the commander-in-chief of the legion, is guarding the gate here. But then the reason for this was revealed. Lao Hu, 3 months have passed since you accepted the punishment. Now that I have brought someone to replace you, you can finally walk out from here. Hu Wending stared at the young general and hummed, Old Lu, where did you get this talent from? Haha, you guessed wrong this time. This Xiao Chen net to me relies entirely on my pair of eyes to recognize talent. This advantage of mine you Lao Hu has never accepted. It really makes me don't know what to say. Hu Wending felt the corners of his mouth twitch when he heard it and said unconvincedly, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Now I can finally go out. Damn it, after staying here for 3 months I almost feel like a bird is out of my mouth. Lu Neng glanced at Hu Wending and said calmly, the reason for your punishment is all because of your mouth. Who told you that you can't control your mouth? You clearly know that Elder Douluo was given to him by His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Those who act with authority. You insist on going up to argue with Elder Douluo and dare to contradict him. I really don't know what to say to you. Hu Wending curled his lips and said sourly, it's not like you don't understand my legion. It's hard to find a few talents who can take the lead. As a result, Elder Douluo removed them from my legion with just one word. This, a knife was inserted into my heart. I was unhappy at that time and then I drank some wine and then I contradicted Elder Douluo. In the past 3 months I have also figured it out. Elder Douluo is also working hard for the growth of our heavenly court. We are all members of the heavenly court and we must open up the structure. Only in this way can the heavenly court go further. Lu Neng looked at Hu Wending in surprise. He knew Hu Wending quite well. However, this time Hu Wending could say such words which really made him feel incredible. So Lu Neng asked Hu Wending, Old Hu, are you okay okay with your health? We have been together for decades and I know you very well. This time the sun is out in the west and you can still say this. The truth came out, which really surprised me. Hu Wending glared at Lu Neng. Old Lu, although I was indeed reckless in the past, it does not mean that I have no brain. Over the past few months I have thought and pondered over and over again and I have finally understood something. Just treat it as such. I'm enlightened. When Lu Neng saw Hu Wending's appearance he was overjoyed that Lao Hu could have such an awareness. As his friend and comrade, Lu Neng was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Of course these are just thoughts in my mind. Lao Hu, there's not much more to say. Let's start changing the guard now. After all the official business is taken care of later I'll go find you for a drink. Hearing this Hu Wending couldn't help but laugh. He patted Lu Neng's shoulder heavily and said, it's still your old Liu's taste and my taste. Okay, let's start changing the guard now. When your official duties are taken care of let's work together. Drink him hundreds of cups. Lu Neng nodded. Then Hu Wending put away his smile, looked at the young general Net to Lu Neng and said, in the past 3 months there was nothing abnormal while I was stationed here. There are a few things you need to pay attention to when you are stationed here. Net. First, here 1 post must be made every 5 steps and 1 post must be made every 10 steps and the soldiers must be well arranged. Second, drinking and slacking off during the garrison are strictly prohibited. As a soldier these 2 points must be kept in mind. Thirdly, don't make any noise here so as not to disrespect His Majesty the Emperor. In general you must guard these 3 points well and don't live up to the great respect Lao Lu has for you. Hearing this the young general nodded solemnly, then gave Hu Wending a military salute and said, General Hu's words, the young general will bear them in mind. Hu Wending nodded, then looked at Lu Neng. Old Lu, I'll leave first. Please remember to come to my house after finishing your official business. We must have a good drink. Lu Neng smiled and nodded. The moment Hu Wending was about to turn around, suddenly the iron door that had been closed made a loud noise. The sound of this sound made everyone present feel excited. At the same time their eyes were looking closely at the iron gate. The Emperor of Heaven is finally coming. This is what everyone present thought. Net moment. The iron gate is open. A man walked out of the iron gate. When seeing this person everyone's breath rose. Is this really the Emperor they haven't seen for 2 years? Everyone, long time no see. Chang Feng looked at the figure who was staring at him and said hello with a warm smile on his face which made people feel like spring breeze. Everyone present heard this familiar figure. After being stunned for a moment they suddenly woke up. Then they all knelt down on one knee and saluted Chang Feng. Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live, long live, long live. When Chang Feng heard this he paused for a moment, then he raised his right hand in a supporting position and said gently, everyone please get up. No need to be polite. Everyone thanked him one after another. I will thank His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. After everyone stood up they all looked at Chang Feng, their eyes full of excitement, and a wave of blood surged around their bodies. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 283 News. Chang Feng had a panoramic view of everyone's appearance. Chang Feng was very satisfied with everyone's performance in the past 2 years. Thank you all for your dedicated care and attention, allowing me to practice in seclusion with peace of mind. Here, thank you all. Chang Feng clasped his fist and saluted everyone present. When everyone saw this they quickly knelt down on one knee again and looked at Chang Feng with even more respect. Seeing this Chang Feng felt helpless. At this time Lu Neng said, Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, it is our duty as soldiers to station here. Seeing the firmness and persistence in Lu Neng's eyes, Chang Feng was touched in his heart. Then Chang Feng smiled lightly, as a soldier in my opinion you are all very qualified. With you in heaven I believe that heaven will be able to go further in the future. Lu Neng and others quickly said, it is our duty to protect the heaven. Even if it was Chang Feng seeing such a scene, the blood in his heart was aroused. What is a soldier? These are the people in front of you. Hold on to something in your heart, regard it as your mission and practice it at the same time. With these people in heaven, why worry about not getting stronger? General Lu, go and tell Elder Dugu, Elder Gao and the commanders of various legions and other responsible persons to come to me. I have something to discuss with you. I obey my orders. Afterwards Lu Neng left in a hurry, leaving only his back to everyone. Chang Feng looked at the young-looking young man in black armor. Looking at his heroic face he couldn't help feeling a little fond of him. He looked at him and asked, what's your name? When the young general heard Chang Feng ask his name he was very excited and replied with a trembling tone, reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, the last General Chen Dingyuan is under the command of General Liu's blood fiend army. Hearing Chen Dingyuan's answer, Chang Feng smiled lightly and said, you are very good. I hope you can keep it up. In the future the position of commander of the Blood Evil Legion in heaven may fall on you. I hope you will have a good relationship with Lu Neng. The general should learn more about his skills. Of course generals like Hu and General Luo are worthy of your study. Chen Dingyuan kept Chang Feng's words in mind and replied, I will obey the teachings of the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng nodded and turned his gaze to Hu Wending. General Hu, please give more advice to General Chen in the future. Hu Wending heard this and quickly agreed. It won't be long. Dugu Bo Gao Yujing, Dugu Yan, Luo Meyer, Lu Neng and others are here. Chang Feng looked at everyone present and said, Elder Dugu, Elder Gao, Miss Dugu, General Luo, General Lu and General Hu, all of you will follow me into the room to discuss important matters. General Chen, you will be responsible for guarding and preventing no one can come close. Remember, no one can come close. Chen Dingyuan immediately said, I obey the order of the Emperor of Heaven. The general will never let anyone in. The voice is loud and full of momentum. Seeing this, Chang Feng glanced at Lu Neng and said with a smile, General Lu, this General Chen is very good. I think General Lu should give him a lot of encouragement and let him grow up as soon as possible. Yes, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng glanced at Lu Neng with satisfaction and then said, okay, you all follow me into the house. Then Chang Feng walked in the front, followed by Dugu Bo and Gao Yujing, and several others followed Dugu Bo and Gao Yujing and walked towards the house. Bang! With a sound, the iron door closed again. Outside the iron gate, Chen Dingyuan was holding an iron gun with a serious expression. He stood outside the iron gate in person, standing upright like a tall pine. Inside the iron gate is a palace. Chang Feng sat at the top while Dugu Bo, Gao Yujing and others were on both sides. After seeing everyone sit down, Chang Feng was the first to speak. During my 2 years of seclusion, what major events have happened in Douluo continent? Elder Dugu, let me tell you. Dugu Bo stood up, walked to the middle and first bowed respectfully to Chang Feng. Then he said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, a lot of things have happened in Douluo continent in the past 2 years. Please allow me to explain in detail. Well, you tell me and I listen. First of all, shortly after you Emperor of Heaven went into seclusion, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire asked for an explanation from the Heaven Do Empire after the Star Luo Empire's Prince Dai Mubai lost news in the Tian Do Empire and demanded that Dai Mubai be handed over. The royal family said that they had never seen this person and did not know any news about Dai Mubai. However, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire did not believe what the royal family of the Tiandu Empire said. In their opinion, the person disappeared in the Tiandu Empire. The masters of the Do Empire and the Tiandu Empire royal family had no reason not to know. They believed that the Tiandu Empire royal family was deliberately deceiving and concealing it. After that, neither the Tiandu Empire nor the Xingluo Empire could convince the other. At this moment, the two countries came together. There was some small friction near Ronglan city on the border. Unexpectedly, this small friction led to the outbreak of war. The Star Luo Empire took the lead in sending troops to attack the people of the Tiandu Empire near Ronglan city and killed them all, which angered the Tiandu Empire, so the war continued for 2 years. Chang Feng nodded and motioned for Dugu Bo to continue. Dugu Bo continued. Secondly, the situation in Douluo continent has undergone tremendous changes. Among them, Wuhan Palace's dominance has become increasingly clear. Wuhan Palace has not only conquered many principalities of different sizes but also directly increased the land area. The size of the two empires directly matched those of Tiandu Star and Luo. Faced with the power of Wuhan Palace, the three sects began to form an alliance to fight against Wuhan Palace, while the Holy Sect and the Spiritual Sect merged into the Holy Spirit Sect. In addition, there were a force that cannot be ignored is the Tang Sect. The leader of this Tang Sect is Tang San, who once participated in the Soul Master competition. It is said that this Tang Sect has united with the forces of Poseidon Island. The masters of the alliance between the two parties include a lot of. After hearing the news from Dugu Bo, Chang Feng felt very calm and his expression did not change at all. Besides these, are there any other big things? After Dugu Bo pondered for a while, he continued, reporting to the Emperor of Heaven. According to the report of the spies arranged by his subordinates in the area near Poseidon Island, one day a golden light fell from the sky and fell in the direction of Poseidon Island, and there not long after the golden light fell, the whole sea was shouting Poseidon from all directions for a long time. When Chang Feng heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. Poseidon? Could it be said that the god realm sent him down? If it is Poseidon, then there will be some trouble now. Currently my strength is not enough to compete with Poseidon. Then if the heavenly world pearl is opened, it will definitely attract the attention of Poseidon. At that time, relying on the relationship between Poseidon and the god realm, I am afraid that the gods of the god realm will come down at that time. If it really comes to that situation, I am afraid that I will die. After all, I am still the enemy in the eyes of the gods in the god realm. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's eyes became more solemn. Dugu Bo watched Chang Feng thinking deeply and did not disturb him. At the same time, all the doubts in his heart disappeared, because at this time Chang Feng had restored his appearance as the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Dugu Bo had seen it before and he would naturally not forget it, but the more he looked like this, he couldn't help but think of what he had done to him many years ago. The disrespect of the Emperor of Heaven. However, fortunately the Emperor of Heaven, he is broad-minded open-minded and does not hold any grudge against this matter. On the contrary, knowing that he is Douluo, he not only provides help in times of need but also entrusts him with important tasks. These Douluo naturally have a good reputation in their heart, but Douluo on the side was very shocked. She never thought that the other appearance of Cheng Feng she had seen before was actually fake and that his true face was in front of her. Douluo couldn't accept it for a while and her heart was in turmoil. Cheng Feng, so it turns out that the truth is so simple, but he didn't think about it deeply. At this moment Douluo felt a little lost. Others present did not have any unnecessary thought. In their opinion, Cheng Feng appeared in front of them in another appearance before and it was human nature to be on guard against them. As for Cheng Feng, he has now restored his original appearance. That is also out of trust in them. Moreover, in addition to Gao Yujing, Lu Nenghu Wending and Luo Meyer were still very surprised. The Cheng Feng who was widely rumored in Douluo continent, the Lord of Heaven, turned out to be the Lord of Heaven. They should have thought of this earlier. In order to prepare for the war that is about to happen soon, I have decided to give everyone here a big gift. After you accept this big gift, you can tell me everything that has happened in heaven in the past 2 years, no matter how big or small. After the word fell, everyone present had strange expressions on their faces. They all looked at Cheng Feng out of curiosity about the great gift Cheng Feng mentioned. Cheng Feng did not explain much but first looked at Douluo and said, Elder Douluo, please come forward. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 284, Improving Everyone's Strength. When Douluo heard Cheng Feng's words, he approached Cheng Feng's direction without any hesitation. He stood 3 steps away from Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng stood up. He took 2 steps forward and stopped 1 step away from Douluo. Elder Douluo, please lower your head. Although Douluo was very confused, he still did as he was told. Seeing Douluo lower his head, Cheng Feng kept a warm smile on his face. Elder Douluo has been loyal and dedicated in the past 2 years. As the Emperor of Heaven, I will be rewarded with the 3rd level of soul power. After Cheng Feng finished speaking, everyone present was confused. Their eyes were fixed on Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng pressed his right hand tightly against Douluo's head. A burst of milky white light emanated from his right hand. Then countless photon particles floated from all directions and gathered toward Douluo. It won't be long. A burst of bright green light suddenly erupted from Douluo's body. Immediately afterward, Douluo's martial spirit appeared and his 9 soul rings also appeared. Just when the 9 soul rings were beating regularly, Douluo could clearly feel that he suddenly had a warm power. Under the action of this power, the meridians around his body moved around and his soul power began to flow in continuously. Improving this discovery made Douluo look at Cheng Feng with incomparable horror. After a cup of tea time, there was a thunderclap all over Douluo's body and Cheng Feng withdrew his right hand. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone full of curiosity and questions. At this moment Douluo raised his head, his eyes flashed and he knelt down on one knee and said, I would like to thank the Emperor of Heaven for your gift which allowed me to cross 3 levels in a row from 93 to 90. The ranks of the SITH level Super Douluo warriors. The Emperor of Heaven has shown great kindness to his subordinates and the subordinates will not be able to repay him until death. From now on, if the Emperor of Heaven gives orders, his subordinates will not hesitate to go to the mountains of sword or the sea of fire, no matter your life is. Everyone present took a breath. What method is this? It actually makes people's strength improve so much in a short period of time. In an instant everyone present looked at Cheng Feng with even more awe and enthusiasm. Looking around, he found that everyone else was focusing on him. Cheng Feng smiled faintly and said, Elder Gao, please come forward. Elder Douluo, you go down first. Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately replied, yes, I will obey the order of the Emperor of Heaven. Not to mention how shocked Gao Yujing was at this moment. He felt that Douluo, who came down from the stage, had indeed strengthened a lot in terms of aura and momentum. With his current strength, he might not be the enemy of the other party. When he thought that such changes were all brought about by Cheng Feng, Gao Yujing felt not only great admiration for Cheng Feng but also great admiration. Such an unheard of method actually happened before his eyes, which really shocked him. With a trace of passion in his heart, Gao Yujing walked to the stage. Glancing at Gao Yujing, Cheng Feng said, Elder Gao, your contribution to heaven is obvious to all. As Emperor of Heaven, reward and punishments are clear. As Emperor of Heaven, you are rewarded with 2 levels of soul power. Gao Yujing was overjoyed when he heard this and his soul power increased by 2 levels. Originally he thought it would be great to have a 1-level increase in soul power. However, unexpectedly it turned out to be a 2-level increase in soul power. It must be said that for him this was an ecstatic thing, thinking that in the past 2 years his soul power level has been stuck at level 93 with almost no improvement, but now there is a possibility of improvement which made his heart skip a beat. Moreover, once you reach the level of a titled Douluo, every increase in strength will inevitably bring about an increase in longevity ability, and with enough time you can make your strength move towards a higher level force. Thinking of this, Gao Yujing stepped forward quickly, and when he was one step away from Cheng Feng he lowered his head. When Cheng Feng saw this he didn't say anything. He put his right hand on Gao Yujing's head. A milky white light was emitted and entered into Gao Yujing's body. It's also tea time. Gao Yujing found that under the extremely warm and comfortable power that Cheng Feng sent into his body, his soul power, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped 2 levels and reached 90. The ranks of 5th level, titled Douluo. Feeling the real strength in his body, Gao Yujing's face was ecstatic. Then he knelt down on one knee and saluted Cheng Feng respectfully. I would like to thank His Majesty the Emperor for this gift. Cheng Feng said helplessly. Elder Gao, there's no need to be polite, just get up. After Gao Yujing stood up he went down directly. Cheng Feng's eyes fell on the remaining 4 people, Lu Neng, Hu Wending, Luo Meier and Dugu Yan. Cheng Feng looked at Lu Neng and said, General Lu, come forward. Lu Neng was also very excited at the moment, witnessing the changes in the strength of Elder Dugu and Elder Gao with my own eyes. If I say I am not envious in my heart, it must be a lie. Now it's my turn to have this opportunity to increase my strength. How can this not make people happy and crazy? In an instant Lu Neng's respect and awe for Cheng Feng, who had such means, were all integrated into his bone. Lu Neng walked towards the stage respectfully and steadily. When he was only one step away from Cheng Feng he consciously lowered his head and shortened his body a bit. Cheng Feng looked at Lu Neng, who was lowering his head in front of him, and said, General Lu is the commander-in-chief of our Heavenly Blood Evil Legion. He has worked hard and accomplished great things. As the Emperor of Heaven he will be specially rewarded with level 3 soul power. After placing his right hand on Lu Neng's head in less than a cup of tea, Lu Neng felt that his strength had reached level 90. He only needed to obtain one more soul ring to become a powerful, titled Douluo. The last general will thank the Emperor of Heaven for his gift. Lu Neng knelt down on one knee, his face extremely sincere. Get back on your feet. In future scenes like this you don't have to give such a big gift. Lu Neng stood up and respectfully retreated to the audience. Then with the help of Cheng Feng, Hu Wending and Luo Meier both reached level 90. As for Dugu Yan, Cheng Feng saw that she was newly promoted to Soul Emperor and had no intention of promoting her. However, Cheng Feng promised on the spot to give it to her any time, and Cheng Feng's promise made Dugu Bo's heart ecstasy. At this time Cheng Feng said, here I would like to add that General Lu, General Hu and General Luo, the first task of the 3 of you is to train the legions you are responsible for commanding. As for your 9th spirit ring, I will get it for you, so the 3 of you don't have to worry about this matter. After you make contributions to heaven again, I will justifiably reward you with the 9th soul ring you need. Moreover, this soul ring, it must be extremely suitable for your martial art. When Lu Neng, Hu Wending and Luo Meier heard this, they felt moved in their heart. They quickly bent down and saluted respectfully. I will always remember the grace of the Emperor of Heaven in my heart, and we will fight bloody battles for the heavenly court to the end. General Lu, how many people are there currently in the Blood Demon Legion that you are responsible for commanding? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, our Blood Demon Legion currently has a total of 50,000 people. Cheng Feng nodded, then turned his eyes and landed on Hu Wending. General Hu, how many people are there currently in the Shuro Legion you are responsible for commanding? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, our Shuro Legion currently also has 50,000 people. Cheng Feng cast his gaze on Luo Meier, and Luo Meier said directly, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, our Ghost Army also has 50,000 people. That's right, Elder Dugu. In addition to these 3 legions, have you added any other legions in the past 2 years? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, in the past 2 years my subordinates have also formed 3 other legions, each with a strength of 30,000 people. Cheng Feng nodded slightly. Elder Dugu, please introduce it to me carefully. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 285, The Iron-Blooded King. Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, these 3 legions are respectively the 1st Tiangong Legion, the 2nd Tiangong Legion and the 3rd Tiangong Legion. Then who are the commanders of these 3 legions? The commander-in-chief of the Tiangong First Army was originally a general from the principality who was destroyed by Wuhan Palace. He knew everything about military strategies. His subordinates treated him with generous gift and then invited him to join the Tiangong. His name was Fang Xian and he was a powerful person. Soul Saint soul power level is 72. Elder Dugu, what is this person's character like? Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, Fang Xian is a well-rounded person. He is a very scheming person who attaches great importance to interest. However, in the past 2 years, according to the observations of his subordinate, Fang Xian has a strong sense of belonging to heaven and is a trustworthy person. People, any time if you want to discuss something, ask him to come with you. Continue talking. Remember my subordinate. As for the commander of the Tiangong Second Army, he is a soul emperor, but with his special ability ability he can fight with low-level soul saints and his strength is also extremely powerful. This person's name is Yin and the soul power level is at level Si-8. This man is quite generous, he especially likes to drink and he is brave in battle. All the troops he leads are brave like him. Chang Feng nodded. How is this person's military strategy? Douluo hesitated a little, then he said, report to the Emperor of Heaven. This person can sometimes be praised for his strategies, but sometimes he can make people laugh or cry. The brain is sometimes bright and sometimes not bright, and it is difficult for subordinates to judge. As for this person, I will also call him in NET time when we discuss important matters. I would like to see if he is who you say he is. Douluo felt a cold wet in his heart for Yinan. The commander of the 3 Tiangong legions was selected from General Hu's Shuro Legion. His name is Shang Shu. He is quite strategic in the military and has the extraordinary ability to predict the enemy's opportunities. Moreover, this person is extremely capable of running an army, able to lead by example. The entire army he commanded admired and respected him. This person's strength is that of a soul king with a soul power level of 57. According to the observation of him by his subordinates in the past 2 years, this person is very interested in heaven and has a strong sense of belonging and honor. He is a good young man who deserves to be vigorously cultivated. Among those present, Hu Wending was extremely heartbroken when he heard Douluo's description of Shang Shu. He was deeply impressed by this Shang Shu. Originally this person was in his Shuro Legion, but his dedicated think tank also helped him handle official affairs. A good player, but in the end he was transferred away by Elder Douluo. Whenever he thinks of this, Hu Wending always feels a little emotional, but he also knew that being transferred was a good thing for Shang Shu. As a commander-in-chief, Hu Wending was also very broad-minded. He didn't care too much and mentioned him to Douluo many times to let Douluo take care of himself, hone the Shenshu and give more consideration to the Shenshu when doing good things. But Chang Feng's feelings were different. Hearing Douluo's description of Shang Shu, he felt a little curious and wanted to meet this person, but he quickly suppressed this idea in his heart. Well, I know everything, Elder Douluo said. When we discuss important matters in the future, call all 3 of them. Yes, I obey my orders, Douluo responded quickly. NET, if you have any ideas you can speak freely. As long as they are useful to the growth of Heavenly Court, I will adopt them. After Chang Feng finished speaking, everyone present was quite moved. As a result, the venue fell into a heated discussion atmosphere. As for the Douluo Empire, a 10,000 strong royal knight corps led by the Imperial Prince Dai Xingchen served as the main force and traveled non-stop from Douluo city to the southwest border of the Douluo Empire. Along the way, Dai Xingchen took great pains to avoid attracting attention. He hid it from everyone and took a special path. Moreover, he also made adjustments to his work and rest. He rested during the day and drove at night. Finally, it took him more than half a month to overcome numerous difficulties and obstacles. Came to the southwest border city of Barobana. Not long after entering the city, Dai Xingchen moved extremely quickly. Dai Xingchen quickly took control of the general stationed at the border, and then Dai Xingchen took out the secret order of the Emperor of the Douluo Empire and showed it to the general stationed in the city. It was no surprise that the general who had been stationed at the border all year round took the initiative to hand over the military talisman that summoned the 100,000 Xingluo soldiers on the border and obediently followed the arrangements of Prince Dai Xingchen. Prince Dai Xingchen led the general who had been deprived of his military power as well as 10,000 elite royal knights to the military camp to inspect. In a large military tent, Dai Xingchen summoned all the generals and came here to discuss matters. It won't be long. Many generals rushed to the military camp. When they first arrived at the camp where they were informed of their arrival, they suddenly felt an extremely unusual atmosphere fermenting around them. As soon as they entered the military tent, they saw an elegant middle-aged man wearing golden armor sitting at the top. The man said, "My name is Dai Xingchen." When everyone heard this name, they immediately knelt down on one knee, respectfully saluted Dai Xingchen and said, "The last general has seen the iron-blooded king." Yes, the name Dai Xingchen is a well-known figure in the Douluo Empire. He was awarded the title of iron-blooded king by His Majesty the Emperor of the Douluo Empire. He is the only royal family member among many princes with outstanding military talent. Moreover, he is also a Douluo Empire, the patron saint of the imperial family. He is also the patron saint of the people of the Douluo Empire. Whether they are from the royal family of the Douluo Empire or the common people, everyone will give a thumbs up when they hear the name Dai Xingchen. Without him, it just because the Douluo Empire once experienced an extremely dangerous turmoil, and it was all thanks to the iron-blooded king Dai Xingchen to turn the tide and stabilize the imperial court. That is that time the prince Dai Xingchen relied on that killing to kill the rebels. Countless after Iron Blood suppressed the rebellion, he directly received the extremely lofty honorary title of Iron Blood King awarded guarded by the Emperor of Douluo Empire. You all get up. This time I came to the border here because I was entrusted by His Majesty the Emperor of the Douluo Empire to capture the Soul City. Of course I must quickly capture the Soul City before the Tiandu Empire can react. When everyone present heard this, their whole bodies trembled for a while. Before they could think about it, the voice of the iron-blooded King Dai Xingchen sounded again. I studied the terrain here before coming here. As long as we cross the Barrow Pass outside Barrowbana City and continue along a path in the mountains that has not been traveled for many years, we can avoid the sight of the troops stationed at the border of the Tiandu Empire. Then there will no longer be any obstacles on the way to the Soul City. This time our Emperor Xingluo gave an order to capture the Soul City in one fell swoop, no matter what the cost. If we plant the flag of our Xingluo Empire army on the mountain, are you all confident in taking over the Soul City? Listening to Dai Xingchen's words, everyone present felt their hearts surge with passion and everyone felt excited. He immediately replied, yes, yes, yes. Dai Xingchen looked at the appearance of everyone present and thought to himself that the military spirit can be used. But Dai Xingchen also knew that this was not enough. So Dai Xingchen continued, this time the news about my coming here must be strictly sealed and no trace of it should be leaked. Violators will be punished by military law. Do you understand? Everyone nodded heavily. Give me the order and tell the soldiers below to prepare for battle. At 10 o'clock tonight we will conquer the Soul City with my king. As for how many troops there are in the Soul City, I have gained a lot in the past 2 years. Intelligent. I am not afraid to tell you that the number of people on the other side is much greater than ours. However, sometimes the victory in a war is not determined by the number of people but by whose army is more elite and more capable. Brave. Do you all understand? I understand. Everyone present responded in unison. Very good. You all start getting ready now. I obey. I will retire in the end. Looking at the backs of everyone hurriedly leaving, Dai Xingchen's eyes penetrated through the cloud and looked in the direction of chaotic Soul City. The corner of his mouth curled up and he murmured, this time Dai Xingchen will definitely take down chaotic Soul City in one fell swoop, announcing the arrival of the iron-blooded king on Douluo continent, making all enemies live in complete fear of the Douluo Empire. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 286. First news of the Douluo Empire's invasion. As soon as Cheng Feng finished discussing the matter with everyone, he came to the ground of Renhun City alone. Raising his head and looking at the bright moon in the sky, Cheng Feng suddenly felt extremely emotional. Walking on the street, there are pedestrians coming and going in all directions. Different from the Soul City 2 years ago, a lot has changed here. The most fundamental change is that there are many more people's lives. In the past 2 years, Cheng Feng's own gains have been very great. First, in the past 2 years his strength has once again grown tremendously, especially his soul power. After 2 years of compression, he has completed the fusion of the first grain. After completing the fusion of crystal grains, Cheng Feng clearly felt that his soul power was somewhat different from before. After fusing the crystal grains, Cheng Feng found that when he was running his soul power, not only was he much smoother and faster, but he could also clearly realize that the soul power in his body at this time was strictly speaking no longer soul power but divine power. There is a one-word difference between divine power and soul power, but there are huge differences between the two. First of all, when using the method of the God-given soul ring, it becomes more convenient. It no longer consumes as much soul power as before. On the contrary, when using the method of the God-given soul ring, it is extremely easy. Secondly, the transformation from soul power to divine power is easier and more convenient when helping oneself or others to improve their soul power. Of course, these are not the most important thing. What is more important is that when he faces the gods in the divine world, he no longer has no ability to resist but can make some counterattacks. Although the power of counterattack is not as good as those of those gods. For gods in the divine world, they are not very strong. Therefore, Cheng Feng's current state is quite subtle. On the one hand, his strength has been continuously compressed after 2 years of soul power, and his soul power level has already reached level 93, and the 9th soul ring is also used on himself by using the God-given soul ring. The 9th soul ring is red, and the 9th soul skill that is most suitable for you is a big deal. This 9th soul skill, according to the information transmitted to him by the 9th soul ring, is called Death's Black Hole Swallowing. As the name suggests, this black hole swallowing of death, as its name suggests, when using the 9th soul skill, an extremely deep black hole will appear which can instantly pull the enemy into the black hole. It is absolutely inevitable. After the enemy is pulled into the black hole, if you cannot break out of the black hole, there will be unpredictable result for the enemy. After the enemy is swallowed by the black hole, he will experience the intrusion and collapse of the black hole and even be eiled in the void space until he finally dies. It can be said that this 9th soul skill is extremely powerful. The only flaw of this 9th soul skill realizes that it consumes a lot of power. For now he can only use it twice. After 2 times his body's load capacity will reach the limit. If he still needs to use the third soul skill, he can only use it twice. 3 times, then his body may collapse directly and he may kill himself before completing this soul skill. This method can be used as your own trump card. If it is used well, it may also be used to deal with gods in the divine world. Of course, whether you can deal with the gods of the divine world will only be known after you fight them in the future. However, there was always a voice deep in his heart that seemed to tell him that this 9th soul skill might really be used to deal with the gods in the god realm. Therefore, we have to mention the problem of Cheng Feng's soul ring matching at this time. 2 years ago his soul ring configuration was purple, purple, black, red, red, blue and red. Now 2 years later his soul ring configuration has completely transformed into black, black, red, 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 blue, red and red. Such a big change is related to his ability to use the god-given soul ring skillfully in the realm of life. While thinking about this in his mind, Cheng Feng unknowingly arrived at the gate of the Lord's mansion of Renhun City. Suddenly at this moment a huge sound suddenly came from the distance, attracting Cheng Feng's eyes. Turning his head, he looked towards the movement coming from one place in the Soul City. There a huge fiery red mushroom cloud dyed the night sky of the entire Soul City red. Seeing this scene, Cheng Feng's expression changed. That direction is the west gate of Renhun City. Could it be that it was invaded by a foreign enemy? At this moment 2 people suddenly flew out of the palace of the city lord of Renhun City. These 2 people were Douluo and Gao Yujing. Their bodies stopped in the air looking at the west of Renhun City with a huge flash in their eyes. Doubtful, but there is a bad expectation in my heart. After observing, they sensed Cheng Feng's aura and landed near Cheng Feng. Upon seeing Cheng Feng, Douluo and Gao Yujing saluted Cheng Feng. I have met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Cheng Feng waved his hand. No need to be polite. Something bad seems to have happened to the west of Renhun City. Elder Douluo, please go over and investigate first. I obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. Net moment Douluo flashed his body and immediately disappeared from sight, quickly rushing towards the west gate of Renhun City. Then 2 huge fiery red mushroom clouds rose in the direction of the west gate of Renhun City, and the presence of Cheng Feng and Gao Yujing changed drastically. Elder Gao, I always feel a little uneasy. Let's rush over and take a look. Gao Yujing nodded, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. My subordinates guessed that someone was attacking the west gate of chaotic Soul City. They used artillery fire. They must have been extremely powerful soul cannons or something like that. As for who hit us, maybe you can find out what Heavenly Court's Soul City is up to by taking a look. Then let's go there now. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Feng turned into a blue lightning and rushed out. Gao Yujing followed without any hesitation, turning into a black shadow and following not far behind the blue lightning in the night sky. Not long time, Cheng Feng came to the west gate wall of Renhun City. The moment his feet hit the ground, suddenly a huge iron ball flew out from under the city wall and hit him. After seeing the iron ball, Cheng Feng didn't hesitate much. He formed a spiral pill with his right hand and threw it in the direction of the iron ball. In an instant the iron ball and the rays collided in the air, creating brilliant spark and plotting directly in the air. The city wall seemed to shake a few times. Seeing this, Cheng Feng watched pressionlessly. Then his eyes fell on the mutilated corpses on the ground. Through the clothes on their bodies, Cheng Feng instantly recognized that these clothes were from the Shuro Legion. He thought that today it should be the turn of the Shuro Legion soldiers to garrison the Chaos Soul City. Looking around, these Shuro Legion soldiers died in extremely miserable conditions. They were either penetrated by iron pieces or bombarded by artillery fire. They died with their eyes open. Seeing such a scene, Cheng Feng's eyes completely turned cold. These dead people were members of his heavenly court, and as a result they died like this. Moreover, they are still from the Shuro Legion. No matter how bad these people are, they are still top-notch elite. After roughly estimating the number of dead soldiers to be in the hundred, the murderous intent in Cheng Feng's eyes seemed to be substantial. Suddenly Douluo and Gao Yujing came to Cheng Feng. Douluo said, directly reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, my subordinates have just found out that the people who attacked our Tianting Soul City this time are troops from the Douluo Empire. This time the commander-in-chief of the Douluo Empire and his subordinates have found out clearly. As for the number of troops brought by Dai Xingchen, the iron-blooded king who has been dormant for many years, his subordinates estimate that they are over 100,000 people. Douluo Empire, what do they want to do? How dare they bully our heavenly court? These people who died in the battle were all good men of our heavenly court. To die like this is a great loss to our heavenly court. It will never be forgiven them. Elder Douluo, please immediately pass on my order to let Lu Neng lead the Blood Evil Army to guard the west gate. The north gate will be guarded by the Ghost Evil Army led by Luo Meyer. As for the south gate, let them guard it. The people from the Tiangong 1st Army Corps will guard the east gate, while the people from the Tiangong 3rd Army Corps and the Shura Army Corps commanded by Hu Wending will be responsible for going out of the city to face the Douluo Empire army. Subordinates obey orders. Afterward Duga Bo's figure left in a hurry. Chang Feng looked at the dense but endless black shadows under the city wall, his eyes flashing with a shocking chill. Douluo Empire, you are destined to pay a heavy price for your actions. No matter how many of you come this time, let's all stay here forever. In the first battle in heaven, let's use your Douluo Empire to fight. This time I, the Heavenly Court, will trample your Douluo Empire under my feet and make your Douluo Empire irreversible. Come on Douluo Empire, let's see who is the final winner. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 287 Heavenly Court's first battle with 100,000 people in destruction. Douluo. In the vast and endless night sky, it seems that the cry of the earth is coming. There were screams everywhere, adding a bit of chill to the night sky. The silver-white moonlight pours down, illuminating the bright red blood that can be seen everywhere. The blood is so bright red, even the silvery white of the moonlight seemed unable to cover their colors. On the contrary, the silvery white of the moonlight was dyed into an extremely dazzling bright red by the blood. At this moment, in the air there is a fishy smell everywhere, permeating every corner near the 4 gates of Renhun City. At the first time, the residents living in Renhun City had already been relocated underground to a depth of 10,000 meters. At this time, every household in Renhun City was empty and there was no one left. The streets are empty. Yes, silence is the color at this time. Chaotic Seoul City was trembling and shaking amid the artillery fire from the Douluo Empire. The sound of clanking armor could be heard everywhere from all directions. Soon the directions of the 4 gates of Renhun City were already filled with people and they all launched a counterattack. Artillery fire against artillery fire, bows and arrows against bows and arrows. Night roaring. The blood is stirring. The 3 Tiangong legions and the Shuro Legion led by Hu Wending quietly entered from a tunnel in Renhun City leading outside the city. Not long time, the 3 Tiangong legions and the Shuro Legion led by Hu Wending appeared at the rear of the Douluo Empire. But Dai Xingchen, the commander-in-chief of the Xingluo Empire, was completely unaware of this. At this time, Dai Xingchen was giving orders to attack again and again, looking calm and thoughtful. Attack again and again, get blocked again and continue to attack again and again. At first he suddenly appeared in Luanhun City with his army and took the lead in launching an attack, catching the guard at the west gate of Luanhun City by surprise and taking advantage of the situation for a while. Just when they were preparing to take the NET step, they encountered extremely violent resistance from the soldiers stationed in Renhun City, who arrived quickly. In that scene, the sky was dyed red and blood was sprinkled across the sky. The blood almost splashed into the eyes of the Douluo Empire soldiers who were attacking the city. Seeing that the corner of the west gate of the Seoul City collapsed, it seemed that in the NET moment the city of Souls could be captured and his name as the Iron-Blooded King could once again be heard throughout the Douluo continent. Dai Xingchen's eyes were shining brightly and there was a smile on his lips. Victory was waving to him. However, what Dai Xingchen didn't know was that something unexpected could happen. Immediately Dai Xingchen realized this deeply. Just when Dai Xingchen ordered all 4 groups of troops to carry out the final attack from the east, southwest and north gates of Renhun City, the entire army was escorted. Suddenly he was stabbed hard in the back. Shang Shu led the 3 Tiangong legions and the Shuro Legion led by Hu Wending with a total of about 80,000 troops. They stabbed hard in the back of the Douluo Empire army. With this strike, Dai Xingchen felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss and his smile froze on the spot. How can this be? When Dai Xingchen suddenly heard the endless shouts of killing behind him, his face changed drastically and he lost all color in an instant. How did these people appear? This is impossible. Dai Xingchen couldn't accept this. Before this battle he strictly inspected the terrain nearby, but he didn't find any tunnels here. So how did these people appear? The doubt in Dai Xingchen's mind may be related to the wet armor of these people. However, Dai Xingchen was already a little panicked at this moment. Soon Dai Xingchen glanced at the brave Douluo Empire soldiers on the city wall who were working hard to attack the city. He calmed down and ordered the soldiers who were attacking the city to retreat and quickly let the main force in his hand, the cavalry regiment, quickly get in front of enemies that suddenly appear. It seems that Dai Xingchen wants to turn these elite Xingluo Empire cavalry regiments into sharp knives and insert them into the heart of the enemy. However, what Dai Xingchen didn't expect was that the Xingluo Empire's cavalry regiment was indeed very elite, but the Tiangong 3rd Legion of Tianting and the Shuro Legion commanded by Hu Wending were no worse than them. As a result, Dai Xingchen immediately suffered a big loss. He mistakenly overestimated his own combat power and underestimated the enemy's combat power. What he didn't expect was that as soon as the two sides fought, the Xingluo Empire Knight Legion, which had no numerical advantage, quickly suffered a complete rout when the Tiangong 3 legions legions and the Shuro legion rushed towards them. Like a landslide and a tsunami every night in the Night Legion of the Star Luo Empire is frightened. Everyone who fought against the opponent was reduced to flesh and mud under his feet in the net moment, and the earth was soaked with blood. This scene stimulated the nerves of every Star Luo Empire knight. As we all know, there is a limit to how tight the nerve is. It is like a string, if it is too tight it will break. Finally, this string in front of such an opponent with such a huge advantage could not make any wave. The string finally broke, and it was broken into pieces, which was terrible. All the members of the Star Luo Empire's Knight Corps in a short period of time turned into the newly added flesh and mud on the earth. Ed with the soil, it seemed to be a bit like fertilizer nourishing the entire earth. When Dai Xingchen saw such a result, he couldn't accept it at all. At this time Dai Xingchen's eyes were red and he was so angry that he almost broke his teeth. His right hand was clenched into a fist, making a crunching sound. He knew that he lost this time, and he lost completely. The lofty honor of the Iron-Blooded King may have been completely hidden due to the failure of this war. Along with it will be enemies from all directions. When you gain endless glory, you will be surrounded by friends. However, when encountering difficulties and misfortunes in life, those friends may turn around and become enemies who want to tear themselves apart. This time Dai Xingchen was full of powerlessness. The strongest Knight Legion is gone. How can he resist? But the Iron-Blooded King is the Iron-Blooded King after all. He quickly ordered the siege soldiers to retreat and instead pounce on the fierce enemies behind them. Yes, the Third Tiangong army and the Shura army have become extremely fierce enemies in the eyes of the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire. Only the Iron-Blooded King was finally one step too slow, one step too slow, one step too slow, and there was no room to turn things around. After quickly annihilating the Star Luo Empire's Knight Legion, the three Tiangong legions and the Shuro legion each turned into a ferocious wild wolf, staring at the already fearful soldiers of the Star Luo Empire, and then pounced on them in an instant. Bring a sword, bring a bow and arrow. Screams begging for mercy, crying, roaring. The entire Star Luo Empire army was in complete chaos and collapsed. At this moment Dai Xingchen's eyes dimmed. This time it's over, there's no possibility of a comeback. When thinking of this, Dai Xingchen recalled in his mind how high-spirited he was when he obtained the Iron-Blooded King. At that time he enjoyed the highest honor in the world as a subject of the Star Luo Empire. Those days will never come back. I really miss them. Even so, I am still the high-spirited Iron-Blooded King back then. The net moment the former Iron-Blooded King seemed to be back. He held a sword in his hand and led hundreds of soldiers who closely protected him. He turned into a stream of water and completely merged into the sea formed by the fusion of the three Tiangong legions and the Shuro legion. He disappeared without a single wave, without a trace. It is sad and tearful that a generation of Iron-Blooded Kings under the overwhelming and invincible momentum was as small as dust and completely wiped out. Since then the Star Luo Empire has lost a famous Iron-Blooded King. The Douluo continent has lost a celebrity with outstanding military talents, and for heaven, it has finally lost an enemy. A dead enemy is a good enemy. This situation was created by the Tiangong three legions and the Shuro legion. Soon under Cheng Feng's order the four city gates were opened. They were attacked from both inside and outside the city. The remaining troops of the Star Luo Empire were beaten until they cried mother. Even if he begged for mercy, Cheng Feng had no intention of letting them go. All this is just because their hands are stained with the blood of people from heaven. Blood debt must be paid with blood. That's all he has to do. He is not wrong. Finally, after 3 hours of flanking attacks, the battle finally subsided. All the Star Luo Empire troops that came this time were wiped out. But this is just the beginning. Cheng Feng realized that in this war with the Star Luo Empire he was on the opposite side of the Star Luo Empire. Sooner or later the army sent by the Star Luo Empire will attack again. Rather than being so angry, it's better to take advantage of this great victory and wave the knife in your hand at the Star Luo Empire. It's time to make the Star Luo Empire suffer. Then Cheng Feng ordered Hu Wending to repair for a while and then led the Shura army to attack Barobana city. It did not take much time to capture Barobana city. Afterwards Cheng Feng ordered Lu Neng to lead the Blood Demon army to attack all the way to the west of Barobana city. Before the Star Luo Empire could respond, he would capture as many cities as he could and told Lu Neng collect the soldiers and officials who surrendered from the Star Luo Empire, and Douluo was sent by Cheng Feng to Lu Neng's Blood Evil Legion to assist Lu Neng in attacking the cities of the Star Luo Empire. This was not over yet. Cheng Feng also ordered Luo Meier to lead the Ghost Evil army to attack all the way to the east of Barobana city. Similarly, before the Star Luo Empire could capture as many cities as possible, and Gao Yujing was sent by Cheng Feng to Luo Meier's Ghost army to assist Luo Meier in attacking the cities of the Xingluo Empire. Then Cheng Feng asked Hu Wending's Shuro Legion to keep an eye on the troops stationed at the border of the Tiandu Empire and would circle in front of them from time to time to form a force of deterrence so that they did not dare to act rashly. As for the Tiangong 1st, 2nd and 3rd Legions. They guard Chaoshan City, clean the battlefield, count the loot and other post-war work. At this moment Chang Feng was sitting in the study room of the Lord's Mansion in Ransom City dealing with a mountain of official duties. The departure of Douluo and Gao Yujing made Chang Feng's burden suddenly heavier, but for the longer-term considerations of heaven he knew that no matter how heavy the burden was he had to bear it, and he had to bear it with a smile. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 288 Capture of Philoma City. After all, paper cannot contain fire. The battle between the Star Luo Empire and Chaotic Soul City has finally spread. In this battle the iron-blooded king fell and more than 100,000 soldiers of the Star Luo Empire were sacrificed. No matter which force on the Douluo continent, no one believed at first that such a glorious result could be achieved by just one person arrive. However, until the emperor of the Star Luo Empire saw that his territory was decreasing every day, his heart felt like a knife. On the one hand he reorganized his army, and on the other hand he cried for help from the Tiando Empire. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire decided when he cried and said that the battle between Xingluo and Renhun City was real. All the forces on Douluo continent were completely boiling. How Chaoshan City was so awesome that it wiped out the iron-blooded king. This really surprised everyone. Of course this also caused many people from the outside world to look at the city with admiration and began to re-examine the location of the city. Originally they thought that no matter how powerful Chaoshan City was, it was just a bigger city. However, after the battle between Renhun City and the Star Luo Empire they realized that they were wrong, and it was still very outrageous. Although Chaotic Soul City is a city in name, its power is such that even countries like the Star Luo Empire can suffer great losses. How can people not pay attention to this? So they all reached a common idea in their hearts, that is to find out how this city of chaotic souls is so awesome, but you have to find out everything and you can't miss anything. They have sent out a large number of spies disguised as various identities ready to sneak into the Soul City to investigate. However, this time they made a mistake. The city of chaotic souls is no longer the city of chaotic souls they thought. Today's chaotic soul city belongs to the territory of heaven. Chang Feng, as the emperor of heaven, did not give an order. Who among the people stationed at the city gate dared to open the door? Isn't that because you have water in your head? Therefore the spies sent by various forces, after going through many hardships reluctantly discovered the fact that they could not enter the chaotic soul city. Originally they thought of bribing the generals stationed on the city wall, and also sent a certain amount of property to the generals stationed on the city wall. As a result, the generals stationed at the city gate accepted all these gifts without missing a single one. However, it was impossible to open the door, so those spies who had given gift stood under the city gate and began to curse. It's just that they didn't realize the consequences of this behavior. People after all have to pay for their own actions. Soon these spies immediately paid the price for their actions, and this price was very expensive, as each person only had one life. After some efforts to scare the monkeys, the remaining spies were frightened and kept silent. No one dared to make any mistakes anymore. The remaining spies were unwilling to leave like this. They understand very well that if they go back like this they will not be able to complete the mission, and they cannot afford the consequences. So they simply made up their mind and set up a tent outside the Soul City to stay. For those who stayed behind, Chang Feng ordered not to pay attention to them and just do what they were doing. The spies who stayed behind had nothing to do all day long, just wandering outside the city of Renhun, a bit like gangsters looking around, and they all looked like deer-headed and rat-like eyes. They felt bitter tears in their heart. They had eaten in the open air and slept in the open. They thought they had a chance to work hard and sneak in. However, the generals stationed at the city gate had hearts harder than stone and were not moved at all. On the contrary, the generals guarding the city gate felt that these people were like fleas, always hanging around under their noses. If it weren't for the military order, they would have wanted to rush up and beat them up. After understanding the thoughts of these generals garrisoning the city gate, Chang Feng very considerately ordered not to beat people to death no matter what. After obtaining the approval of the Emperor of Heaven, when the generals stationed at the city gate saw the spies wandering around in front of them again, they all got off the city wall, opened the city gate, led a group of people, and without saying a word rushed towards the confused crowd of spies. After a while of crying and begging for mercy, many people with bruises and swollen faces were lying side by side on the ground. Their eyes were full of dissatisfaction and resentment. However, people like them can only break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs under the roof. Also, because of this incident, they spies didn't dare to get too close anymore and kept far away for fear that they would get beaten for no reason again. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In the past half month, good news continued to come from the Blood Evil Legion commanded by Lu Neng and the Ghost Evil Legion led by Luo Meyer every day. Seriously calculating, in the past half month the Blood Evil Legion commanded by Lu Neng has conquered 70 cities in a row, and Luo Meyer is not to be far behind. The Ghost Evil Legion commanded by her has also conquered 71 cities, so much as for the total territory of the cities that the two of them conquered. After careful calculation they found that it actually reached 1/3 of the territory of the Star Luo Empire. The Xing Luo Empire seemed to have reacted. They quickly organized their troops and stopped Lu Neng at Fenglingkao. Luo Meyer was also blocked and stopped at Jiaing Pass. After Cheng Feng received their message, he asked them to station and repair on the spot. At the same time he suggested that they manage the various cities they occupied and publicize their heavenly palace among the civilians to attract these civilians to join the heavenly palace. These are all being carried out in an orderly manner, and Cheng Feng is therefore full of confidence in the future of Tianting. However, something caught Cheng Feng's mind. According to information from Hu Wending, the Tiandu Empire's border city Feroma City not far from Renhun City has recently shown signs of military activity. According to the spies sent out to investigate, they found that the place had become an empty city. The deserted Feroma City on the border of the Tiandu Empire naturally attracted Cheng Feng's attention. But before Cheng Feng went to investigate, the Tiandu Empire announced that the city of Feroma had been awarded to the Holy Spirit cult as a branch of the Holy Spirit cult. After receiving the news, Cheng Feng's face darkened on the spot. Those people from the Holy Spirit sect were not human beings at all. They were all bad to the core. They did not treat human beings as human beings, which made Cheng Feng extremely disgusted. Unexpectedly, the Tiandu Empire would make such a move and hand over the city of Feroma to the Holy Spirit cult. Such backstabbing made Cheng Feng full of dissatisfaction with the Tiandu Empire. Cheng Feng secretly remembered this incident and decided to make the Tiandu Empire pay the price for this incident if he had the opportunity in the future. Cheng Feng thought for a while and decided to take some people to the city of Feroma to garrison in person and capture the city first. He didn't want to let an extremely dangerous neighbor get close to him. With an order, the Tiangong 1st Legion he was taken along by Cheng Feng and headed to Feroma City. In less than a stick of incense, Cheng Feng and others entered Feroma City directly and planted the Tiangong flag on top of the city, a flag depicting the rays non. After planting this flag, it means that from now on the city of Feroma will belong to the heaven. At the moment, Cheng Feng is waiting quietly for the arrival of the Holy Spirit cult. This time he really wants to keep all the Holy Spirit cult people forever. As Douluo continent is a huge and dangerous cancer to civilians, the Holy Spirit cult must be destroyed sooner or later. Let's destroy some first. It is also necessary. Therefore this time Cheng Feng decided to take action personally and send these people to the 9 nether hell to reflect for eternity. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 289. The Holy Spirit teaches someone to come. Cheng Feng settled directly in Feroma City. At the same time he also moved his office from Seoul City to Fiama City, a luxurious courtyard study room in Fiama City. Cheng Feng was sitting on a beautifully carved wooden chair handling a mountain of foldables with a red pen. The categories covered by these e-SERPs basically cover various fields. Some are military, some are political, some are civil. It can be said that Cheng Feng is very busy nowadays. It is precisely because of this that he misses the days when Douluo was here. Also Luo Jinbao in the Heavenly World Pearl, they are all good at helping handle affairs, but now they each have their own inconveniences. Douluo was sent by himself to follow Lu Neng to conquer the city. Now he is facing off with the Xingluo Empire's troops at Fenglingkao. He is responsible for helping to deal with the local government affairs of the 70 cities that Lu Neng led the Blood Demon Army to conquer. It's more work and harder. As for Luo Jinbao, he cannot open the Heavenly World Pearl at this time because he remembers the warning Huaz Hylan gave him. Opening the Heavenly World Bead will definitely attract the attention of the God Realm, not to mention that the Poseidon is in Douluo continent, so he cannot open the Heavenly World Bead and meet Luo Jinbao and others lest the Poseidon come directly to the door. Unless he can have absolute power and can compete with the God of the Sea and the gods of the God Realm, otherwise he would rather not open the Heavenly World Pearl. I casually opened another memorial and found that it contained important information recorded by the person in charge of the newly formed Skynet in heaven. The above content is as follows. On March 12, Tang San, the leader of the Tang sect, met secretly with the Kaibao Glaze sect in Kaibao City. On March 17, Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haoshan sect, and Yu Tianzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, met in Lanba City for 3 days and 3 nights. On April 12, Wuhan Palace made frequent move. They successively captured the Principality of Letea and the Principality of Novel. The territory Pondate again. All the subjects of the captured principalities surrendered to the rule of Wuhan Palace. On April 20, rumors spread from the Wuhan Palace that the Wuhan Empire was about to be established. The Wuhan Empire will be established on May 20. The above information was obtained and a total of 20 people died. 12 of them were discovered directly and committed suicide on the spot. The other 8 were captured and tortured to death. Seeing the list of sacrificed persons in the last appendix, Chang Feng's heart suddenly became a little heavy. His eyes carefully scanned these names one by one, which he may have never heard of before, but at this time he kept the names of these 20 people firmly in his heart. At the same time, Chang Feng also understood that all these information were obtained in exchange for blood. No matter what, Chang Feng could not ignore the sacrifices of these people. He stood up and paced back and forth in the study. After that, he immediately sent someone in and gave a new order to build a monument to the heroes of heaven. The monument was erected in front of the gate of Renhun City to commemorate the sacrifices of heaven in the past 2 years. All the personnel are engraved on the stone tablet for everyone to pay their respect. At the same time, the heavenly court gives special care to the families of these sacrificed people every year, whether in terms of property or other aspect. They all have special preferential treatment. Soon, according to Chang Feng's order, the corresponding person was arranged to take charge of the matter. Moreover, the person responsible is none other than Du Guyan. Chang Feng originally planned to leave this matter to someone in the army, but Du Guyan volunteered to do it. Chang Feng could not refuse, so he handed the matter over to Du Guyan. After arranging this matter, Chang Feng immediately immersed himself in official business. Time flies. In the blink of an eye it turned dark. The whole earth seemed to have fallen into silence and seemed quiet, but there was still light in the study room in the courtyard where Chang Feng was located. It didn't take long. Chang Feng put down the ink pen in his hand, opened the door and came to the center of the courtyard. He raised his head and looked at the moon hidden in the sky behind the dark cloud. He remained silent. The night air is a bit cool. Moreover, it is also ed with some moisture. He posed late at night. A long time. Chang Feng was about to turn around and return to the house to continue handling official duties, but before he could open the door and go in, he heard a woo-woo sound coming from the dark night, which sounded particularly tragic. Chang Feng's eyes narrowed and his ears were sure. After confirming the weirdness of these sounds and the direction from which they came, Chang Feng turned to look at the gate of Pharoma City. There was almost no hesitation. Chang Feng flashed his body and immediately turned into a blue electric light flying through the night towards the gate of Pharoma. At this time, under the gate of Pharoma City, a group of people dressed in black looked at Pharoma City with a faint look. Guards on the wall. These men in black did not expect that someone would dare to occupy the city of Pharoma. This is nothing more than an insult to the Holy Spirit sect. Everyone in Douluo continent knows that Pharoma City is a branch of the Holy Spirit cult that Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire personally promised. But now what did they see? An outsider dares to occupy the territory of their Holy Spirit sect. It is simply audacious. In response to this, the group of men in black present were almost angry. Regarding the Holy Spirit religion, they all regard its interests as more important than their own lives. In their view, they cannot easily forgive these people who occupy their territory. Therefore, they decided to kill all these people. Thinking that there are 150 or SI people in his group, the lowest ones are all soul lord and the highest ones are titled Douluo Perts. Isn't it easy to take down a small city? As for why they didn't think about whether the other party had powerful titled Douluo, it was because they knew that the two powerful titled Douluo unique to Renhun City were both active on the front line. Therefore, in their opinion, as long as there is no powerful titled Douluo, even if all the people from Chaoshan City come together, they are no match for them. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the true meaning of being able to win 100 battles. Before coming, they had already found out clearly that the recent rumors about the record of Hanhun City killing more than 100,000 people in the Xingluo Empire in one fell swoop depended on a sudden attack. This information came from the spies planted by Hanhun City. If Chang Feng knew that he had spies from the Holy Spirit cult in Chaoshan City, he would probably be shocked and surprised, because in Chaoshan City Chang Feng is the master. In Chaotic Soul City, anyone who is an evil soul master or is contaminated with the aura of an evil soul master will definitely not be able to escape his perception. But now there are indeed spies from the Holy Spirit cult infiltrating the Soul City, which is simply beyond Chang Feng's imagination. Chang Feng knew nothing about this, but because of this I almost suffered a big loss in what happened. Of course, this matter will be mentioned later. Moving on, this group of people from the Holy Spirit cult was led by a middle-aged man in black robe. His whole body was wrapped tightly, his eyes were shining with fire and his whole body exuded a corrosive aura, and his eyes were even more. There was an astonishing chill. Before coming, our leader said that this city of Pharoma is an important part of the development of our Holy Spirit Church. However, now this city of Pharoma seems to have been occupied by those from the Soul City, so we must start from to take this city back from these people. Of course, we will give them death as punishment. Give them death, give them death, give them death. The sounds that sounded one after another in the dark night reached the ears of the soldiers on the wall of Pharoma, and suddenly a chill arose in their hearts, giving them a bad premonition. At this moment Chang Feng's figure suddenly appeared on the city wall. The guard on the city wall had sharp eyes and recognized Chang Feng's identity directly. He immediately saluted Chang Feng respectfully and said, "I have met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. May His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven live long, live long, live long, live." The soldiers stationed on the city wall all around also shouted excitedly, "We have met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. May His Majesty the Emperor live long, live long, live long, live." These voices were very loud, and these people from the Holy Spirit Church were not deaf. They listened to all these words. Of course they were not very happy. After all, their atmosphere had just been set up, but someone came and ruined the atmosphere and their mood couldn't get better. The leader of the Holy Spirit cult immediately looked coldly at Chang Feng, who suddenly appeared on the city wall, and said coldly, "Emperor of Heaven, you are so arrogant. Today I Yin Gui will see what you have to offer. You are qualified to be called the Emperor of Heaven." These words made everyone stationed on the city wall look livid, and they all glared at the men in black below the city. But Chang Feng smiled faintly. "My name is Yin Gui, then I will make it impossible for you to become a ghost later." When Yin Gui heard this, his face turned cold. He suddenly shouted, "Everyone come here. Tonight everyone in the city will be killed. No one will be spared." Chang Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard the other party's order, but his smile was cold. At the same time he also spoke to the people behind him, "Everyone stay back. You all go down and patrol the streets to prevent their people from sneaking in. If found, they will be killed without mercy. I obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven." Seeing those people behind him leaving, Chang Feng felt relieved, and then he looked at the man in black under the city wall. Net moment, Chang Feng swayed, then jumped off the city wall and landed steadily in front of the city gate, confronting a group of Holy Spirit cult people opposite. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 290 Murderous Intent. Chang Feng did not talk nonsense with the other party at all and went straight to the fight. I saw Chang Feng quickly dodging and coming behind Yin Gui. This scene shocked Yin Gui. He quickly moved to the side, quickly distanced himself from Chang Feng and looked at Chang Feng with full caution. However, when Chang Feng saw this, he smiled. His target at the beginning was naturally not the Yin Gui but the Yin Gui's subordinates. Chang Feng himself was so fast that Yin Gui's men couldn't react in time. Therefore Chang Feng instantly condensed a super raise non in his hand and threw it into the crowd of Yin Gui's men. Then he quickly swayed and came to Yin Gui's right side. The raise non that Chang Feng instantly condensed in his left hand was directed towards Yin Gui. "Throw it away." But the ghost eyes fell on his men. He watched helplessly as his men suddenly made a loud bang sound under an attack from Chang Feng. The surrounding space shook a few times, and in the night sky, accompanied by this huge sound, there was a series of screams. That voice sounded very painful. It also gave everyone who heard the sound a chill in their heart. Yin Gui didn't have time to take a closer look at the situation of his men, so he focused on the raise non thrown by Chang Feng. He did not resort to force on the forehead but directly dodged and dodged through the raise non test. Chang Feng discovered that this guy named Yin Gui was as powerful as a titled Douluo, but his speed was still too slow compared to himself. Chang Feng was quite confident about this. Moreover, he doesn't want to waste time with the other party. The net moment, Chang Feng shouted in a low voice, 9 moon steps. A phantom quickly approached the ghost. When Yin Gui saw this scene, his pupils shrank suddenly. Such speed shocked him. At the same time, Yin Gui had some bad premonitions in his heart. How is this possible? Why is the opponent's speed so fast? Yin Gui couldn't understand this at all, but before he could continue to think about it, Chang Feng's body had already appeared in front of him, and the raise non that was instantly condensed in Chang Feng's right hand was making a crackling sound, and the arc was constantly swimming. Chang Feng looked at the ghost in front of him with a cold face, who was almost frightened to death. Without any mercy, he dropped the raise non directly against the opponent's chest. Then Chang Feng quickly retreated, his eyes expressionless as he watched Yin Gui's body turn into thousands of pieces in the explosion. Blood rained in the air and a strong smell of blood began to fill the air. Chang Feng looked around again, and after a moment of careful sensing, he found that there were still a dozen living people lying on the ground. Without any hesitation, he instantly formed a raise non and sent these people to the underworld to meet their leader. When, after seeing the mess on the ground, Chang Feng turned around and returned to the study in the city. Afterwards, the defenders stationed in Pharoma City cleaned up the battlefield. When these sergeants arrived at the scene, they were absolutely shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. They were extremely in awe of His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. They believe that as long as His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is around, no matter how powerful the enemy is, they will not be afraid. Chang Feng is handling official business in the study. On the other side, the Holy Spirit Church, a deep and slightly bleak empty hall. Throughout the hall, golden columns abound. On those columns there are carved patterns of monsters that choose people to eat. It looks chilling. In the center of the hall there is a huge circular golden platform. The golden platform is 1 foot high from the ground and the golden platform itself is more than 3 feet thick. The golden platform is supported by 3 thick golden columns which stand in 3 directions. At this time there was a young woman on the golden platform. The woman is wearing a black and gold skirt, sitting cross-legged on the golden platform, eyes closed tightly. But at this moment the woman's eyes suddenly opened. When she opened her eyes, 2 cold lights seemed to shoot out from her eyes, piercing the sky. Haha, the mark on Yan Gui's body has disappeared and he seems to be dead. But who killed him? Those who dare to touch my holy spirit cult seem to be extremely audacious. There was a murmur all around. If Chang Feng were here he would definitely see that the woman in front of him is Mo Weiner, an old friend he has not seen for a long time. However, Mo Weiner is not only Chang Feng's old friend but also his enemy. The net moment Mo Weiner swayed and arrived at a meeting hall. The table in the meeting hall is made of precious stone and is round in shape. But before Mo Weiner's figure arrived there was already a commotion here. These people are all high-level leaders of the Holy Spirit religion and they are all people who hold huge power in their hands. But at this moment they are all discussing one thing, that is how to deal with it now that the ghost is dead. When Mo Weiner's figure first appeared the meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. This was not over yet. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look up at Mo Weiner. At the same time these people were a little uneasy in their heart. As for Mo Weiner, no one present is not afraid of her. There is no one who disrespect her. Mo Weiner sat directly on the front seat. She glanced at everyone present and said coldly, "Tell me, where was the Yin Gui scent? The mark I left on him disappeared, which means that the Yin Gui has already disappeared." Killed. Suddenly one of these people spoke up, reporting to His Majesty the Hierophant Yin Gui was sent to Philoma City to serve as the head of the Philoma Holy Spirit Church branch. Not long ago Yin Gui's spiritual tablet was broken and he got. After hearing the news we began to gather together to discuss the matter. Mo Weiner glanced at everyone present presumptuously only he said coldly, "Yin Gui has been working with me for a long time. I know him quite well. Presumably one of you has done something to bewitch him. Otherwise Yin Gui will naturally not to be the person in charge of Philoma City." Mo Weiner's words made everyone's hearts ripple and their heads lowered a little. Mo Weiner frowned and glanced at the people present. Although she was very dissatisfied with these people, but there is nothing we can do now. The Holy Spirit Church still has to rely on these people for certain things. If she had a choice she really wanted to replace all these people with her own people. However, these people all have the combat power of titled Douluo but her subordinate do not have that many. Mo Weiner said again, "Yin Gui is a member of our Holy Spirit sect but now he is dead in an unknown manner. I want to ask you about this. Now someone is riding on the neck of our Holy Spirit sect. What do you think? What should I do about this matter?" Deathly silence in the field. No one spoke. No one here is stupid. What they were thinking about at this time was that although Yin Gui was a bit greedy and narrow-minded, it was undeniable that Yin Gui's personal strength was still extremely powerful. But now the ghost is dead. So how strong should the person who kills the ghost be? You know that guy Yin Gui is a level 95 titled Douluo Pert. Now the ghost is dead. In other words, the guy who killed Yin Gui was a titled Douluo Pert with at least level 95. But among the people present, how many of them dare to say that they can beat each other? Therefore everyone had to remain silent. In just a few breaths Mo Weiner figured out the concerns in these people's heart. After thinking about it in her mind, Mo Weiner felt that it was still necessary to visit this city of Philoma. So who is going to go there? Then Mo Weiner set her sights on the first old man on her right. The old man who was being stared at by Mo Weiner felt a thump in his heart. "Elder Lin, your strength is now level 97. Among the people present you can choose 3 people and some subordinates from within the sect. Then tomorrow you will set out together to Philoma City to kill the murderer and spend a lot of time. We also want to take back Roma City. I wonder what Elder Lin think?" The old man surnamed Lin smiled bitterly in his heart. Being targeted by the leader in front of him, he knew that if he refused there would be nothing good to gain later. Moreover, the old man named Lin was extremely afraid of the Pope in front of him. Therefore there is no room for him to refuse this matter at all. Finally the old man named Lin nodded. Afterwards, after everyone chatted casually for a few more words, they separated. The old man surnamed Lin, after selecting 3 people before everyone left, a group of 4 powerful titled Douluo people led a group of people from the Holy Spirit sect towards Philoma City the net morning. At this time the old man surnamed Lin and his party can be said to have overwhelming murderous intent towards the entire city of Philoma. A storm is coming. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 291 Changes in Fenglingkao. Lu Neng was camping in the army, pacing back and forth alone. Time has passed so many days without realizing it, and there is a Star Luo Empire army blocking the the road opposite Fenglingkao. Now it is not that easy to continue to conquer the cities of the Xingluo Empire as before. Thinking that His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven asked him to manage the affairs of the territory he conquered, he was so busy that he forgot to eat and sleep every day. If Elder Douluo hadn't helped share the burden, he would have died of exhaustion long ago. As pected, fighting is what I like most. Dealing with Lao Shi's affairs is so painful. These days Lu Neng had several worries in his mind. First of all, in the captured territory, heavenly soldiers were constantly being assassinated. Fortunately no one was injured or killed, but many were injured. After investigation by his subordinates, it was discovered that this was the personal action of a diehard member of the Douluo Empire. But then not long after, he discovered that signs of armed rebellion began to appear in the territory. Fortunately he discovered it early, otherwise it might have caused even greater disaster. In addition, he also found out clearly who the leader of the army was opposite Fenglingkao. Dai Yuheng, the eldest son of the Iron-Blooded King, is good at military strategy. He has followed his father the Iron-Blooded King in many battles. It can be said that he is a young and promising general. Moreover, he is highly regarded by the Iron-Blooded King and has a greater say in the Douluo Empire's military. In the Battle of Chaotic Soul City, the Iron-Blooded King died and his entire reputation was ruined. As the eldest son of the Iron-Blooded King, Dai Yuheng naturally harbored great hatred and prepared to lead troops to avenge his father. At first the Emperor of Douluo Empire did not agree. In the opinion of the Emperor of the Douluo Empire, the Iron-Blooded King was killed in the City of Souls, so his son might also be killed in the City of Souls. This was certainly not the outcome that the Emperor of the Douluo Empire wanted to see, until Dai Yuheng repeatedly requested the Emperor of the Douluo Empire to lead troops to fight against Seoul City and regain the lost territory. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire felt that Dai Yuheng was sincere and agreed to him leading the army. Dai Yuheng did not disappoint the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire. He quickly blocked Lu Neng's blood-evil army at Fenglingkao. This result made the Emperor of Douluo Empire some worried. Most of the worries have been eliminated. This information was obtained in exchange for the lives of the people in his heaven. Thinking of this, Lu Neng couldn't help but think back to Dai Yuheng. During the battle, that person was hard to forget. He was the brave figure who rushed to the front. But this is not the most important thing, but this person is quite strategic and I have suffered losses at his hands many times. The two sides have conducted countless tests and both sides have hurt each other. They are an opponent that people have to treat with caution. Faced with such an opponent, Elder Douluo proposed to assassinate the opponent and Lu Neng agreed. As for the assassin, Elder Douluo took over. However, the result of the assassination shocked Lu Neng. In the end, the assassination failed and Elder Douluo was slightly injured. This result made Lu Neng understand that the other party was too well prepared. Fortunately, Elder Douluo told him that the title Douluo Strongman who suddenly appeared in the opponent's army was only more seriously injured than him, which made Lu Neng's anxiety a little relieved. However, as the commander of the Blood Fiend Legion, he thinks more about how to defeat the opponent every day and then lead the Blood Fiend Legion to conquer one city after another and lay a foundation for the heaven. For this reason, Lu Neng has been frowning for days, looking worried. The belt is getting wider and wider, but I don't regret it anymore. I feel haggard because of Yi. This just shows Lu Neng's good intentions. It's a pity that no matter how he thinks about it, he doesn't have any good ideas, which really makes him worried. At the same time, the Xingluo Empire on the other side of Fenglingkao looked completely different. In front of a school ground, all the troops of the Douluo Empire are arrayed here. Every soldier in the entire army was wearing heavy armor and had been standing here for 3 hours. What's even worse is that the weather is still very hot. Floating clouds fill the sky. It looks very gloomy and the person wearing the armor is like being simmered in a slow fire pot. No one in the motionless queue appeared to be fainting or fainting. Standing at the front of these queues was a young man wearing black armor. His face was stern and there was no unnecessary expression on his face. Meticulous and not fond of talking or smiling, this seems to be the best summary of his face. No one in the queue dared to ignore this young man in black armor. All the soldiers knew that the young man in front of them was very strict in running the army. If he disobeyed or violated the military regulations, he would be seriously injured or even die. There are precedents to follow, so no soldier is not afraid of him. But this is not what makes the soldiers afraid of this young man. What scares all the soldiers is that although the young man in front of them is the eldest son of the Iron-Blooded King and has a noble status, he is able to endure hardships with them in training, and he can endure hardships and perseverance better than them. This makes these soldiers in their hearts. The soldiers were very convinced of this young man. Seeing that the young man was still persisting, all the soldiers cursed in their heart. After greeting all the young man's family members, they gritted their teeth and persisted desperately. Therefore, without exception, everyone's armor stood upright with the same head. Suddenly, after the young man indicated a direction with his eyes, 3 military orders sounded. Just when the military order sounded, the feathers on everyone's helmets suddenly started to rustle like a breeze blowing away the dullness floating in the air. At the same time the sound of heavy breathing like a tsunami was swept away. This moment has finally arrived. All soldiers know that during daily training at this time their Commander-in-Chief General Dai begins to give a speech, and it is also a time when they can take the opportunity to rest. Therefore many people feel quietly relaxed whenever this time comes. Many warriors of the Douluo Empire tell me who is our enemy. Sure enough, all the soldiers thought in their hearts. Seeing the general talking as usual, they all responded cooperatively, Chao Shun City. Chao Shun City. The sound was so loud that it could cut through the sky. Then you say, do you have confidence in defeating the Soul City and completing the mission entrusted to us by His Majesty? Yes, yes, yes. Our duty as soldiers is not only to protect our emperor but also to protect the people of our Douluo Empire. But now many people of our Douluo Empire are wailing under the evil Luanhun City army day and night. Cry they are suffering the most humiliating pain in their lives. They are waiting for us to save them and are looking forward to it. Tell me that you are willing to cross Fenglingkao with me, drive the other party out of the Douluo Empire and rescue them. Citizens of our Douluo Empire, please tell me loudly, are you willing? I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. Very good. You are all loyal warriors of the Douluo Empire. The Douluo Empire will never forget your contributions, and I will never treat your families badly. Believe me, I will definitely lead everyone to victory. I swear by my name Dai Yuhang. Believe, believe, believe. Seeing this, Dai Yuhang showed a smile on his face and then he waved his hand and said with a murderous presence, tonight is the time to witness the victory. Let's all go down and have a good rest. When the sun sets we will all gather here. At that time I will lead you to attack the enemy on the opposite side and strive to annihilate the enemy on the opposite side. Different. After a while all the soldiers in the school field cheered and dispersed. After hearing this, Dai Yuhang then walked to the military tent camp and asked his soldiers to take out the entire map of the Douluo Empire. Then he stared closely at the territory occupied by Lu Neng in the Douluo Empire, his eyes filled with awe. Unwilling to give up, Father, your son will definitely wash away the humiliation you have suffered. Wait, I Dai Yuhang have those powerful hidden weapons produced by the Tang sect and I will definitely kill you all this time. When he thought of the weapons created by the Tang sect, Dai Yuhang was filled with great confidence. He always wants to wash away the humiliation of his father, and at the same time he also wants to avenge his father. His eyes turned to stare at the location of the forces in Chao Shun City, specially marked on the map, with endless coldness in his eyes. That night Dai Yuhang led the army and attacked Lu Neng's military camp on the other side of Fenglingkao with heavy troops. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL Chapter 292 Spirit Empire. Just when Dai Yuhang led the Xingluo Empire army, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Blood Evil Legion commanded by Lu Neng. Martial Spirit Hall. At this time the Pope's palace in Wuhan Palace was full of people. The Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong, who was sitting high at the top, glanced at everyone present with a serious face. At this moment, it's so late. I've called you all here to discuss a few things with you. When everyone present heard the words, no one spoke but remained silent without saying a word. When Bibi Dong saw the scene in front of her, she seemed to have expected it and there was no disturbance in her heart. First, regarding the establishment of our Wuhan Palace as a nation, it was originally scheduled to take place on May 20th. However, after receiving some news from the people below, I thought that time was running out, so I scheduled it for 7 days in advance. Do you have any objections? As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, it was undoubtedly like a huge stone splashing into everyone's heart. On the spot a person spoke up and said, His Majesty the Pope, why did you suddenly advance the meeting? Can you tell me the reason? Bibi Dong was silent for a while and then she said coldly, many forces in Douluo continent are restless and they are all carrying out some actions secretly, especially those forces that are hostile to our Wuhan Palace are even more hostile to us. What is the secret plan? In order to calm down those who are uneasy, I decided to advance the establishment of our Wuhan Palace to catch them off guard. This way we can also deter the wavering forces from being used by our Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong's word didn't seem to satisfy everyone. Suddenly one of them asked, His Majesty the Pope, the reason you mentioned does not seem to be convincing. Do you have any other reasons? Hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes glowed coldly. She moved her gaze to the person who spoke and found that the person was from the worship hall sect, so she said with a stern face, San worship, it is normal for you to have this doubt in your mind. Then I will tell you another reason. Everyone held their breath and listened. Does everyone know about Poseidon Island? As soon as Bibi Dong's word came out, everyone started talking, but some people who remained silent could not help but frown after hearing this. His Majesty the Pope, how does this matter have anything to do with Poseidon Island? They are not in the distant seas, so what does it have to do with the founding of our Wuhan Palace? Seeing that it was Golden Crocodile Douluo who spoke, everyone everyone turned their attention to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong said presently according to the news from people below, the people from Poseidon Island have interfered with the forces on our mainland. Moreover, they are fighting fiercely with an emerging Tang clan force. As far as I know, this Tang clan, the leader of the sect is Tang San. Everyone must be familiar with Tang San, right? He is the evil son of Tang Hao, and Tang Hao is a brother of the Haoshan sect leader Tang Xiao. What about the relationship between Tang San and the Haoshan sect? As soon as Bibi Dong said this, golden crocodile Douluo's presence changed. Your Majesty, is what you said true? Facing golden crocodile Douluo's inquiry, Bibi Dong had nothing to hide. After she glanced at golden crocodile Douluo, she said this news was heard by Yu Guan and it is true. Maybe everyone did not realize the seriousness of the matter. A while ago, Haoshan sect, Blue Lightning Overlord sect and Kaibao Liulai the sect has reached an alliance. Everyone must know this news. And Tang San, the leader of the Tang sect who is involved with the power of Poseidon Island, has to call the leader of Haoshan sect. Do you think the power of Poseidon Island has? Is it impossible to reach a secret cooperation with the Shangsan sect? As soon as this was said, everyone's presence changed. Wuhan Palace was originally the #1 force in the Douluo continent. If Poseidon Island forces from overseas intervened, it would pose a huge threat to Wuhan Palace, and it would also harm the interests of Wuhan Palace. Yes, many of them are dissatisfied with Bibi Dong, but one thing they have to admit is that the interests of Wuhan Palace are tied together with their interests. There were many people present, many of whom were knowledgeable and thought further. Of course, it is important for our Wuhan Palace to establish a country in advance, but the more important thing is below. Bibi Dong's voice sounded again. Everyone looked at Bibi Dong, but their hearts were full of doubt. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. At that time, when our Wuhan Palace establishes the country, we will invite those major figures to the Master of Power comes to watch the ceremony, and our Wuhan Palace soldiers are divided into 3 groups. One is to attack the 7 Treasures Glaze sect and wipe out the 7 Treasures Glaze sect. The other is to attack the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and destroy the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and the third is to attack the Tiandu Empire and destroy the Heavenly Do Empire. Win the Do Empire. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, everyone present was in an uproar. Is the Pope crazy? Wouldn't this make Wuhandian become a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh of all forces in the world? By then Wuhan Palace will be isolated and helpless. But they also thought that if it was really as the Pope thought, then their Wuhan Palace's unification of Douluo continent would no longer be an imagination but would become a fact. This result seems very good, so they all weighed the pros and cons of this proposal in their heart. Not long time, golden crocodile Douluo looked at Bibi Dong and said, His Majesty the Pope, I am afraid that our enshrinement hall will be involved in this operation, right? Bibi Dong smiled faintly. Yes, after all it is for the Wuhan Palace to become stronger. I think the second worshipper will not refuse, right? His Majesty the Pope, how can you be sure that Yu Tianzhen and Ning Fengzi will definitely be there for the 7 Treasures Glaze sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect? I hold their weak spot in my hand. They have to come. Bibi Dong's words made golden crocodile Douluo feel chilled in his heart, and a chill suddenly arose. Your Majesty, the Heaven Do Empire is vast and vast. With the manpower of our spirit hall, it may not be that easy to take over all the Heaven Do Empire, right? Bibi Dong smiled. Couldn't someone from within the Tiandu Empire do it? Golden crocodile Douluo stiffened when he heard this. He looked at Bibi Dong in disbelief. His Majesty the Pope means that there are people from us in the Tiandu Empire? This layout is too far-reaching. If it were true, golden crocodile Douluo would have to admire Bibi Dong. I saw Bibi Dong saying the second envoy will wait and see what happens. I just hope that the enshrinement hall can cooperate well with the second engraver. A hint of displeasure flashed through golden crocodile Douluo's eyes and he snorted coldly. This time I will personally lead a team and attack the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Regarding golden crocodile Douluo's words, Bibi Dong was naturally happy to see the results, and she did not object and said it would be better if the second worshipper take action himself. Golden crocodile Douluo said nothing with a cold face. Bibi Dong looked at the other people and said calmly, the third thing is about taking down the Soul City. For this matter I want you, Guan Gui Mei and Nana, to go to the Soul City first. When you visit the city you must be polite first and then fight. If the city lord of Renhun City understands the current affairs, there is no need for me to do anything. If he does not, then I will personally go to suppress them. No one objected to Bibi Dong's word. For them this matter is beneficial to the development of Wuhan Palace anyway. 7 days later, on this day the Wuhan Palace announced to the world that the Wuhan Empire would be established. Hope Bibi Dong serves as the first emperor of the Wuhan Empire, and this news shocked and stunned all the forces in the world. An undercurrent is surging throughout Douluo continent. The peaceful days will no longer exist. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 293 Cheng Feng's decision. vision. In a courtyard study room in Feroma City, what Chang Feng held tightly in his hands was the battle report sent by Lu Neng. 7 days ago the Xingluo Empire's army in Fenglingkao suddenly launched an attack, and according to Lu Neng the other side seemed to be fighting for their lives. This battle, even if Lu Neng tried his best, was a battle with heavy losses. In this battle 5,000 people from the Blood Evil army led by Lu Neng died. The number of people who died in the Star Luo Empire army was also quite large, perhaps more than 5,000. However, for Chang Feng more than 5,000 people were sacrificed in this battle, but it made Chang Feng feel heartbroken for a long time. 5,000 people were just gone. Lu Neng gave himself a excuse to apologize, but Chang Feng did not blame him. In war casualties are normal. However, this incident taught Chang Feng a good lesson. Every enemy cannot be underestimated. Now the Blood Evil Legion commanded by Lu Neng retreated to Linyun City to defend themselves. Chang Feng directly sent his order to Lu Neng so that he could recruit troops on the spot to make up for the vacancy in the Blood Evil army. After handling this matter, Chang Feng couldn't help but pick up a piece of news from Skynet. Chang Feng never recovered from this news. The Wuhan Palace was founded and it was changed to the Wuhan Empire from now on. This news made Chang Feng feel the urgency of time for the first time. The war will come soon. The future war will involve all gods. Fortunately, his enemy Tang San is probably destined to have a very difficult time becoming a Poseidon. After all, the Vasi universe cover has always been in his hands. If he doesn't use the Vasi universe cover, even if Poseidon is on Douluo continent, he won't be able to find him. Furthermore, he placed the Vasi universe cover net to the Heavenly World Pearl. With the Heavenly World Pearl and the Vasi universe shield, it seems that they dare not act recklessly. It's like a mouse meeting a cat. So if Tang San lacks this, will he still become the new Poseidon? Chang Feng didn't know about this. If Poseidon changes the rules of Poseidon's 9 test, then he can't say what. This possibility seems to be extremely high. However, the premise is that Tang San really cannot find the Vasi cosmic shield. After all, as the inheritor of Poseidon, he must accept the training of Poseidon. Bibi Dong, at this time I'm afraid she has become a god. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's heart tightened. During this period, although he was very busy every day, he persisted in compressing his soul power every day. How can I further improve my own strength? Chang Feng, who was thinking about this question, his eyes flickering. Then Chang Feng suddenly remembered the warning of the great god of the universe. Suddenly Chang Feng's eyes widened. Could it be that he became stronger in Tai Chi? When he thought of this, Chang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. But then the matter of the founding of Wuhan Palace quickly suppressed this idea. Wuhan Palace has advanced the time for the founding of the country. It can be said that it caught everyone by surprise. But Chang Feng always felt that there was a conspiracy in it, but he couldn't explain the details. Now that Wuhan Palace has been established, will there be any surprises in the Tiandu Empire? After all, the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xue Qinghe, is a member of the Wuhan Palace, and Xue Qinghe hold great power. If there are no accidents, then he will definitely take over the emperor's profession of the Tiandu Empire from Emperor Sui, and this it will also lead to the Tiandu Empire falling into the hands of Wuhan Palace. Thinking of this, Chang Feng always felt that he needed to do something. If he saw Wuhan Palace growing, this was something he didn't want to see. But at the moment he doesn't want to oppose himself to the sight of Wuhan Palace. After thinking over and over again, Chang Feng decided to send an order to the Skynet people lurking in the Tiandu Empire, asking them to secretly spread a message in the Tiandu Empire that is Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, had died a long time ago, and the current prince is just someone from Wuhan Palace pretending to be one. The spread of this news will definitely make the Tiandu Empire wary, especially that Prince Snowstar. He will definitely spare no effort to get to the bottom of this matter. Just like this, I watched the internal struggle between Prince Xue Xing's faction and the prince's faction from Wuhan Palace pretending to be Xue Qinghe. At the same time, a seed was planted for Emperor Sui, who was gradually failing in health. As an emperor, especially one who is as outstanding as Emperor Sui, he is bound to be suspicious, and being suspicious is a characteristic that comes with being an emperor. This is a quality that no matter which emperor he is, he will have. In this way, Emperor Sui will definitely continue to test things secretly. After all, when it comes to the inheritance of the Tiandu Empire, there is no room for carelessness, and all caution is reasonable. It won't be long. Chang Feng immediately picked up a pen and wrote quickly on a piece of paper. After writing, he immediately shouted outside, "Here comes someone." Net moment, the house was pushed open and 2 young generals came in. The 2 of them remained respectful, lowered their head and saluted Chang Feng. "General, I have seen His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." "What is the Emperor's order?" Chang Feng just waved his hands casually and said, "Now I have an important task to teach you two. This task is very important. It is to help me bring a letter to Luo Yun, the person in charge of Skynet, who is lurking in the Tiandu Empire. When you get there, stay there and follow Luo Yun's arrangement arrangement. Are you willing to accept this mission? The two young generals responded without any hesitation. Reply to the Emperor of Heaven, I am willing. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chang Feng was very satisfied. After handing the letter to the two of them, Chang Feng waved his hand and asked them to set off immediately. Watching the two people disappear before his eyes, Chang Feng knew that what would happen net in the Tiandu Empire would be exciting. Chang Feng was naturally looking forward to this. Net Chang Feng took out a complete map of the Douluo Empire from the table. After spreading it out, Chang Feng's eyes were fixed on Linyun City. Linyun City can be said to be a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Lu Neng was able to capture this place in the first place because of his cleverness. What can be expected is that in the net period of time it will be difficult for the Douluo Empire to get any benefits from Lu Neng. Chang Feng really wanted to visit Yuncheng in person and defeat the Douluo Empire army in one fell swoop, but when I think of my current situation I reluctantly give up. As the current headquarters of Heavenly Court, this Soul City must be guarded by someone, but at the moment besides myself who else can help? Du Gubo and Gao Yujing, who were able to help, were sent out by themselves. It's not that I don't want to, it's not that I can't. After looking at the map of the Douluo Empire for a while, Chang Feng reluctantly put the map away and then immersed himself in official business again. At the same time, while Chang Feng was handling his official duties, there were two places in Douluo continent that felt like landslide and ground cracking as if the end was coming. There were screams and fire all around, sweeping through Kaibao City and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Blood soaked into the earth. A strong fishy smell began to fill the air. This time the leader of the Wuhan Palace team who came to Kaibao City was Golden Crocodile Douluo. Behind him were three titled Douluo plus some elite Wuhan Palace troops, all with their faces covered. When Golden Crocodile Douluo saw the scene in front of him, he asked presentiously, has everyone in the Seven Treasures Glaze sect been solved? Suddenly Ju Douluo behind him replied, second worshipper Kaibao Glaze sect except for Bone Douluo, who escaped with Ning Fengzi's daughter Ning Rongrong, everyone else is dead. Gold Crocodile Douluo frowned when he heard this. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin are watching the ceremony in Wuhan Palace. We must not let the news reach their ears. There are ghosts in Yueguan. You two should hunt down that one immediately. Bone Douluo and Ning Rongrong, remember not to leave anyone alive, do you understand? Both Ju Gui Douluo and Ju Gui Douluo stopped, and then the two of them chased in the direction where Bone Douluo had escaped. After watching the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo leave, Golden Crocodile Douluo said to the people behind him, the treasure house of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect is said to be the richest place in Douluo continent. You all should take good care of the treasure house of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Pack up everything and bring it all back to our Wuhan Palace. The time limit is half an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present rushed towards the treasure house of Kaibao Glaze sect. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect was led by the third envoy of the Wuhan Palace. Similarly, everyone in the Blue Lightning Overlord sect except for Yu Yuanshen and his party who went to the Spirit City to watch the ceremony all died tragically at the hands of the Spirit Palace, and all the collections of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family were swept away by the Wuhan Palace. Afterward, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the Kaibao Glaze sect were in ruin. The fire is soaring into the sky for a long time. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 294. Li Yunfen is here. Thunder Abyss. Li Yunfen stood on a cliff with his hands behind his back, standing in the wind, his clothes fluttering. Li Yunfen raised his head and looked at the sky above his head, sighing silently. I thought that in the past few years I would have the opportunity to touch that realm, but after all I thought too much. Right now perhaps there is only one other way available. In order to become a god he sacrificed many things. However, right now I am stuck at this step for many years. Thinking of Chang Feng, the disciple he had accepted 2 years ago, he felt a little disappointed. It seems that whether he can become a god in the future will depend on the help of his apprentices. Recalling his promise to Chang Feng to serve as a worshipper in heaven 2 years ago, he couldn't help but start to miss Chang Feng a little. After so many years, Chang Feng still brought him different life experiences in these relatively long years. What's more, Chang Feng recognized himself as his teacher. I haven't seen him for so long and I don't know how my apprentice's heaven is developing now. After thinking again and again, Li Yunfen decided to leave the Thunder Abyss to find Chang Feng. Net moment, Li Yunfen flashed and disappeared on the cliff. On this day Li Yunfen flew to the territory of the Douluo Empire. When he was about to continue flying forward trying to find his apprentice, suddenly a group of people on the ground caught Li Yunfen's attention. This group of people were all dressed in black and they were wrapped up tightly, making it airtight. But this was not what caught Li Yunfen's attention, but the aura emanating from those men in black. This kind of breath is not unfamiliar to Li Yunfen. It can be said that he is quite familiar with it. Li Yunfen will never forget the aura of the evil soul master. What What's more important is that the aura on these people is very strong, and their aura is so strong no matter how well they hide it they all become decorations in front of Li Yunfen. Li Yunfen knew that the richness of this aura must be based on countless lives. Although he has not asked about Douluo continent for many years, he always has a bottom line in his heart, but the people he met before him were all people with no bottom line, and Li Yunfen didn't want to forgive them. In Li Yunfen's view, dealing with this group of people is a casual matter, but seeing the people coming and going here, if he takes action he will inevitably cause the manslaughter of others. After thinking for a moment, Li Yunfen decided to follow this group of people and wait until they reached a secluded place to solve the problem. So Li Yunfen followed behind the group of men in black. This group of men in black is none other than the Holy Spirit cult. At this moment the leader Elder Lin was walking at the forefront. Others follow closely behind. 10 days have passed since we set off from the headquarters of the Holy Spirit religion. In a short while we will arrive at Seoul City. Not long time. When Elder Lin and his party walked to a quiet forest near Fenglingkao, suddenly Elder Lin's hair stood on end. He frowned, stopped and did not move forward. All the people following Elder Lin stopped. Time is passing bit by bit. Suddenly Li Yunfen's figure appeared directly in front of Elder Lin and his party. This sudden scene made Elder Lin's pupils shrink suddenly. This man is so powerful. As soon as he saw the other party, Elder Lin felt a strong oppression from the other party, which was even worse than the leader. Putting away his hostility, Elder Lin saluted respectfully towards Li Yunfen and said, "I wonder what seniors have to teach you." Li Yunfen's expression did not change. When he was about to kill these people on the spot, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to find his apprentice Cheng Feng. Maybe he could get information from these people. After getting the information, it is not impossible to deal with them all. Then Li Yunfen said calmly, "Do you know where the heavenly court is?" As soon as Li Yunfen finished speaking, Elder Lin's expression changed. After carefully looking at Li Yunfen, he replied, "I hope this senior knows that this junior has indeed heard of the name of heaven, but where is this heaven? I've never heard of it. Moreover, in the past few years there has almost never been any news from heaven." You didn't lie to me?" Elder Lin smiled sarcastically. "Senior, how dare I deceive you?" Li Yunfen was not in a good mood. Where was the heaven and where should he go to find it? This was really difficult for him. "Why didn't you ask your apprentice Cheng Feng before? In this case you are useless anyway, and I don't like you either. Let me give you a nice ride." As soon as Li Yunfen finished speaking, Elder Lin's expression changed drastically and his eyes flashed with anger. The net moment I saw Li Yunfen whispering thunder. In an instant a thunderbolt with the shape and size of a 10,000-foot dragon was condensed from Li Yunfen's hand, which was filled with an extremely strong aura of destruction and domineering. When this scene fell into the eyes of Elder Lin was so frightened that he peed on the spot. Elder Lin couldn't help but feel panicked and his eyes were even more horrified. The people behind Elder Lin stared blankly at everything in front of them, seeming to be in a trance. With a low shout he saw the thousands-foot-long dragon composed of thunder shrouding Elder Lin and his party. At this moment Elder Lin and others' faces were ashen. They sadly discovered that under the aura emanating from Li Yunfen they could not move their bodies at all. He could only watch helplessly as the giant dragon made of thunder landed on him. Until death he never let out a scream. In the true sense, it is completely destroyed by ashes. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Li Yunfen felt no psychological burden. These people just kill them. Anyway, they are to eliminate evil in Douluo continent. At this time, when Li Yunfen was thinking about how to find his apprentice Cheng Feng, suddenly his eyes were attracted by the pattern on a flag in the distance. Why does that pattern look so much like the raised non used by his apprentice? Could it be that these people are the subordinates of his apprentice? Even if he is not a subordinate, there must be some connection. Thinking of this, Li Yunfen swayed and headed in the direction of the flag. The troops that appeared at Fenglingkao were naturally members of the Blood Evil Legion performing special missions, and it was Lu Neng who led this bloody army of only 5,000 people. Lu Neng could never let go of the last battle at Fenglingkao. He had always wanted to regain his place. After handing over most of the soldiers of the Blood Fiend Legion to Elder Douluo, he led the elite of the Blood Fiend Legion and chose a rare road to go around Fenglingkao. Prepare to wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the army led by Dai Yuheng of the Starluo Empire. Along the way, Lu Neng and his party were extremely cautious and avoided the spies sent by the Starluo Empire army to check many times. But suddenly Lu Neng's body stiffened. Li Yunfen's figure appeared in front of Lu Neng's army. There was no trace of anything. This scene made Lu Neng realize that the person in front of him was extremely powerful. He calmed down instantly, looked at Li Yunfen and said in a deep voice, "I don't know if you are blocking our army's path. What advice can you give me?" When Lu Neng said this, the 5,000 people behind him were all holding weapons in their hands tightly. It seemed that as soon as they were sure that the opponent was an enemy, they would give them a fatal blow. Li Yunfen looked at Lu Neng and smiled calmly. "I saw the the pattern on your flag. This pattern is exactly the same as a soul skill used by my apprentice, and I came to see my apprentice. My intuition told me that I know where does this pattern come from, and I will know where my apprentice is." When Lu Neng heard this, his expression changed and he felt a little surprised and confused by Li Yunfan's word. But he looked at the other party carefully and found that the other party's eyes were very calm, and he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to know where this pattern comes from. Is it from heaven? By the way, have you heard of the name Cheng Feng?" "Cheng Feng is my apprentice." Lu Neng looked at Li Yunfan in surprise with some uncertainty flashing in his eyes. "Senior, are your words true?" Li Yunfan glanced at Lu Neng and said, "It seems that you are all my apprentice Cheng Feng's people. Let Cheng Feng come and I want to take a look. Does he still recognize me as his teacher?" Lu Neng panicked. "The teacher of the Emperor of Heaven must be so powerful. Let me tell you, just by looking at the man in front of me, I felt that he was far from my opponent. It turned out to be the teacher of the Emperor of Heaven." Lu Neng still believed in his own eyesight. He could tell that the senior in front of him was not lying, and his tone was very sincere. More importantly, when the name of the Emperor of Heaven was mentioned, it was obvious that the other party had a complicated mood. Lu Neng rolled his eyes and said to Li Yunfan, "Senior, the Emperor of Heaven is not here. He is in Chaoshan City, and this time I am shouldering an important mission. I am afraid that I will not be able to take Senior to see the Emperor of Heaven." Li Yunfan couldn't help but frown. "What important task Cheng Feng gave you? Is it more important than me meeting him? Tell me, I will help you solve it." Lu Neng gave a bitter smile, but he still replied, "Senior, that is the Douluo Empire army stationed not far ahead. Before we in heaven suffered a big loss at his hands. This time we just want to defeat him. This will make their eastward expansion smoother." Li Yunfan just lowered his head and pondered after a while. "Why did you start a war with the Douluo Empire?" Lu Neng replied, "Senior, at first the Emperor of the Douluo Empire sent more than 100,000 troops to launch an attack on our Soul City, intending to annihilate our heavenly palace in one fell swoop. Fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven protected us, so seeing Luo was not let down. The Empire has reached its wolfish ambitions, but we Heavenly Court have taken the initiative to fight back, making Heavenly Court's territory grow a lot in a short period of time. Let's do this. Just wait here and leave this matter to me." Before Lu Neng could say anything, Li Yunfan's figure immediately disappeared in front of him. It won't be long. Li Yunfan appeared in front of Lu Neng carrying a young general in black armor with an ashen face. Li Yunfan threw Dai Yuhang directly to the ground and said, "I captured him directly. By the way, the troops stationed not far ahead all surrendered. You sent people to accept them just as I gave them to my apprentice's gift." Lu Neng was so shocked that his eyes almost dropped. Seeing Dai Yuhang's appearance on the ground, Lu Neng slowly came back to his senses. Then Lu Neng sent someone to investigate not far away. Soon, the people sent to investigate reported that the troops of the Douluo Empire were at the military camp kneeling and surrendering. However, they seemed to have experienced extremely terrifying things and they all lost their courage. In this regard, when Lu Neng led his people to come in person, the corner of his mouth twitched when he saw this scene. Fortunately, he quickly and skillfully handled the matter of surrender. At this point, Fenglingkao returned to the territory of heaven. After that, Lu Neng sent someone to invite Douluo. After Douluo arrived, Lu Neng told him the cause and effect of the incident. Lu Neng wanted Douluo to take Li Yunfan to Soul City while he himself continued to conquer the city of Xingluo Empire. Douluo agreed on the spot. Afterward, Douluo and Li Yunfan rushed towards the direction of Chaoshan City. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 295 Master and Disciple Gathering. Li Yunfan disliked that Douluo was a bit slow, so he said, "Okay, I'll take you to Chaoshan City and you can point out the direction. Your speed is too slow." Douluo's face turned red. This was the first time he was criticized for being slow. But Douluo then thought that the person in front of him was the teacher of the Emperor of Heaven, so it was understandable for him to say that his speed was slow. Of course, the most important thing is that when Douluo saw Li Yunfan, he felt a huge threat from Li Yunfan. With this kind of threat, he clearly realized that as long as the other party took his own life, it would be easy. Such a strong feeling was the message that was constantly conveyed to him deep in his heart. Therefore, when facing Li Yunfan, Douluo was very respectful and did not dare to slack off in any way. Net moment, Douluo was shocked to find that he was being carried directly by the senior in front of him like a thunderbolt at extremely fast speed. Douluo quickly pointed out the direction of Renhun City and Li Yunfan moved quickly in the direction pointed out by Douluo. Time flies like the wind. Half an hour later, when Douluo saw the Soul City in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In this short period of time, he had traveled through so many cities and arrived at Chaoshan City. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe for Li Yunfan in his heart. heart. This is the Soul City, but I didn't feel the aura of my apprentice. Li Yunfan's words made Douluo wake up instantly. Douluo had no doubts about Li Yunfan's words. Senior, even if the Emperor of Heaven is not in Chaoshan City, you can still know where the Heavenly Court is by asking someone. Li Yunfan had no objection. Everyone in the entire heaven knows Douluo's identity. Therefore, before Douluo showed his identity token, he entered the city directly. After entering the city, Douluo realized that the Emperor of Heaven was now in Philoma City. After telling Li Yunfan about the matter, the two set off again to Philoma City. Similarly, this time Douluo showed the way. It didn't take long. The two of them arrived at the gates of Philoma City. The moment Douluo appeared, the defenders on the city wall immediately noticed them. Moreover, the generals guarding the city wall recognized Douluo immediately. Under the city is this elder Douluo? Douluo responded. With a boom, the city gate opened wide. Seeing this, Douluo and Li Yunfan entered the city directly. At the same time, the defenders on the city wall quickly sent their men to report to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Before Douluo and Li Yunfan arrived at Chang Feng's courtyard, Chang Feng waited outside the courtyard early after receiving the news. According to the reports from his subordinates, among the people who came this time, in addition to Douluo, there was also someone who was probably his teacher. For Li Yunfan, Chang Feng has always respected him very much, not only because of the relationship between the two of them as teacher and student, but also because Li Yunfan spared no effort and did not hold back anything when teaching soul skills. So overall, Chang Feng still admires and appreciates Li Yunfan very much. In addition, it was also because Chang Feng understood that Li Yunfan came this time to serve as his worshipper in heaven. This will undoubtedly make the power of Heavenly Court stronger again, and at the same time he will have more time to devote to cultivation. After all, in the entire Douluo continent, how many people can defeat Li Yunfan, who is a peerless Douluo warrior? Of course, all this can only happen after meeting Li Yunfan himself. Soon, Chang Feng spotted the two people walking towards him. One of them is Douluo and the other is his teacher Li Yunfan. Seeing this, Chang Feng stepped forward, quickly looked at Li Yunfan and said, "Teacher, you are finally here." When Li Yunfan heard this, he always felt that something was not right. He did not take it to heart but said, "2 years ago I promised you. You must still remember that I am coming to your heaven to serve as a great worshipper, right?" Chang Feng replied, "Teacher, it's great that you can come." Seeing Chang Feng's excitement, Li Yunfan couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "It seems that his apprentice is of good character and knows how to miss his teacher. I really saw the right person." Thinking of this, Li Yunfan smiled and said, "How has your cultivation progress been in the past 2 years?" Li Yunfan looked at Chang Feng and didn't see anything from him. Instead, he planned to ask Chang Feng. Of course, when asking, Li Yunfan also had some thoughts in his heart. In Li Yunfan's opinion, in the past 2 years, Chang Feng could at most be promoted to the realm of Soul Saint. However, Chang Feng's words almost made Li Yunfan lose his mind. When Chang Feng heard Li Yunfan ask him this matter, he had no intention of hiding anything in his heart. He immediately replied with a smile, "Teacher, this disciple has not made much progress in the past 2 years. He has only reached the realm of a titled Douluo." After Chang Feng finished speaking, both Li Yunfan and Douluo were in disbelief. Douluo knew about Chang Feng's cultivation level 2 years ago, and it was Chang Feng who took the initiative to tell him. But in the blink of an eye, Chang Feng's strength reached such a high level. This progress was so fast that Douluo was not only shocked but also shocked. As for Li Yunfan, he was horrified. "I haven't seen you in the past few years. My apprentice's strength has improved too quickly." Unknowingly, Li Yunfan was in a trance. He suddenly remembered that when he was Chang Feng's age, he seemed to be a soul king. Comparing this, it seems that I am not as good as this apprentice. You must not let your apprentice know about this matter. As a teacher, how can you be compared to your own disciples? Of course, Li Yunfan felt more relieved. After all, no matter how much progress Chang Feng made, he was still his disciple Li Yunfan. So Li Yunfan stepped forward, patted Chang Feng's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "That's right. This progress is not that great. Although I don't know how you improved so much, I guess you have improved so much over the years. You suffered a lot, right?" Chang Feng nodded. "Teacher, let's go into the room and talk." Then the three of them entered the house together. After the three of them chatted casually for a while, Chang Feng looked at Li Yunfan and said, "Teacher, can you do me a favor?" Li Yunfan didn't know why. He looked at Chang Feng and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Please tell me what you are doing first." Chang Feng then said, "Teacher, I want the teacher to manage the heaven for me for a period of time." Li Yunfan's eyes widened and he looked at Chang Feng and said angrily, "I'm telling you, you were so enthusiastic before, but you dug a hole for me to jump into. Even the teacher dug it." Chang Feng, "You can't. What a good disciple of mine." Chang Feng smiled bitterly, "Teacher, how dare I cheat the teacher? I really have no choice. I tell you the truth, the situation in Douluo continent is not very good at the moment. I'm afraid it will implode in the near future. War. Moreover, even God will be involved in this war. If I don't hurry up and become stronger. I'm afraid I will become cannon fodder in this war. Is it really just because of this? Li Yunfen didn't really believe this. Chang Feng said helplessly, I knew I couldn't escape the teacher's insight. In fact, they are my enemies. They will become gods and I am the one they want to get rid of. In order to protect myself, I must improve my strength until you can compete with them. Only then did Li Yunfen believe Chang Feng's word. It seems that you are not a law-abiding master, so why have you provoked so many enemies? Your temperament doesn't seem like someone who can get into trouble. Could it be that I've made a mistake? When Chang Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Teacher, don't you still know what kind of person I am? Those enemies were not provoked by me but by them first. I was just trying to protect myself, and I also had to protect myself. Just someone you want to protect. Li Yunfen nodded and smiled calmly. I can help you with this, but you must also agree to a condition. Chang Feng laughed loudly. Teacher, please tell me. Li Yunfen's eyes rolled around a few times and then he said, in the future if you reach that state, don't forget to let me, teacher, see what that state is like. Teacher, if I really reach that state one day, I will not only let the teacher see the scenery of that state but also do my best to help the teacher reach that state. Li Yunfen thought to himself, he was indeed right, he is a good boy. Then teacher, just look forward to that day coming soon. Douluo found that he was like an outsider, so he found a reason and left. When the master and the disciple met, they had a lot to talk about. To be honest, before I knew it, a whole night had passed. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 296. An unexpected visitor. The NET morning, Chang Feng woke up early and Douluo was already waiting outside Chang Feng's house. When Chang Feng opened the door and saw Douluo, he couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Douluo, what's the matter with you? Douluo first bowed respectfully to Chang Feng and then he said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, before coming here General Lu asked me to take the message. He has continued to conquer the Douluo Empire along the original east direction city, but he asked me to ask you a question. What's the problem? Just say it. General Lu would like to ask His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, do you intend to capture the entire Douluo Empire? Douluo's words made Chang Feng fall silent. In his heart he certainly hopes that the entire Douluo Empire will be included in the forces of heaven. However, he also deeply understands that he simply cannot do it at present. Even if the Douluo Empire is defeated, the attitude of the Tiandu Empire and Wuhan Palace can be guessed without much thought. They will not give their heavenly palace a chance to grow. On the contrary, they will help the Douluo Empire to counterattack their own side. Not long time, Chang Feng looked at Douluo and said, General Lu can conquer as many cities as he can for the time being. As for conquering the entire Douluo Empire, it is still impossible at present. Douluo nodded solemnly and kept these words in mind. In the NET period of time, I will find a place to retreat and practice. Elder Douluo needs to help with many matters in heaven. Douluo didn't hesitate and agreed directly on the spot. I wonder how long you plan to stay in seclusion? Chang Feng thought for a moment and then said, about 1 to 2 months. During my absence, if a very difficult enemy breaks into our heavenly forces, Elder Douluo can ask my teacher to deal with him. I wonder what the senior's name is? Li Yunfen. From now on just call him the Great Enshrinement. My teacher, as early as a few years ago, agreed to be an enshrinement in our heavenly enshrinement hall. Moreover, the teacher's cultivation level is among the best in the entire Douluo continent. There are few rivals there. Douluo understood clearly and respected Li Yunfen a lot more. In addition, I am worried that if I leave this time, our heaven may suffer revenge from the Holy Spirit cult. Before I killed a group of Holy Spirit cult men in Faroma City. I believe they will not give up and will definitely send more people are coming to trouble us in heaven. Douluo smiled when he heard this. He looked at Chang Feng and said with a smile, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, maybe His Majesty the Emperor is unfounded this time. Chang Feng was filled with doubts and stared at Douluo closely. Before coming here, Senior Li personally killed some men in black on the road. If my subordinates guessed correctly, those who were killed are probably the people that His Majesty the Emperor is worried about. Really? This is good news. Since this is the case, then I feel a lot more relieved. In addition, Elder Douluo, I have something else to tell you, and this matter is very important. Douluo's face was serious. Seeing Chang Feng's solemn expression, he said, Your Majesty, just speak and your subordinates will definitely complete the tasks you have given me. Chang Feng couldn't help but chuckle, patted Douluo on the shoulder and said, Elder Douluo, you are worrying too much. In fact, it is not a big deal. If I did not return to Seoul City or Faroma City, Douluo, the situation on the mainland has undergone some changes. For example, if the Wuhan Empire attacks the Tiandu Empire, or if the Wuhan Empire attacks the Xingluo Empire, we in Tianting should try our best to benefit from it, but the general rule is this: if we can capture more cities, we must spare no effort. After capturing those cities, we must appease the hearts of the people and make them turn towards our heaven. All my subordinates have have remembered it. Chang Feng waved his hand. Let Douluo go down and handle official business. Chang Feng himself was preparing to return to the house. However, at this moment a hurried black armored soldier rushed over like a whirlwind. The soldier knelt down on one knee, lowered his head and saluted Chang Feng respectfully. I have met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live the Emperor of Heaven. Long live the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng couldn't help but smile and said with a smile, no need to be polite, just get up. Judging from your appearance you must have something urgent to say, right? Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, it's like this. Just now news came from Chaoshan City that someone from Wuhan Palace has come and they want to see you, Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng narrowed his eyes. If you want to see me, it seems that the other party has an agenda. Where are they now? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, they are at the gate of Renhun City. Chang Feng laughed and said, let them hang out for a few hours first. By the way, you go to Elder Douluo and tell him that I will ask him to go to Luanhun City to help look after it. After some time I'll go over again. Follow the order. Watching the other party leave in a hurry, Chang Feng looked in the direction of Seoul City. Wuhan Palace. I'm afraid the person who comes this time is not good-natured. Moreover, he didn't want to meet the people from Wuhan Palace. After turning around a few times he walked towards Li Yunfan's bedroom. After arriving at Li Yunfan's room they both sat down. Chang Feng said directly, teacher, I have something that I may need your help with. When Li Yunfan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. If I had known earlier I wouldn't have come here. At least I can still live a rela-ed life. Tell me, what kind of help do you need from the teacher this time? It's like this. There are people from Wuhan Palace. They want to see the power controller of Renhun City. However, due to my special situation I can't oppose myself to Wuhan Palace for the time being, so I need to trouble the teacher to come forward on my behalf. Firstly, teacher, you can use your extremely powerful power to scare the people from the Wuhan Palace so that they don't dare to underestimate our heavenly court. Secondly, the teacher will admit that you are the chaotic soul, the controller of the city. This can hide me. In the past when we acted in heaven, the signs we used were heavenly palace, so teacher, you can use it a little bit, but the overall point is to beat the people of Wuhan Palace. Just do it. Li Yunfan glanced at Chang Feng. That's it. Chang Feng nodded. I'm here to take care of this. However, I've got my ugly words ahead of me. I can help with this beating. However, in the future you should try to avoid asking me for this kind of thing. However, if there are any masters involved in the fight, then you can come to me. I just want to stretch my muscles. What did Chang Feng think it was? But this is what happened. Chang Feng agreed without any hesitation. Yesterday you told me that you wanted to practice in seclusion, but have you thought about a place to practice in seclusion? Chang Feng smiled faintly. I have already thought about it, but for the time being I will not tell the teacher. After I finish practicing I will come back to discuss the cultivation matters with the teacher. Li Yunfan's eyes showed a little surprise. As for the cultivation, let's discuss it with me after you finish your retreat. How long do you plan to stay in retreat? Also, when will you set off? For the time being let's set the retreat time for 1 to 2 months. As for when to set off, I think I'll starting tonight. That place is far away? Chang Feng shook his head. Although it's not very far, it's almost the same. Li Yunfan didn't ask any more questions. After chatting with Chang Feng about other things, he sent Chang Feng away directly. After walking out of Li Yunfan's house, Chang Feng returned to the courtyard study along the original path. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 297. Li Yunfan's beating. Under the gate of chaotic Seoul City, Hulina looked around the city of chaos with a lot of surprise in her eyes. Behind Hulina were the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. After completing the mission of Pope Bibidong of Wuhan Palace to destroy the 7 treasures Glaze sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo didn't even have time to rest, so they rushed forward quickly and met up with Hulina, who had already set off on the road. After meeting up, the 3 of them rushed towards the direction of Seoul City without stopping. Along the way they were very surprised by the Seoul City. On the way here they were shocked to find that the territory of Chaoshan City had expanded to such a vast area without even realizing it. I have to say this is a miracle. They are also somewhat curious about the power of chaotic Seoul City. However, for some reason, seeing the current development of Renhun City, they all had a bad feeling in their heart. If the other party is developing so well, will they still consider joining the Wuhan Palace? If the other party is unwilling to join Wuhan Hall, then they must use force to threaten them. However, according to the information compiled by the spies of Wuhan Palace, they once again discovered that this Seoul City is not simple. Moreover, they don't have much confidence in using force to force the other party to submit. Now that they have come to someone else's territory, they need to exercise more restraint to avoid misunderstandings. However, as time continues to pass, the controller of the forces in Chaoshan City has not appeared, which makes the faces of Hulina and the others a little ugly. The controller of this chaotic Seoul City was so insignificant that he actually left them hanging staying here alive for several hours. But forget it, the key is that the sun is scorching in the sky, making their faces sweat profusely. Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Ghost, what do you mean by the person who controls the power of the Soul City? Are you trying to beat us by leaving us out here? However, we have not interacted with the Soul City either. Why did the other party do this? Nana has never been able to figure out the other party's motives. Ju Douluo glanced at Hulina and said, girl, you may not know that this chaotic Soul City and our spirit hall still have enmity. Ah, Hulina claimed. When she looked at Ju Douluo, she looked a little surprised. This involves a past event in our Wuhan palace back then. I won't go into details, but girl, all you need to know is that this chaotic Soul City has a great impact on our Wuhan palace hostel. That teacher she. Before Hulina finished speaking, Ju Douluo interrupted. Girl, you want to say that since His Majesty the Pope knew that chaotic Soul City was hostile to our Wuhan palace, he asked us to come over and persuade chaotic Soul City to join the Wuhan palace. Is it unnecessary? Hulina nodded. Old ghost, come and talk to the girl, say it. Ju Douluo threw this to Ghost Douluo and Hulina turned her eyes to Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo said directly, girl, you have to know that our Wuhan palace represents justice, so if we fight we must have a good reputation. In this case the people's hearts are still with our Wuhan palace, and we should be polite first and then fight. Coming to Chaoshan City, if the power controller of Chaoshan City is unwilling to join the Wuhan palace, then this matter is easy to handle. His Majesty the Pope only needs to publicize this matter and then add fuel and jealousy to the chaos. If Soul City breaks into the evil forces, then we Wuhan City will have enough reason to attack Chaoshan City and take it under the name of Wuhan Palace, and no one else will say anything. Hulina was quite shocked when she heard this and her eyes were a little dazed. Teacher, is that what you mean? Hasn't Wuhan Palace always represented justice? This presumably the teacher is right. Justice still belongs to our spirit hall. Perhaps the teacher wants us to do this. She must have her deep meaning. Yes, that must be the case. It's no exaggeration to say that Hulina's heart was filled with emotions. Soon Hulina calmed down. At this moment Li Yunfan's figure suddenly appeared. The appearance of Li Yunfan shocked Hulina and the others. When did you come? Why didn't they notice it at all? The sudden appearance of this person made their vigilance reach its highest level in an instant, especially the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, who quickly appeared on both sides of Hulina, protecting Hulina tightly. Who are you? Ju Douluo looked at Li Yunfan and asked. At this time Ju Douluo looked at Li Yunfan, who seemed to have no soul power in his body. The horror in his eyes was indescribable. What kind of person is this? Unable to sense the other party. Moreover, he was shocked to find that when he separated a few strands of his mental power to investigate the other party, the result was that it was completely wiped out before he even got close to the other party. This sudden situation made Ju Douluo extremely afraid of Li Yunfan. In this situation Ju Douluo only felt the same pressure from the great priest of Wuhan Hall. The opponent is too strong. This is the most true thought in Ju Douluo's heart at this moment, and Ghost Douluo is not much better than Chrysanthemum Douluo. Ghost Douluo discovered that the person who suddenly appeared in front of him seemed to be very capable of defeating him. There seems to be a strange feeling in my heart that is, if I fight with the person in front of me, then I will definitely be wiped out. This strange feeling made Ghost Douluo feel a little frightened. Ghost Douluo narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Yunfan, and for a moment he did not dare to move rashly. Don't you just want to see me in person? Now that I'm here you look like a ghost. Could it be that you don't want to see me? Li Yunfan's words made Hulina and others' mouths twitch. Ju Douluo said, so you are the Lord of Renhun City? There is very little real information about the city. Lord of Renhun City spread to the outside world. This has to start with Gao Yujing. This Gao Yujing actually has a huge characteristic, that is this person very homely. Moreover, he is still the kind who hardly leaves the courtyard for many years. In Gao Yujing's mind he has always had a view that is by developing in a low-key manner he can avoid having Wuhan Palace focus on him. Therefore people from the outside world don't know much about Gao Yujing's appearance and strength. When Li Yunfan heard Ju Douluo's words he couldn't help but chuckle. Lord of Chaotic Soul City, that was a thing of the past. Li Yunfan's words made Hulina and the others feel a little confused, but they didn't ask any more questions because they were also afraid that the person in front of them would kill them. Mainly the powerful aura used by Li Yunfan is such that there is no determination to fight in life. In order to fulfill the instructions of his apprentice Cheng Feng, Li Yunfan's acting skills have further improved a lot. Are you from the Spirit Hall? Li Yunfan said calmly. At the same time his eyes looked closely at Hulina and the others. This sentence suddenly made the situation on the field become a little tense. This was not over yet. The three of them also discovered that there was a powerful aura that looked down on the world, pressing on them, making them unable to move their bodies at all. Before they knew it, the three of them were sweating profusely on their forehead. It's really too strong. Whether it is Hulina or the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, they can all feel the power of Li Yunfan. Yunfen. Seeing that something was not going well, Douluo immediately said, Senior, we are here to invite Senior's forces to join the Spirit Hall. Li Yunfen refused directly and said, I don't want to join the Wuhan Temple. You should go back to where you came from. If you still haven't left after a cup of tea, I'm afraid I can't help but feel a little itchy. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo were silent for a while after hearing this. After looking at each other, they reluctantly took Hulina away. Looking at their back, Li Yunfen added, remember, if you dare to come again, don't blame me for being impulsive because I'm older. I'll beat you to death without even discussing it. After Hulina and the others heard this, their bodies trembled. Without any hesitation, Hulina and the others left the Duanhun city in despair. They don't want to see the terrifying Li Yunfen again, so they spent the Starry Night Mercedes-Benz return to the Wuhan Empire. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 298. Return to the Sunset Forest. The stars are far away and the bright silver moon is shining brightly. After bidding farewell to Li Yunfen and Dugabo, Chang Feng put on a mask when it got dark and headed towards the Sunset Forest. Going to the Sunset Forest is mainly for the energy of the yin and yang eyes. In addition, he also wanted to understand the current situation in Douluo continent. This time Chang Feng headed northwest along Feroma City, the border of the Tiandu Empire. However, in order to hurry up when passing through a secluded forest place, Chang Feng flew up. Having become a powerful title, Douluo, flying is extremely easy for him. Moreover, the soul power consumed by flying is extremely rare and will not have much impact on him at all. Flying high in the sky, several flying eagles pass by from time to time. The white clouds are lingering as if they are within reach. All of this suddenly seemed like a dream, but Chang Feng's mind was not on the beautiful scenery visible around him. He only wanted to reach Sunset Forest as soon as possible. Just keep your head down and rush, not caring about the beautiful spring scenery. On the other side, Kaibao City. After Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin attended the Wuhan Empire's ceremony, they returned directly to Kaibao City. However, when they arrived at Kaibao City, what they saw in front of them made their eyes turn red, especially Ning Fengzi, whose face was as dark as water. He looked at the wreckage around him like a ruins and felt a little depressed in his heart. But the first thing that appeared in his mind was the figure of Ning Rongrong. All kinds of worries were unloaded on Ning Fengzi's face. At this time, Ning Fengzi endured the great grief and looked around, hoping to find some clues. Sword Douluo Chen and quickly walked around Kaibao City to check. Not long time, Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo Chen and meet each other. Uncle Jian, can you find any important clues there? Sword Douluo's face was a little solemn. He looked at Ning Fengzi, who seemed to have aged much, instantly and couldn't help but feel helpless. Fengzi, I just checked around a few times and found that there was no sign of Lao Gu and Rongrong. That is, he said that Lao Gu and Rongrong are probably still alive. Ning Fengzi felt a little relieved after listening to Sword Douluo's words. Uncle Jian, I just checked, Rongrong and Uncle Gu must have escaped. But who is the other party? He actually took me. The Kaibao Glaze sect has been wiped out, but who is so ruthless? The murderer deserves to die. The Kaibao Glaze sect suffered heavy losses this time. Many outstanding seedlings and the sect's wealth are all gone. Don't let me know who the murderer is, otherwise I will cut them into pieces with my own hands. Ning Fengzi's eyes shone coldly as he was thinking about this matter. Soon, Ning Fengzi looked at Sword Douluo and said in a deep voice, Uncle Jian, you said that the Spirit Empire's invitation to us to attend the ceremony has anything to do with this matter? Fengzi, you mean you suspect that Wuhan Palace did this? That's right, Uncle Jian. Uncle Jian, don't you think this is also strange? We went to Wuhan City, but our home was destroyed. Based on my intuition and the recent Douluo continent in this situation, I am 70% sure that Wuhandian did it. If it's as you guessed, Fengzi, then this Wuhan Palace is too despicable. It's no good that their Wuhan Palace claims to be the embodiment of justice, but nothing they do is just. Fengzi, you say, what should we do now? Ning Fengzi's eyes were full of sadness. Looking at the silent ruins in front of him, he felt as if blood was flowing silently from his chest. The Kaibao Glaze sect is over. This kind of pain is probably unbearable. Forcibly suppressing this huge grief, Ning Fengzi quickly regained his senses. After thinking calmly for a moment, he said to Sword Douluo, Uncle Jian, the top priority is that I think we should find Uncle Gu and Rongrong first. After we find them, we will then consider the rebuilding of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. As long as people are still there, the Kaibao Glaze sect will still be there. Fengzi, you are right. Then let's go find Rongrong and the others first. Sooner or later, Wuhan Palace's debt will be recovered from them. Wait a minute, Uncle Jian. I thought about it carefully just now. The Douluo continent is so vast that the two of us alone may not be able to find them. Why don't we seek the help of Tang San, the leader of the Tang sect, and use their people help us find Rongrong? Fengzi, could it be said that you are preparing to? Uncle Jian, none of this matters anymore. No matter how good the reputation of the Shangsun sect is, it doesn't matter. If you can't protect protect your sect it will only cause more disasters. It's better to give up the reputation of the Shangsan sect to the Tang sect. Firstly we can seek alliance and protection, and secondly we can wait for an opportunity to rebuild the Kaibao Glay sect. Yes, Fengzi, your consideration is right. Then without further ado let's head to Tangmen now. The location of Tang sect I remember it is in Tiandu city. Uncle Jian, let's go and set off now. Tangmen. At this moment in a splendid hall a young man in blue attire was sitting on a golden chair at the top of the 9 steps with a calm face and calm eyes. This young man is none other than Tang San. Under him stood an upright man. When this person looked at Tang San, eyes full of awe. Reporting to the sect master, the spies just reported that the Kaibao Glay sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect are gone. What? Tang San's eyes were filled with surprise and a bit of bewilderment. According to the spies, the 7 Treasures Glay sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect were attacked by unknown forces and then each was reduced to ruin. Can we find any other clues? For example, who is this unknown force? Reporting to the sect master, this unknown force acted too quickly. Moreover, they completely destroyed the scene and there was no way to find out anything more. Tang San's eyes flashed and he asked casually, I remember that these 2 forces were both invited by Wuhan Palace to attend the ceremony of founding the country in Wuhan Palace, right? Reporting to the sect master, this is indeed the case. Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo, the masters of the 7 Treasures Glay sect, rushed to Wuhan city after being invited by the Wuhan Palace. Yu Yuanzhen, the master of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, was invited by the Wuhan Palace. After the invitation, Yu Tianheng, a junior from the family, also rushed to Wuhan city. It seems that the Douluo continent will no longer remain peaceful like this. After Tang San sighed softly, he continued, before I asked you to investigate the forces in Chaotic Soul City, but did you find anything? Reporting to the sect master, for some reason there is no news about the people who were sent to the Soul City to perform the mission. My subordinates speculate that these people have been discovered by the other party. Presumably they may not be here now. Tang San's eyes narrowed and he said calmly, continue to send people to follow up on this matter. I want to know all the news about Chaoshan City. This sudden rise of forces always feels that it will become our Tang sect's enemy in the future. We must prepare for this as soon as possible. This matter is very important. Wang Wei, you have to follow up. Yes, master, you asked me to investigate the matter of Cheng Feng, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, and I am very sorry. It seems that Cheng Feng has never been seen again after he left the Wuhan Hall that time. It seems that in this fight it seems like it has disappeared on Luo continent. Really? It seems that this person is hiding deep. We must continue to investigate Cheng Feng. Okay, now go down and deal with the things I asked you. Yes, I am resigning. Wuhan Palace and Heavenly Court, sooner or later Tang San will make you disappear from this world. When Tang San was thinking this in his heart, his eyes radiated a cold light, exuding an extremely astonishing chill. After a day of traveling, Cheng Feng finally arrived at Sunset Forest. Looking at the place in front of him, Cheng Feng strode forward without any hesitation. Recalling the direction in his memory, Cheng Feng flew directly into the sky. The net moment. Soon Cheng Feng came to Douluo, who used to be Yao Yuanzi. Looking at the scene in front of him, Cheng Feng looked around and found that there was still no one to disturb the place, and the silence was its true nature. When his eyes moved to the ice and fire eyes, Cheng Feng felt happy. Looking at the energy contained in the spring water of the ice and fire eyes, Cheng Feng knew that he was in the right place. From those rich mist, Cheng Feng deeply understood that the energy here was still very sufficient. With enough energy, wouldn't it be easy for him to improve his strength? When he thought that he would be able to continue to improve his strength based on the current situation, Cheng Feng inevitably felt a little more happy. Without any hesitation, Cheng Feng went straight to the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, sat down cross-legged, hugged Yuan Shaoyi and held his breath in concentration. Afterwards, Cheng Feng once again used the God-given soul ring and the method of increasing and compressing soul power. This time he wants to use 2 months to improve his strength to a greater extent. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Cheng Feng is about to usher in a new round of rebirth. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 299 Undercurrent. Star Luo Empire. The Royal Palace. On the gold lacquered dragon throne in the palace sits an emperor who looked down upon the world, Emperor Xingluo. However, Emperor Xingluo's face is now as gloomy as water and his eyes are full of murderous intent. In front of Emperor Xingluo there was a young man in black armor who was kneeling on his knees and kowtowing repeatedly. At this time the young man's forehead was already bleeding, but his kowtow showed no intention of stopping. Emperor Xingluo gave him a cold look. That's enough. Tell me, what's the problem with Dai Yuhang? The young man in black armor suddenly turned pale, lowered his head, his eyes full of sadness, and replied, reporting to your majesty, General Dai has already died for his country. What? Emperor Xingluo stood up directly, his face furious. From the corner of his eye the armored young man saw Emperor Xingluo looking bitter at this moment, but he still said, reporting to your majesty, General Dai died for his country. At this time General Dai's head is still hanged by the people of Renhun City. At Fenglingkao General Dai will die with his eyes open. Emperor Xingluo's eyes instantly turned red and bloodshot, and he suddenly became furious. What about the legions in his hands? Are they all dead? The armored young man secretly glanced at Emperor Xingluo from the corner of his eyes with some hesitation in his eyes. But the net moment. Reporting to your majesty, those people led by General Dai have all rebelled and surrendered to the thief from Renhun City. When Emperor Xingluo heard this, he was furious. He directly picked up a nearby vase and threw it at the armored young man's head. Boom! There was a loud noise and the armored young man screamed. But soon the armored young man stopped shouting and buried his head lower. A new hole appeared on his forehead and blood was pouring out from the hole. The armored young man looked a little trembling with a flash of fear in his eyes, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. Waste. They are all waste. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it takes a moment to use it. Look, what do you do? The armored young man remained silent. Emperor Xingluo walked around the hall angrily, feeling extremely angry. But soon Emperor Xingluo calmed down. Now where is the Seoul City army that originally fought against Dai Yuhang? Where are they now? Reporting to your majesty, this army has already reached Douluo City before the end of the world. How come they fought so fast and reached Douluo City? Doesn't it mean that at least 10 more cities in the Star Luo Empire have fallen into enemy hands? What do you do for food? Are you all fucking useless? The armored young man was silent. Also, that Dai Yuhang was a mistake. I shouldn't have been allowed to lead the army in the first place, but it turned out to be a bad outcome. He lost his army and got himself involved. He is a waste. The armored young man didn't think too much about this, just quietly listening to Emperor Xingluo's complaints and enduring the oppressive feeling emanating from Emperor Xingluo's anger. Could it be said that there is no one in our Star Luo Empire who can't win? If we want to fight a battle, do we have to let me personally control it? The Star Luo Empire roared in the main hall, and the anger in its eyes seemed to have reached the extreme. The guards outside the main hall listened to the noise coming from the main hall, and their eyes were filled with fear. A long time, Emperor Xingluo clenched his hands into fist, veins popped out, and his eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. This chaotic Seoul City is really damnable. Get up now, immediately get out of here. Go back to Linyuan City. Remember, we must stop all the soldiers and horses of Renhun City at Yunlin Pass, and we must not let them break through again. Otherwise, once Renhun City break through Yunlin Pass, our Xingluo Empire will be opposed to the forces of Renhun City. I don't want to see this result. If you can't stop the enemy at Yunlin Pass, then I will destroy your 9 clan. Get out of here. The young man in black armor looked awe-inspiring. At the same time, I felt like my heart was filled with despair. Your Majesty, you are crazy. They actually want to destroy my 9 tribe. The young man in black armor lowered his head with a flash of anger in his eyes. Then he bowed respectfully and backed away. He didn't turn around and leave until he reached the door of the hall. Emperor Xingluo sat on the golden lacquered dragon throne again with a lot of depression hidden in his eyes. Seeing Chen, you two father and son are a big trap. An army of 200,000 people was defeated at the hands of you father and son. I feel heartbroken. When he thought of the men and horses his Star Luo Empire had lost, Emperor Xingluo couldn't help but feel pain in his heart, and his heart felt like a knife, nothing more than that. However, I will never let it go so easily. It seems that I need to reconsider the cooperation mentioned by the Holy Spirit Church. It's nothing more than a matter of losing a dozen cities. The big deal is I'll give them that. Compared to those occupied by chaotic Seoul City, it's not much at all. However, will those people taught by the Holy Spirit keep their promises when the time comes? The attitude of the Holy Spirit sect still needs to be tested. With the Holy Spirit sect taking action, those people in Renhun City will probably not be able to live in peace in the future, right? This is not enough. I have to send people to contact the assassin organizations in various parts of Douluo continent, pay some property trade with them, and let them catch those people in Renhun City and assassinate them to vent my anger. By the way, there is also the Haoshan sect. I must contact them and ask them to take action against the Seoul City. However, this Haoshan sect has not been born for many years, so ordinary interest may not be able to shake them. Suddenly a flash of light from Emperor Xingluo flashed through his mind. Perhaps with that treasure the Haoshan sect can be asked to help quell the rebellion in chaotic Seoul City and kill them all. Thinking of this, Emperor Xingluo hurriedly left the hall and headed in a certain direction. Poseidon Island. Poseidon Temple. In the main hall there was a person standing. This person was Poseidon, the first level god of the Douluo god realm. Poseidon. I saw that he was wearing a white robe with gold trim around his body and a 3-pronged ring on his head. In the center of the ring there was an aqua blue gemstone which looked quite mysterious. Poseidon's face is simple, not handsome. To be precise, handsome has nothing to do with him, but he is extremely majestic. He has a pair of peaceful and slightly stern eyes, and a faint light often flows in his eyes. Not far far from Poseidon there was an extremely beautiful woman wearing a green dress. At this time the beautiful woman in front of her was lowering her head respectfully with a pious light in her eyes. Bosai, has that person found any information? Lord Poseidon, that person seems to be hiding very deep. There is no news about him in the past few years. However, I have reached a cooperation with a force called Tangman on Douluo continent, and they will come forward to help find that god, the enemy of the world. Tang sect? Is that credible? Lord Poseidon, the Tang sect should be trustworthy. Remember to be strict about this matter. Even if that person can't find any information, that person, the son of man, that is the Lord of Heaven Chang Feng, can find him. What about Chang Feng? Do you have any clues? Bosai's eyes narrowed, hesitating for a while, and then said, Lord Poseidon, the Lord of Heaven Chang Feng also seemed to have disappeared and no sound was heard. However, a new force has appeared in Douluo continent. They are entrenched in Ranhun city and they are said to be a force from the Heavenly Palace. I don't know what the relationship between the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace is. After hearing this, Poseidon's eyes became a little gloomy. Then you continue to send people to investigate. Is there any connection between this Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court? If not, then disperse all the people to Douluo continent to investigate. If there are still no clues by then when the time comes I'll search for it myself. Now go down and handle this matter properly. Yes. Watching Bosai's leaving figure, Poseidon raised his head and looked at the empty hall with a faint light in his eyes. This job is really a headache. Those old guys in Shura asking me to do this kind of thing, it's really, I wonder if those old guys have any clues. Finding that person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Where to find it and how to find it are all laid out in front of you. Each one is a problem. It's really a headache. Poseidon murmured to himself, his face full of sorrow and his brows furrowed. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 300 Turbulent. The people are in trouble. Death. The people suffer. 2 months is not a long time, but a lot can happen in 2 months. During this period of time, Wuhan Palace showed its ambitions to the world and posed its sharp fangs. Many of the principalities that were originally attached to the Tiandu Empire rebelled and directly kicked out their original boss, the Tiandu Empire, and instead threw themselves into the arms of the Wuhan Empire and recognized a new boss. The boss is also the Wuhan Empire. It stands to reason that if you recognize the new boss, you will be able to live in peace. It's just that they all think too simply. At this time, the Wuhan Empire does not need a little brother who stabs in the back at any time and betrays the enemy at will. What's more, what the Wuhan Empire needs is subordinates who will follow it to fight everywhere. Therefore, those principalities that had taken refuge in the Spirit Empire during this period were all in great misfortune. Bibi Dong didn't show any emotion at all in this matter. Whenever a principality surrendered, it was bound to be comforted on the spot. However, that night those royal members of the principality were sent to hell by Bibi Dong for labor reform. After cleaning up all the royal family members of the principality, the rest will be easy to deal with. After surrendering and losing the leadership of the royal family, there were only 2 choices before everyone. First, he continued to follow the principality unswervingly, was loyal to the principality in his heart, fought against the Spirit Empire and lost his life as a result. Second, if we get a new leader and follow the Spirit Empire, we can continue to survive. The issue of life and death has always been a problem that we often face during war, and it is simply unavoidable. Of course, these problems are not a problem at all for the civilians living in various principalities. In the eyes of these civilians, no matter who is their master, those who should be poor will still be poor, those who should be unable to afford food will still be unable to afford food, and national affairs and other important matters have nothing to do with them. They are more thinking about how to solve the problem of food and clothing every day. Therefore, there is almost no fool among the common people in the principality, and there will be no one who is willing to follow those die-hard nobles to fight against the Spirit Empire. Now the situation suddenly became clear. No one is willing to follow those die-hard nobles to compose epic and tearful stories of loyal ministers. To those common people, those nobles never regard them as human beings. In their hearts they wished that all those nobles would be sent underground by the Spirit Empire, but because of this they were frantically massacred by the nobles of the principality. Countless civilians of the principality did not die in the enemy's front, but were the first to die in the hands of their own people. I have to say, this is an extremely cruel and sad thing. Instead of enjoying any benefits of the principality, they had to accompany the principality underground. I have to say that it is a great tragedy for the civilian. The Wuhan Empire moves very quickly. It often distributes some benefits to all civilians on the same day and night after occupying the principality, thereby gaining the support of the people. I have to say this move is surprisingly good. People tend to be collective. After a citizen of the principality did this, the other civilians occupied by the Spirit Empire followed suit one after another with almost no resistance at all. At this time the territory of Tiandu Empire suddenly shrank by half in just 2 months, almost half of the territory was swallowed up by the Spirit Empire. Of course, what is very interesting is that Douluo firmly followed Cheng Feng's wishes. When the Wuhan Empire attacked those principalities, Douluo followed Hu Wending's Shuro Legion all the way to the northwest of Feroma to conquer the city and continuously attacked the city. Only after the two principalities came down did they stop fighting, because if we continue to fight we may be bordering the territory of the Spirit Empire. Compared with facing the Wuhan Empire directly, Douluo felt that it would be better to face the Tiandu Empire directly. After all, persimmons are picky, with the Tiandu Empire as a buffer. On June 2, the Tiandu Empire announced to the outside world that it would form an alliance with the Tang sect, the Kaibao Glay sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to fight against the two major forces of the Spirit Empire and Chaotic Soul City. On June 5, the Starluo Empire announced to the entire Douluo continent that it would form an alliance with the Holy Spirit sect and the Haoshan sect and issued a war declaration to the Chaotic Soul City. From that day forward, the Starluo Empire entered a state of war. For a time, Chaoshan City will face double pressure from both the Starluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire. With Cheng Feng absent, Douluo shouldered the responsibility. While epandaying his troops, he also ordered the garrison of each city to prepare for defense. At the same time, Douluo issued an extremely important order to the commanders of each legion, that is, any rebels who appear in the territory of Renhun City will be suppressed and all executed. Since then, the entire Seoul City, which is also the territory of Tiangong to the outside world, has entered a state of war. The entire Douluo continent has fallen into a tense atmosphere and a war is about to break out at any time. At this moment, Bibidong, Emperor of the Wuhan Empire, took the lead in taking action. On June 4, Emperor Bibidong of the Wuhan Empire held a grand military parade and immediately announced to the Douluo continent that from now on the Wuhan Empire would attack the Tiandu Empire, the Xingluo Empire and the Chaotic Soul City Tiangong. The slogan is that the Tiandu Empire, the Starluo Empire and the Soul City harbor evildoers and their souls have entered darkness. Only the Soul Empire can save them, and only the Soul Empire is the country of justice. On that day, the entire army of the Wuhan Empire was divided into three groups. The Wuhan Empire is heading towards the Tiandu Empire for its first Western expedition, and the candidate to be the commander of the Western expedition is Golden Crocodile Douluo. The second route of the Wuhan Empire is heading towards the Starluo Empire for the Eastern expedition, and the candidate to be the commander of the Eastern expedition is Hu Lina. The third group of the Wuhan Empire is marching south towards Chaotic Soul City, and the candidate to be the commander of the Southern expedition is Qian Ren Yui. Bibidong of the Wuhan Empire is in the center, coordinating the three armies. Because the Wuhan Empire got involved, the situation in the entire Douluo continent suddenly changed. The Xingluo Empire once again announced that it would declare war on the Wuhan Empire and Tiangong. The Tiandu Empire was also unwilling to lag behind and also declared war on the Wuhan Empire and Tiangong. Suddenly, Tiangong was about to face three armies and the pressure increased sharply. At the same time, Cheng Feng, who was currently in the Sunset Forest, had withdrawn from practice. When he carefully sensed the strength at this time, Cheng Feng looked ecstatic. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the spring water with ice and fire eyes and found that the energy of the spring water was almost gone, just like ordinary water. Cheng Feng was surprised to see it. However, the only regret is that it did not reach that state. After sorting out his thoughts for a while, Cheng Feng sneaked into Tiandu City that night to inquire about the news. As a result, when Cheng Feng inquired about it, his impression changed drastically. He never expected that so many things would happen in Douluo continent during the nearly 2 months of retreat. Especially the situation in Tiangong at this time is not very good. When he thought that Tiangong was about to fight with so many forces, Cheng Feng was certainly in a bad mood. In order to make Tiangong's situation better, Cheng Feng made a decision on the spot. He was going to sneak into the treasure troves of the Starluo Empire and the Tang sect and borrow some things. At the same time, prepare to attack Emperor Sui and kill him, causing chaos in Tiandu and making it impossible for the Tiandu Empire to distract itself from dealing with Tiangong. Just do it. That night, Cheng Feng used the Vasi Universe Shield to sneak directly into the Tiandu Empire's treasure house. However, there are too many things in the Tiandu Empire's treasure house, and his free space to store the soul guide seems a bit insufficient. However, Cheng Feng was not reconciled. He wants to pack all these things and take them away. In the end, there was really no other way, so Cheng Feng borrowed all the precious things in the treasure house. As for the rest, relatively speaking, it was not the most important. When Cheng Feng left the Tiandu Empire's treasure house, he was carrying a large bulging bag behind him. Of course, with the help of the Vasi Universe cover, we went straight out of Tiandu City. Based on the information left by the person in charge of the Skynet of the Tiandu Empire, he immediately contacted the other party and immediately ordered him to find find a way to transport the treasures wrapped in him to Chaoshan City. After explaining this matter, Chang Feng was about to leave for Tang Clan where Tang San was. Halfway there, Chang Feng suddenly thought about whether Tang San would have any backhand from God Shura in him. What if I was detected by that Shura using the Vasi universe cover? I would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. As for the assassination of Emperor Shuya, this plan was also cancelled due to the fear of disturbing the situation. After thinking about this, Chang Feng turned to the 4 single attribute families who had taken refuge in the Tang sect. This night is destined not to be peaceful. The Min clan, the Po clan, the Yu clan and the Li clan were all plundered by Chang Feng. This time Chang Feng gained hugely, and these harvests were put into the many storage soul tools he had robbed from these single attribute families. Sure enough, no one is rich without windfall. That night the 4 single attribute families were furious, and the commotion they caused quickly alarmed all parties. Chang Feng on the other hand returned directly to Seoul City after completing these things. This time he will go back to take charge of Chaoshan City. In the face of invading enemies, kill as many as they come. Moreover, in today's Douluo continent he is finally qualified to be proud of all the heroes. Even if it is a god, he can also fight. If possible, Chang Feng was still thinking could he kill 1 or 2 gods. However, this thought was directly suppressed deep in his heart. After all, there are a lot of enemies in the god realm. With his current strength he can easily be killed. As long as it doesn't attract the attention of people in the god realm, then it can continue to develop secretly, and when the right opportunity comes it will make a big splash. Enemies wait. There is also the god realm. Sooner or later I will find you to liquidate them one by one. Remember, I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL.